Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 12, A One No Monologue for Today. Chapter 12, A One No Monologue for Today. I think I've already proven that I'm not interested in treasures, Lex said. Otherwise, I would have followed you back in the temple. By now, you've had more than enough time to sell, use, or dispose of the treasure if you manage to find it in time. That was a time bubble, which contained the most valuable treasures in the whole universe. If it did not attract me, why would anything else? You make a good point about the temple. I'll tell you what, we'll make an agreement. Giselle was slightly suspicious. The oath she had Lex take last time was a very strong one, and he should have felt the binds of it within his soul. That was not the kind of thing anyone would mess with, yet here he was, ready to take another oath to speed things along. Yet how could she have known that her little oath was no burden to him at all, and that he could unravel it when he wished? After all, most people don't have the courage to mess with their souls. So she gave in to the idea. After all, Lex had proved himself competent. She was not opposed to speeding up her journey via teleportation. She handed Lex the same stone as last time, and he did not hesitate from swearing an oath. With a smile, he handed the stone back to her and said, "Great, so let's get started." "Where to?" Giselle held up her watch and did something with it. Whatever she was doing was a mystery to Lex, for he could not see any display on the watch. She asked. "No, it's not," she said. "The reason that this place is so massive is because this is an entirely separate realm. To be specific, this is a realm that was destroyed during the Realm War. For whatever reason, the remnants of this realm were absorbed by the Origin Realm. L'excès casual attitude subsided. The Realm Wars was one of the things he was most concerned about since it was in his best interest to keep the Midnight Realm hidden, something he literally could not do while using it as an inn. But Giselle did not seem to notice the change since she was focused on her watch. As you can probably guess, since this is an entire realm, then it contains countless valuable treasures, some naturally occurring, some remnants of treasures and items from when this realm was whole. I, obviously, am not after every single treasure from that realm." She looked up from her watch to see an unfazed Lex, waiting for her to elaborate on her current goal. "At the moment, I am searching for certain religious artifacts from the Selpak Empire." Giselle pulled out a small, rolled-up scroll made of gray rock. It had been sculpted with the utmost care, containing tiny details that were incredibly easy to overlook. But more important than the tiny, countless characters that were etched onto the scroll, appearing as if one could see the shadow of what was written on the other side of the page, was the subtle divine aura it was giving off. "This is one of them. I expect that there are dozens more spread out across the maze," she said, then paused when she noticed the odd look on Lex's face. Yes, everything is fine," Lex said. "I just noticed how the divine aura on this is different from every other kind of divinity I've ever felt. It lives up to the standard of being unique." "Anyway, you're right." Lex cracked his neck as he honed in on his instincts, which were guiding him towards every other object with a similar aura within the maze. Lex couldn't claim to be an expert on divine aura, but he was at least extremely familiar with it. But the aura from this object was genuinely strange. Somehow, it felt more divine than any divine energy he had ever come across, if that made sense. Yet, as intriguing as it was, Lex put all his curiosity away and instead put his hand on Giselle's shoulder. The next second, they teleported thousands of miles away. She exclaimed, "There are dangers. There are always dangers," Lex said casually, and then teleported again. It didn't take long to reach the first destination, which happened to be at the intersection of various wind currents. The winds blew in a particular direction, following the path of the walls. But if two wind currents ever met, blowing in the opposite directions, they resulted in devastating storms and tornadoes. Where they appeared, there was a castle standing upon a hill, in the very epicenter of a standing tornado that filled the entire gap between the walls. Giselle looked solemnly at the natural disaster before her, and was about to propose a strategy to break through the wall of wind when Lex surrounded the both of them with heaven's furnace and just chucked it through the walls of the tornado. For a moment she was startled, but when she noticed that the winds were unable to break through whatever technique he had employed, she calmed down and then looked at Lex warily. I know you're in a rush, but there's no need to take drastic measures. Those winds contain countless laws. Yes, I know, Lex said nonchalantly. That's why I put you in here. Completely oblivious to the fact that Giselle was not concerned about her well-being, but rather his, Lex took a look at the castle. It had suffered tremendously, though whether it was the winds that destroyed the once grand castle or something else could not be determined. Follow me, Lex said as he flew through a massive hole in the wall and navigated through the darkness into the lower levels. Lex did not expect the castle to have so many lower levels, but it kept on going, right up until they ended up entering an enormous underground cavern within which an entire city was built. The castle protects the entrance to the city? That's pretty cool, Lex said as he zoomed directly to where he felt the aura. They ended up in a highly decorated building. Yet just as they entered, Lex stopped moving. In front of them, 3 figures stepped out of the shadows, each of them radiating an aura of an immortal. The man with completely black eyes and deathly pale skin said, I guess I was wrong. Giselle grimaced and pulled out her sword. She was not expecting to face 3 prophanites. More importantly, it seemed like all of these prophanites were directly being controlled by a defiler. They all looked towards Lex, who had an unreadable expression, and asked, Do you know who you're working with? Do you know she's going to get you killed? Get everyone you know killed? They grinned at him menacingly as they began to weigh Lex down with their aura. But he didn't react the way they expected. Still not worthy of my sword, he muttered, then attacked. He didn't even bother unsealing his second seal as he full-body slammed the first prophanite, launching his body across the hall. I'm in a rush, so please skip all the monologuing for today, Lex said before punching the second prophanite. A fight immediately broke out. Chapter 12, O2 Fishing. Chapter 12, O2 Fishing. The prophanites knew to expect a tough fight from Giselle. That was exactly why 3 of them had grouped up to face her this time. Even then, it was just 3 of them in this particular place. Who knew how many of them there were across the entire maze? Giselle herself had no idea how they were following her or why they knew what she was looking for. After all, technically speaking, places like the temple and the maze were blocked off, and to gain admittance one would need to come through the tournament. But she was certain there were no prophanites participating in the tournament. She had even checked. Yet they appeared in her way nonetheless, ready and able to stop her. They had even prepared with greater numbers to pressure her, and just enough strength to defeat her without attracting attention. What they were not prepared for, however, was the absurdity that was Lex. He did not care that they were immortals, and he was not. He did not care that their every whim could bend the laws of the world, and that he would be at their mercy. He did not care that as a mere nascent realm cultivator, he was not supposed to be able to control laws. Lex simply unleashed his inhuman physical strength, smashing the immortal body of the prophanite he attacked into a meat patty. Such a feat was supposed to be impossible. One of the reasons immortals were so superior to mortals was not only because their new cultivation level granted them the biggest boost yet, but also because they were increasingly beings of law. That meant without the influence of laws, it was nigh impossible to hurt them. If Lex had at least coated the surface of his body in some kind of law, even one as simple as the law of physical strength, then at least the prophanites would have had some warning. But Lex didn't, so they were caught unprepared. After all, when Lex's very own spiritual energy contained an affinity for laws, then he could just use the very laws that made up the prophanites' bodies to hurt them. Of course, no one save Lex understood this, which is why even as they got ready to fight him back, they could not identify why exactly his punches hurt so much. The third prophanite yelled, unleashing a dark and menacing wave of energy that did absolutely nothing to stop Lex's fist from breaking his nose. The first prophanite screamed as his body recovered from Lex's body slam. Profane energy should have eaten right through his flesh, devouring him whole. It was not even giving him a rash. I missed the time where smashing your enemies would just kill them, Lex said as he looked at the stunned Giselle, waking her from her shock. The three Prophenites attacked Lex together, completely forgetting about Giselle, yet they made no progress. They were completely unable to hit Lex, for he could dodge all of their attacks easily, and when he did decide to tank the attacks, they caused not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Though Lex was not particularly pleased either. Physically destroying their bodies did not work, so he tried to infiltrate their minds and destroy them while he punched them, but they were immune to that as well. Then he switched to his soul state and attacked their souls directly, yet even that was not enough to kill them. It was more than just being immortals. They were being protected by their profane energy. A thin, silver sword appeared out of nowhere and stabbed a Prophenite through their heart, suddenly causing a change. Using his left eye, Lex caught a hint of what happened, and more importantly, what caused the Prophenite to be genuinely critically hurt. Unfortunately, that's when the tempo of the fight changed. One of the reasons why Lex had been proactive in attacking was because he wanted to restrict the fight to a melee. Yet with one of them suddenly being injured so critically, the other two promptly retreated. The thing Lex discovered lately was that, as the cultivation levels grew higher and higher, the fights tended to become more complicated. The two Prophenites did not manipulate any laws, but rather manipulated their profane energy to bring about a sudden change as they retreated. The world around Lex and Giselle dimmed and turned black as light faded, and a gruesome feeling began to fill the void around them. Black and evil. How original, Lex said blandly, and summoned his butter knife. Since divine energy was supposed to be the opposite, it was likely that it would be effective. After all, he could not use profane energy against profane energy the way Giselle was doing. In the darkness, images of bloated corpses, rotting animals, parasites infecting living people, and even more gruesome images began to appear. Lex could feel that a connection between himself and those images was subtly being formed, though he suspected that ordinarily the process was a lot quicker. The impatience was apparent on the Prophenites' faces. He was feeling impatient too. Giselle was getting ready to continue the attack. The reason she hadn't attacked yet was that though it seemed like a lot, everything was actually happening very quickly. In fact, barely a few seconds had passed since Lex first attacked. Now, he unleashed his second round of attacks. The divine energy released from the butter knife was not white, though it usually was. Instead, it too was a mix of black and red. After all, this divine energy was primarily focused towards attack. The curtain of black was immediately cut through, taking everyone by surprise, and cutting the two Prophenites. Before they could even think of responding, Lex appeared behind them and grabbed their bodies. He could not grab their tenets the way he did with other immortals, for these two had gained their power from someone else. Even as immortals, they were like second-hand goods, which is why Lex did not even need to release his soul. Giselle, who was right behind Lex, did not waste the opportunity as her silver sword cut the two immortals down, killing them. She had also killed the first immortal, who had only been severely damaged earlier. "See, that wasn't so bad," Lex said as he continued deeper into the building, ignoring the attempted murder as well as the things that the Prophenites said. It was never a good idea to listen too much to one's enemies instead of their allies. "No, that was definitely pretty bad," Giselle said as she sheathed her sword. "You're just really strong." Lex smiled. Although he was not one to succumb to flattery, it also felt good to receive praise once in a while. Not like Z, who was always suspicious that Lex was holding back to begin with. "You're not so bad yourself," Lex said. Giselle stumbled, and then looked back at Lex, but he did not seem to have any accusation in his eyes. He genuinely did not seem to care that she was using the same revolting energy as them. From his point of view, instead of being appalled, he was intrigued. Everything about Giselle seemed to signify elegance and purity. He still recalled that ballet that he saw her perform so many years ago. It was mesmerizing, and as the years passed, that same grace showed in all of her actions. The way she used her sword, the way she dodged, the way she struck, all of them carried a certain, unexplainable charm. How could she achieve that when he was using an energy which, otherwise, seemed to be associated with everything revolting? She asked, and for good reason. Profane energy naturally elicited a strong repulsive reaction in most people. Lex didn't seem to mind, though. I saw a few other things beside profane energy as well, Lex said, pointing toward his eyes. The way you use energies is very interesting. I've never seen anyone else use so many different energies before. The way you flow from one energy to the next is remarkable. To demonstrate what he was saying, he began using his various affinities, using one in each of his fingers of both of his hands. It was quite a sight to see space, fire, divine, restorative, soul, spiritual, draconic, defensive energies in each of his fingers, with the ninth displaying sword intent, and the 10th showing something she did not quite understand. For a moment she was stunned, then she snorted and looked away. "Fishing for a compliment," she said under her breath, though they both knew it was loud enough for Lex to hear. With a chuckle, Lex led the way, until finally they got their hands on the divine artifacts. Then they teleported away. Chapter 12:03 Control. Chapter 12:03 Control. By the time Lex and Giselle got their hands on the ninth artifact from the Selpak Empire, only a few hours had passed. With a clear destination that he could sense, distance was of no consequence to Lex at all. They only faced one more ambush, and this time the Prophanites genuinely ambushed them instead of walking up brazenly to them despite their greater numbers. It was during that ambush that Lex noticed that all the Prophanites, despite the different bodies, were essentially clones, or rather puppets of whoever was supplying them with power. They knew everything that the previous Prophanites experienced and so planned for it. Giselle had also let him know what to expect when facing them. Basically, profane energy was the source of all their power, and traditionally gave them an immense advantage over everyone they faced, including immortals. Profane energy was a higher quality, higher leveled energy that surpassed general spirit energy, which is why normal immortals' attacks, defense, and even their bodies were weak to them. Only using laws would allow others to combat them. But usually even that was not enough, for even using laws required the immortal to at least use some of the spirit energy. But, for reasons she could just not imagine, not only did profane energy not harm him at all, even when they were ambushed and the Prophanites tried to curse him using the immense powers of profane energy, it hardly seemed to work. "It's quite simple, actually," said Lex as they teleported away from another collapsing ruin. He had to say, the Selpak people really did have good quality architecture for their buildings to still be surviving, even if only barely. Upgrading his body with a Tao-level ingredient was no joke. Even Lex himself did not know the full extent of the changes he experienced, for he had to keep himself sealed. Not to mention, I've been training to tolerate a heavenly immortal level attack. I honestly don't know if I've reached it, and I'm not really keen on trying it either, but that was the goal. "I recall that, actually," said Giselle as she suddenly remembered Lex tanking an Earth Immortal's attack back on Pol Bitvi. Back then, he hadn't even reached the nascent realm yet. "So that means it's not so easy to hurt my body." The reasons being, if the damage he took was too intense it might break his seal, so he usually avoided suffering attacks he was unsure of being able to tolerate easily. There was a reason why Lex was being so forthcoming about his own abilities, and it wasn't because Giselle made a cute face every time she was stumped by something he did, though that was extremely satisfying for some reason. No, he wanted to know why profane energy felt so different when she used it. His left eye had easily caught a number of energies running around her body, including what he was pretty sure was time. Even his own time affinity had been sealed for reasons he himself did not know, so he could not even imagine how she was able to easily wield it. He had a feeling that when the time came for him to unseal his affinity, he'd just naturally know. So until then, he just had to live with it. She gave him a contemplative look and then eventually sighed. "It's simple, really," she said, paraphrasing exactly how he began. "When it comes to the Tao, there's no such thing as good or evil. Even things that are perceived as the worst side of existence, such as pain, death, rot, decay, they're a part of a natural order that keeps the balance. Good and evil are just constructs of a living, which means that even in the most vile of existences, such as that of profane energy, which is revulsed by entire galaxies and realms, there is an element of elegance and grace. Not that I'm defending those that spread death and destruction. No. She held up her sleek, silver sword, looking at it with deep eyes as she continued. After all, there are so many things that are considered evil by some and good by others. Lex did not comment, for she was clearly distracted by certain memories, but he understood the essence of what she was saying. Basically, like Lex specifically focused on defense, she specifically focused on control. She gained a perfect mastery over whatever she used, so that it adopted the traits she desired from it, and not the ones it usually exhibited. It was impressive and not easy at all. Although technically speaking, Lex also had excellent control of all his energies. His naturally increased comprehension played a significant role in that. Even then, he could not so easily manipulate what traits his energies showed. It had never been his purpose to begin with. After a few more hours, they finished collecting all the cell-packed chores, at which point Giselle mentioned her next objective. One by one, Lex helped her go through all of them, proving his worth when it came to finding even the most hidden of items. Even then, it took an entire week for them to complete all of Giselle's objectives and begin making their way towards the center. That's when Giselle finally revealed why the center seemed hidden. Chapter 12, 4 Disasters. Chapter 12, 4 Disasters. This realm is being absorbed by the origin realm. I've told you that much. But the source of this realm seems to have manifested in the form of that tower. Basically, that is where the laws of that realm are the strongest, almost making it like an entire realm altogether. For you to find it using your senses would require you to have senses that could transcend the boundaries between realms. Even for you, that would be a bit much. That is also one of the reasons why the purpose of this final trial is to clear a floor in the tower. For every floor you clear, a bit of its power gets used up, and it becomes easier for the origin realm to absorb this realm. Lex said casually. He had no doubt whatever the final reward was, it would be great. Yet he had access to the Tower of Providence and another unnamed tower back in the Midnight Realm. If he ever felt greedy for treasures, he would just go there. Not to mention the fishing well, which could randomly pull out amazing objects. Of course it is, she said as a matter of fact. She paused for a moment and looked at Lex with a challenge in her eyes. But since my next target is the tower anyway, I won't ask for your help in getting through the tower or getting the final reward. Lex raised an eyebrow. Was she challenging him? Although, given she was an immortal and he wasn't, she should be extremely familiar with what he was capable of. It was not bragging if he said he was quite confident that he was stronger than her. In that case, I wish you the best of luck, Lex said with a smirk. Giselle snorted and began leading the way. That's when Lex realized that the maze wasn't as harmless as he had believed so far. It was filled with natural disasters he knew and understood, such as hurricanes. But since this place was born as a result of the death of a realm, it also contained disasters the likes of which he had never imagined. The closer they got to the center of the maze, the more devastating they became. The first real threat they encountered was a vacuum, not just of atmosphere, but energy as well. Considering that the Earth was in a dead zone, Lex thought he knew what it felt like to experience minimal spiritual energy. But even he hadn't experienced no ambient spiritual energy. It was dangerous and devastating in a way Lex could never have imagined. He literally felt like his skin was about to rip off his body, and that the energy within his body would spontaneously explode just so that it could leave the confines of his body. It was like the opposite of the void, which put an immense amount of pressure onto his body. The vacuum instead pulled at his body with the same, or possibly even greater intensity. The worst part was that nothing that Lex did helped. Using laws did not make him more immune. Channeling his energy was pointless, and arrays failed completely. If he used any techniques, they would disperse into the air before they could show any effect. He literally could do nothing save tolerate it for as long as it took to exit that place. Then came spacequakes. Lex was fairly confident in his ability to manipulate space, so he felt like this would be a walk in the park. But just as he was about to use his ability to protect himself, his instincts warned him not to. Listening to his instincts, Lex allowed the spacequake to hit him directly, which felt like a truck had smashed directly inside his body while bypassing his skin entirely. Heck, Lex was certain that if anyone else would have been in his place, their golden core would have popped just from that crash. But it also allowed him to understand why trying to use any spatial abilities would be a bad idea. Whenever he controlled any amount of space at all, for any purpose, he experienced the equivalent amount of pressure. An easy comparison was using a weapon. Before he could use it, he had to bear the weight of the weapon. But most of the time, that weight was not enough to cause any problems. Yet if he tried to manipulate space during a spacequake, then he would have to tolerate the pressure of the entire region that was experiencing that quake. Even if he aspired to be tough enough to tolerate an attack from a heavenly immortal, he was instantly reminded that in the face of nature, he was nothing. He did not doubt that his entire body would turn to mush if he had tried to fight against the spacequake. Even if he managed to survive that somehow, he didn't want to go through adolescence again. In comparison, Giselle was having a much easier time. It couldn't be helped. Even if Lex had a tough body, it was still that of a mortal, while Giselle's had experienced the tempering of tribulations and was fundamentally different. Not that Lex let her know he was struggling for even a second. After the spacequake, they experienced a spirit storm. That was not a storm of spiritual energy, which was used for cultivation, but rather a storm made up of the part of a living being, which determined consciousness. It was a storm of thoughts, and while Lex's body was completely unharmed, his mind was battered by the final wails of the countless living beings right before their realm died. Even someone as tough as Lex could not be immune to the anguish of an entire realm. Chapter 12:05 History of Man. Chapter 12:05 History of Man. He experienced no physical change, but for a half a second, Lex blacked out. His mind shut down from the sheer extent of the despair he was forced to experience as a self-defense mechanism. It worked, and he was saved. But the problem was that he was in the middle of a storm, and so the moment he woke up from his blackout, he was hit by another whale, causing him to fall into another blackout. Giselle noticed that something was wrong with Lex, and moved to surround him with a protective bubble. Yet before she could do anything, Lex woke up again and immediately activated Mind Meld. This was an ability he gained which allowed him to turn into thought itself. Or another way of putting it was that he gave up his physical form to whatever extent he wanted and turned it into the same spiritual energy which made up this storm. This storm allowed him to realize that his passive defense against spiritual attacks might not be the best, so he needed to work on that. But that did not mean his active defense was weak. His spiritual energy pushed against that of the storm, and he kept it from attacking his mind. After giving Giselle a reassuring nod, he pushed through till they passed the storm. Afterwards, they encountered various other obstacles, each of which was challenging in its own way. Realistically speaking, let alone passing through the tower, just reaching it would disqualify most participants if they weren't in the immortal realm. Yet that was not an obstacle for Lex, and after endless struggle, they finally made it to the tower in the middle of the maze. Truthfully, it was far from what Lex was expecting. He thought he would be welcomed by a magnificent piece of architecture, radiating an ancient and deep power, or at least something along those lines. Instead, the tower seemed like a mix of all the topographies he had seen in the maze, forcefully pulled up from the ground and joined together in a haphazard way to form a tower. Dirt turned to stone, which turned into wood, and that into flowing water. Each and every section of it was a twisted amalgam of what had made up the realm before. Lex could literally visualize how, when the realm was destroyed, the broken pieces joined together, pulled by all the remaining power, and formed a tower. The opening at the base of the tower was not a door, but rather a dark passage that bent the mixed makeup of the tower inwards. It was large enough to easily accommodate even the tallest of contestants, especially since the behemoth of a tower rose as high as the walls that surrounded it. It was not unexpected that there was no one else around, but what did surprise Lex was a massive signboard hanging above the opening in the tower. At the moment it was empty, but he could see various categories printed onto it, such as contestant, level, and time. Although Lex had seen many incredible sights, that did not prevent him from enjoying the splendor and grandeur of new ones. He stood before the tower and felt like an ant standing in front of a dragon. Not only was the difference in size great, but so was the sheer scale of the power contained within the tower. It had forcefully contained the laws, the energy, and who knew what else from inside an entire realm. Even though Lex had grown a lot, he was still far from being able to compare to the tower. Yet he was about to venture forth in an attempt to conquer it, nonetheless. "Good luck in there," said Giselle as she walked up beside him. "You too," Lex said. For a moment, they both basked in the magnificence of the tower. Then they stepped in. Lex was immediately teleported to a dark room, where an image began playing in his mind. At first, there was only chaos and fire, so that he could not understand what he was seeing. Then the vision began to change, and through the fire he saw a few odd shapes through the fire, moving quickly. Abruptly it changed, and Lex realized what he was seeing. From broken into pieces, the space that constituted the realm returned to a fractured state, and time played backwards in front of his eyes. In a matter of seconds, the realm, which reminded him of the crystal realm in the sense that it was one continuous territory from border to border, appeared. It was a perfect circle, and the distribution of all territories in it seemed to follow a certain flow. As time sped backwards in front of his eyes, he could see the land shift and ripple as if it were liquid, changing over the course of millions of years, acting out in perfect synchronization with the countless energies that existed around the lands. Compared to every other realm he had ever seen, this one was in perfect balance, to the extent that it seemed strange to him. Not only were the changes in the lands moving in one particular flow, but so was the movement, progress, and decline of the countless races that inhabited those lands. Then the image zoomed in, and instead of the realm, what he saw was the development of human civilization play out, just in reverse. In a matter of a few seconds from the peak of a technologically advanced race, mankind was brought back to the Stone Age. In front of Lex was a small boy, walking awkwardly through a small forest, looking for something. A twig snapped, and when the boy looked over, he saw a dog, skinny and mangy, but much more deadly than an unarmed little boy. It growled and then pounced. The boy jumped to the side, but he was too slow, and the dog bit into his leg. Startled, afraid, and in pain, the little boy went manic, blindly hitting the dog with everything he had in an attempt to save himself. At some point, without realizing, he picked up a small rock and smashed it on the dog's head, causing it to fall limp. At that moment, the scene froze and then dissolved. Lex found himself standing inside a forest, and a twig snapped behind him. Chapter 1206, I'll take care of it. Chapter 1206, I'll take care of it. Lex turned around and saw a dog. It was nowhere near as skinny and mangy as the one he saw in the vision, but as an ordinary golden core beast, in front of him it might as well be. The dog lunged at him and broke its teeth to try to bite him. Feeling a mix of shock, fear, and anger, the dog retreated and tried to claw at him, but it broke its nails instead. Lex sighed, and feeling a hint of mercy, he put the miserable dog out of its misery before it could harm itself some more. The vision returned, and Lex saw another scene. He wondered if that counted as him passing through the first level. Wasn't that way too easy? Then again, reaching the tower had been hard to begin with. Maybe reaching the tower already ensured that they had passed the level, but needed to motivate contestants to go through levels, so they added the condition of passing through at least one floor or level. This time, in the vision, he saw an older human, though he was at most a teenager. He was leaping from branch to branch, treating the trees in the forest like his home. Yet this was not some casual commute. It was in the middle of a fight with a ferocious ape, who was also swinging through the trees, pursuing him. The two figures clashed time and time again, but in one particular clash, the human faltered. He was thrown back, and though he tried to latch onto a nearby branch, it broke. The human fell to the floor with a pointed branch in his hand. He barely had a moment to orient himself before the ape attacked again, and in what was the first spear jab of the entire realm, the human stuck the pointed end of the branch through the ape. The scene ended, and Lex found himself standing on a tree branch. His instincts warned him of something coming at him quickly, but Lex still didn't bother moving. This time, the beast that he faced was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, but it was not enough to harm him, and he quickly ended the fight. The vision continued, and the scene in front of him was very different. There was a caveman and a woman, wrapped in animal skins during the winter chill. It had not snowed yet, but the low temperatures were too much for mundane humans to bear, and one of them fell to the ground. The other tried to get her to stand, but she was unable, and soon the chills set in. She was dying, yet the man didn't know what to do. Her eyes closed, and the man lost his mind. He cried out against the heavens and beat the ground in frustration, again and again and again, until his hands were bloody, but he could not feel pain. Yet in one of his desperate attacks, he ended up striking two rocks together, producing sparks. The dried mulch on the ground quickly caught flame and developed into a small bonfire. The man paused, his gaze mesmerized by the flickering flames dancing in front of him. Man had discovered fire. The scene shattered, and instead of an enemy, Lex was assaulted by a deep chill. It was so strong that it easily broke through the defense of his clothes and even caused his body temperature to drop by a degree, but that was it. It was not so easy to affect Lex. He passed a level. Another vision appeared in his mind, and one by one, step by step, he witnessed all the monumental moments of mankind in this realm. With each step they took, the challenge they faced grew bigger, and the threat Lex faced became more deadly. It was not near enough to actually threaten him just yet. Lex witnessed as humans discovered trading with other tribes. He saw when they learned about farming. He was there when they started using teamwork and started considering using strategies. By the time long-range weapons became a norm, the challenges Lex began to face were finally somewhat challenging. A single hit was no longer enough to kill the enemy. By the time armor became a thing, Lex needed to put in some actual effort. When humans discovered complex tools, it was the first time Lex needed to take a step to defeat an enemy. When humans discovered metalwork, Lex finally had to use more than just physical strength. When humans faced their first tribal war, Lex actually needed to start dodging. Then humans finally came across a beast. It was only equivalent to the Foundation realm, and it was the first trial he witnessed humans fail to pass. Instead of killing the beast, only a few wounded and injured survived. That's when Lex faced enemies in the Earth Immortal realm who were beginning to give him a tough time. Yet just as Lex defeated his foe, and he was about to witness the next great achievement, Mary showed up on his shoulder, and her expression was far from her usual chirpy stuff. "I have some bad news," she said solemnly. Someone discovered Moon. Someone kept the World Eater busy while there was an assassination attempt. Luckily, Z was there, so she survived unharmed. Since then, the World Eater has changed locations again. But if they can find her once... Lex's expression became grim, and his mind started working, ignoring everything around him as he thought of solutions. "We'll send them word. Let them use more drastic measures if need be. We're bringing the deadline closer. Have Velma coordinate everything." "How's Moon doing?" "She's fine for now. But as a result of the assassination attempt, her planet took quite a beating." Lex frowned and turned to look back at the image unfolding in front of him. The humans were finally ready to declare their first king. "I'll take care of it. Make sure the World Eater keeps moving her planet." Lex opened the buttons of his shirt one by one, and then undid his second seal on his chest, leaving only the final one remaining. Chapter 12:07 An Old Enemy. Chapter 12:07 An Old Enemy. Lex was more than ready to punch something hard in the face when the next challenge began. But instead of a monster or foe, he faced the weight of responsibility. Since the challenge had occurred as a result of humankind being crowned, the foe Lex faced was the abstract challenge faced by the first ever human king in the face of an uncertain world and uncertain future. Oddly enough, Lex found the sensation he faced to be a familiar feeling instead of a formidable foe. It was the feeling of having the weight of countless lives in the palm of his hand. It was the weight of knowing that every word he said could ruin the future of countless lives if it was the wrong one. The feeling was one of measuring someone and finding them guilty of death, of making that judgment over another life, and then carrying it out as well. The weight of that feeling was not solid or quantifiable, yet it was enough to shatter worlds. It could break backs and bend knees, it ground grindstone to dust and empires to dirt. It was an abstract weight that could cripple even the most capable of minds. But Lex was already used to carrying it. Without any extra effort at all, Lex passed the level and continued on to the next. Yet once more the foe he faced was not one he could punch. Rather, he faced the obstacle of famine. Then came crime, greed, and then poverty. He faced every literal and metaphorical challenge that the human race faced in its rise, and despite his intense urge to speed things along, he was forced to move at the pace dictated by the tower. Slowly, he saw humanity evolve, and from the Stone Ages they moved, step by step through the ages. The more this happened, the fewer Lex got chances to fight personally, though at some point Lex fell into a sort of trance. Though he seemed to be watching the rise of the human race of a certain realm, Lex in his mind began to see the future of the inn. He foresaw a time when he would eventually become strong enough that he would no longer be constantly worried about facing a stronger enemy than him. Instead, it was the unseen, abstract foes that nearly shook and devastated the human race that would become his enemies. Of course, such a time was far in the future, but in that moment, the future seemed to be laid out in front of him. He saw how humans faced the decline of resources, the changing of the seasons, the falling of empires, cultures, and traditions. He saw how they moved from one age to the next, eventually surpassing the humans from Earth in terms of technology. He saw how, instead of cultivation, the humans of this realm went down the path of genetic enhancements to grow stronger, and through them approached all the same barriers as cultivators. He saw how, instead of Earth immortals who could control laws, the humans went down the path of assimilating a part of a law into themselves, forever binding themselves to a single law, yet gaining a significant power boost as a result. He saw the human race reach heights he found hard to believe, and just when Lex thought that he was done facing actual foes, the realm war began. Lex laid his eyes on a creature he had already seen, but was not expecting to see here of all places. He saw a craven tear open a hole in the fabric of reality above a capital of the human empire and unleash a flood of devastation onto the race. It was one of the rare, complete defeats that the human race faced. When the fight began, Lex was once again faced with the monster covered in black goo as it stood on the ground in front of him with both his hands and legs, like a gorilla. Lex recalled all he knew about the accursed race. They had gray, tough skin, though it was not visible under the thick, viscous black slime which covered their bodies, which they could control as if it were an extension of their very bodies. The slime was also absurdly dangerous, as it was extremely poisonous. They were also stronger when they stood on land, for the ground acted as an external sensory organ for them, as well as a well of power. Their muscles were formed in a weaving structure, which allowed them to use much more strength than it actually seemed, and they were not limited in how they could move any limb. Lastly, and most importantly, it was basically immortal until the energy core hidden within its chest was destroyed, although Lex strongly suspected he could come up with many ways to kill it now. It was only back then, when he was weak, that he was limited to destroying its core to kill it. Oh, right. It also had an ability similar to dragons' might, which was called coercion. It was extremely effective on him back in the day, though now he actually didn't even register it since it barely affected him. Was it a coincidence that this same race was now invading another realm? What role did they play in the realm wars? These are questions Lex didn't have an answer to right now, nor was he interested in knowing. Die, Lex said, and filled his voice with his mind meld ability. As the emotionless voice carried over, the once mighty craven, a foe that had literally frozen Lex still to the point where he could not move at all, died. Or rather, its spiritual energy was erased. But curiously, Lex could feel that its energy core in its chest immediately began to recover spiritual energy in its mind. He walked forward and with a single flick destroyed the energy core. Lex was reminded of the craven prince who had attacked him back in the Crystal Realm. Maybe after all of this was over, he should return and settle that grudge himself. He had not forgotten that the craven prince's attack caused Big Ben to lose his unborn child. Though Big Ben and his wife did not hold the innkeeper responsible and got over it, Lex did not. After all, the weight he bore on his shoulders was akin to that of a king. Chapter 12:08 Destiny Anchor. Chapter 12:08 Destiny Anchor. After facing the first Craven, the challenges of the tower once again returned to those of combat, and they quickly became genuinely challenging. It was no longer a matter of one or two hits, but rather of a fight. The Craven, who had become his constant foes, proved themselves to be extremely worthy of the exceptionally deadly reputation they had in the Crystal Realm. Soon, not only did Lex go back from being able to defeat them easily, but he even went from being on the offensive to being on the defensive. For a moment, Lex even considered just ending the trial there and then. It was not like he was interested in the reward, and more importantly, he didn't want to waste time here. He had other things to do, but his instincts warned him otherwise. Since he was already inside the tower, his instincts were no longer being interfered with. It was not that he would be in danger if he tried to quit or didn't finish the tower, but rather that he would regret it. As soon as he reached that conclusion, he thought for a moment. Was this the right time to pull out Naraka? Then he grit his teeth and pulled out the butter knife and put on the invincible tyrant mask. This was the first time in a long time that he was being pushed to the limits of his abilities. At least the abilities he could exhibit under the effects of the seal, and didn't need to fear the repercussion being death. As such, Lex was forced to use everything he had trained during the past 15 years, and his combat prowess began to evolve continuously. Each challenge he faced was tougher, and yet he rose to meet the challenge. If Z saw him now, he'd scoff again and claim that Lex was holding back. He could not be blamed for underestimating the rate at which he was actually growing stronger. He became more and more precise in his actions, planning each and every action, and just as Lex was getting into the flow of combat, he witnessed the end. The last obstacle of the human race was not even a fight. They were unworthy to even approach that battlefield. Instead, defeated, beaten, battered, the few remnants of the dwindling human race watched from afar as the very core of the realm was shattered. The finishing blow was not delivered by a Craven, surprisingly. It was a distant figure that emerged, surrounded by kneeling Craven. It was too far for Lex to see properly. All he saw was a large thing walking upright, its four wings spread behind its back, each one significantly larger than its body. It struck a single blow, and the entire realm shattered, and the human race of this realm finally experienced their final defeat, resulting in their total annihilation. When the challenge came, Lex felt oppressed in a way he hadn't experienced for a long time. He was severely weakened in front of the forces of annihilation that were targeting him, and he clearly felt the gap in power between himself and the blow that was about to land on him. Yet even if he was weaker than his foe, he was much stronger than he once was. He did not need to watch helplessly, unable to react in the face of an impending attack. Lex used his Heaven's Furnace to contain the attack. It was at the moment his strongest defensive technique. Yet it literally served as no obstacle to the falling attack. It did not break or shatter under immense pressure. It simply ceased to exist when the attack hit it. It seemed that there was no hope, yet that was not true. If nothing else, at least his furnace was able to deplete a portion of the attack's might. A split second before it touched Lex's skin, he employed every tactic available to him. He split space itself, increased his defense, used various techniques, and even used his spiritual energy to manipulate the laws to protect him. Of everything, only the laws put up a momentary resistance. Then the attack landed, and from the very depth of his being, Lex felt a challenge. His very existence was being challenged, and he was too weak to resist it. He realized, then, that what he was facing was a very powerful application of the annihilation law. It was too late to put up any other kind of defense now. The laws had chained itself to his being, and the only reason it had not directly destroyed him was because the attack was linked to a challenge. The challenge was to prove that he deserved to exist, and that he deserved to survive the fate of destruction that had been rendered for an entire realm. This was not a challenge he could plan for. He could not put up a fake front. There were no plans. In fact, he could not even react to the challenge himself to begin with. It was one that would be answered on its own. Deep within Lex's body, something reacted on his behalf. Lex's destiny was unordinary. He could deduce that much even if he did not understand destiny itself. But destiny was not nearly as irrefutable as many assumed. It was not nearly the shackle everyone always assumed, though it could also be that on occasion. When the challenge came, Lex felt oppressed in a way he hadn't experienced for a long time. He was severely weakened in front of the forces of annihilation that were targeting him, and he clearly felt the gap in power between himself and the blow that was about to land on him. All of that was irrelevant at the moment. The only thing relevant was that Lex's name was in the top of the guest registry, which afforded him many prizes in the form of anchors. Every guest who had a name in the top 10 of the registry had a destiny anchor. When the law of annihilation challenged him, from deep within Lex, for the first time, the effect of his destiny anchor manifested itself. The law of annihilation, at least at the level it was being displayed, was unworthy of challenging his destiny and his existence. Lex passed the challenge, even if he did not know how exactly he passed. At the same time, countless realms apart, the very being that appeared in the final vision of the realm before it was destroyed felt something. After a moment, it smiled. Interesting. 2 successful challengers. Chapter 12:09 Not Ready. Chapter 12:09 Not Ready. Lex felt the overwhelming power of annihilation and began to appreciate how genuinely awesome the power of laws could be. He knew that he could not genuinely be hurt during this challenge of the tower, probably, but even then, the power of annihilation felt like it would devour him. More importantly, if the application of the law didn't allow for a challenger to directly overcome the effects of the law, Lex knew this would have been the end of his climb in the tower. Yet the clear loophole was there, and so Lex survived some version of the attack that destroyed a whole realm. He was certain that it was not really on the same scale as the realm-destroying attack, but it was impressive nonetheless. It would have been even more impressive if he knew exactly which one of the many things inhabiting his body allowed him to do it. After passing through the final challenge, Lex was brought to a plain, simple room with a single pedestal in front of him. There was a note pinned to the side and a golden ring on the pedestal. "Better luck next time," read the note very simply, and a hint of surprise flashed through Lex's eyes. He was fairly certain that he had zoomed through the levels in the tower, but apparently Giselle had been faster. It seemed like he had underestimated her. Lex picked up the golden ring and was not surprised to find it was a spatial ring. Within it was his prize, or maybe the ring was also a prize since its storage capacity was even larger than his spatial bangle. It was still nowhere near large enough to fit a planet, but a small country might not be an issue. More importantly, it contained a crystal ball filled with a liquid that was in a constant state of flux, not only rapidly changing colors, but also the texture of the liquid itself. All he needed to do was look at the ball to know that contained within were a portion of the laws of the destroyed realm, the very thing that the origin realm had been trying to absorb. He was not sure what benefits it would give, but he was certain that the Midnight Realm would be greatly enhanced from this. If nothing else, the unique balance that the now destroyed realm previously operated under was unique enough to covet. There was something about it that Lex felt was immensely important, even if he couldn't understand why. Lex grabbed the ring and was teleported out, back to the lobby he once had entered from. Oddly enough, there was no receptionist around to welcome him. In fact, as he looked around, the entire place seemed deserted. Just as he was beginning to suspect that something had gone amiss, he heard the sound of running, and an alarmed receptionist came into view. "Mr. Lex, my apologies," she yelled from afar. "My sincerest apologies for making you wait. I did not think anyone would be coming back so soon." "That's fine," Lex said. "Please wait a moment," the receptionist said as she returned to her station. Truthfully, before answering, she had to ensure if Lex even passed to begin with. The preliminary tournament was, in essence, just an elimination round to keep around the most competent to enter the Champions Tourney. The reason for that was that the Champions Tourney took place in a few very special places, let alone completing the required trials. Even failing the trial would greatly affect those places, which is why only the best of the best could go. Of course, surpassing all the trials and coming out successfully at the end would lead someone to becoming a champion candidate, or even a champion directly. Every single participant in the tourney would receive immense support, not only from their sponsors, but from the Hinali themselves. Yet the champion would directly get enough support to reach the celestial realm. At the very least, Emperor Jotun himself was a former champion candidate, though he didn't quite make it in the end. Still, the value he was given by the Hinali was evident, so the position of actual champions can easily be guessed. The best part was that one did not need to swear fealty to the Hinali to receive the benefits of being champion. They would get it from virtue of being champion itself. Mr. Lex, it looks like you're all set to move on, but there is a small issue. The entrance to the Trial of Eternity is not open yet. You will need to wait around 31 days before you can enter. No, this is fine. How will I be able to enter the trial after 31 days? Not at all. You will be given your awards for completing the tournament in a stellar fashion, and one of them will be a key that will allow you to enter the trial. There is a complimentary top-of-the-line refreshment and rehabilitation treatment prepared for you. Lex did not feel like he needed rehabilitation, but he was not in the mood to argue. He followed the receptionist as she led the way, his thoughts already focusing on the next steps. During the next 31 days, he could continue eliminating clones, while at the same time begin laying the groundwork to lure out his grandfather. At the same time, he would release the crystal ball containing laws into the Midnight Realm. He was looking forward to seeing how it improved. Lastly, he had to send Moon to the inn. He was not willing to stand by any longer. It was time for some drastic measures. Chapter 12:10 Clarity. Chapter 12:10 Clarity. Lex had experienced his fair share of rejuvenation treatments, and usually they involved being submerged in something. Whether it was warm waters filled with nutrients and vitamins that the body absorbs through the skin, or elixirs filled with the energies of life, or sands that soothed his muscle, or something else along those lines, he had done all. But naturally, since this was arranged by the Hinali, its potency was in a category of its own. Lex was not led to a sleeping pod or resting chamber of some kind. Instead, he was led to a medical facility and asked to step into a ray of blue light that floated his body up in the air. The doctors in the room began to work on something on their tablets that Lex could not see, but soon he saw the machine activate, and a thin, white substance began to form a shell around him. At first, Lex didn't understand what was happening, but when a clear liquid began to fill the shell, did he realize what it was. They were creating an eggshell around him, and he was the yolk of the egg, or well, close enough. As odd as the concept was, he didn't resist, and instead closed his eyes and allowed the shell to be complete. The liquid rose till it completely submerged him, and though Lex held his breath, he realized that his body was breathing through his skin regardless of the liquid surrounding him. He was trying to discern what other effects the liquid was having, yet the absence of any warmth seeping into him from his skin, or a cool sensation helping alleviate his fatigue, or basically any stimulus at all left it, so that he could not tell what it was doing at all. He kept trying to tell what it was doing, but it took him a while to realize that there was no physical or mental sensation to indicate what was happening, but at some point, he had relaxed all his muscles. He relaxed his jaw, loosened his shoulders, and let his legs rest instead of keeping them tight. In fact, even his mind had relaxed, though it could never completely stop functioning since a part of him was always overlooking the inn. The reason he noticed this change, ironically, was because while his mind had calmed down, Jack's had not. So it was Jack who noticed the difference in their thought process, not that it affected any of them in an adverse way. After a few more minutes, Lex fell asleep, and his body entered the fetal position as the egg slowly became smaller, pushing more and more of the liquid inside his body. The doctors outside were continuously taking vital readings to ensure that nothing was going amiss, but they took special care not to take any samples or any irrelevant readings that could be considered a violation of his privacy. This was no joke. At this level, each and every contestant was a unique level of power and influence across the whole realm. In fact, one of the hidden reasons behind streaming the tournament across the realm was to give each contestant a certain level of official recognition. It was subtle preparation from the Hinali for any official position they might want to give these contestants in the future. The rejuvenation process did not take long. Every single second the eggshell was getting smaller and smaller, and in a few minutes it came close enough to Lex that it began to touch his skin. It took one more minute before the eggshell was completely warped into his shape, and then it began to stretch a little as it tried to squeeze and even more. But how could a mere eggshell even press down a single hair on Lex's body? With a loud, resounding crack, the eggshell shattered and revealed Lex, who was also awoken by the sound. Although he should not have been surprised by the effectiveness of the procedure, he was still taken aback. It had only been a few minutes, yet he felt as if he had slept for weeks. All the mental fatigue, stress, and pressure which had begun to accumulate in his mind due to his ongoing plans vanished. In fact, even his growing anger, which he had kept suppressed for so long, had begun to bubble out bit by bit, which was making him impatient and causing him to rush certain things vanished. With his emotions thoroughly under his control, he was reminded that the more critical the situation, the more calm and collected he needed to be. It was a basic mistake, but one he made nonetheless, since this was the first time his family had been involved. Immediately, he passed a few new instructions for Mary to pass forward. Acting anxiously might only draw undue attention. Everything needed to be done correctly, not hastily. But once that was done, Lex marveled at how relaxing a bit had helped clear his mind. Although his performance had not dipped due to whatever pressure was accumulating, the clarity he was afforded was remarkable. He gained a new perspective on the services they could offer at the inn, and made a mental note to add work retreats as special packages for the inn. He turned to look at the receptionist, who was standing aside the whole time, though her expression was once again very awkward. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lex, but there has been a small, unexpected situation," she said, being as polite as possible. She really could not afford to offend him, and yet she was continuously forced to do so. Even though she knew that she was secure in this place, confronted with someone so strong, logic went out the window when fear kicked in. The receptionist froze. He had guessed exactly right. Lex chuckled. "Don't worry. This is within my expectations. Just pass on the awards to me and let me know when I can enter the trial." Of course, it was within his expectations. He was the one who had purposefully ensured that something like this would happen. Chapter 12:11 Haven't I Seen That Guy? Chapter 12:11 Haven't I Seen That Guy? Even though no Henali was present to hand him the award, and the ceremony he attended was one organized just moments prior, due to Lex's urgent need to leave, nothing about the event felt like it was perfunctory. He was brought to a massive stadium where rows upon rows of people filled the stands, even the ones floating up in the air and all around him, all of whom had been watching the show. There was a brief introductory speech, letting everyone know that while everyone else was still in the second or even the first trial of the streams they chose, there was a contestant who had already won. If this were the kind of tournament that would allocate positions, then he would be coming second. Lex was not too surprised to find out he'd be second, since Giselle had already finished before him. Regardless, everyone was super excited to see that someone had already finished, and even those who did not know about Lex began to search up his videos. There were no recordings from the time bubble, but the graveyard and maze had recordings of watching which drove everyone insane. Of course, the maze was only limited up until the tower itself, as they could not record what happened inside. What made everyone disappointed was that while the graveyard was action-packed, and the maze had some intense moments as well, there just wasn't enough to sate hunger for more action. Amidst cheering crowds from countless races across the realm, Lex walked out onto the stage and accepted the award, smiling and waving at everyone who saw him. At the same time, he was extremely grateful that he had been through the rejuvenation process before this. With his mind cleared of all urgency and his emotions in check, he could play out this scene exactly how he imagined it. Whether the people he was putting on a show for were watching or not was irrelevant. He just needed to complete the act. "I'm telling you we're being targeted." "Nothing else makes sense," said an exasperated ape as he threw a clipboard onto the table in front of him. All those around him looked at the documents clipped onto it and resisted the urge to sigh. It was not just the fact that they were being told something for the billionth time, but the fact that the basis of that argument seemed to be true. Over the past few weeks, Sanguis Pluvia had been suffering more losses than they had in years. Yet there were no indications that these losses were anything more than incidental events as a result of other clashes within the vicinity. "I told you, it's impossible," said Damien in an irritated tone. "Each and every one of our facilities has been enchanted so that not even other Dao lords can find it. Moreover, we are tracking the location of every single Dao lord in the realm. If any of them try to make a move on us, we'll know." "I'm not saying that Dao lords are acting against us," said the ape as it stood up and tied its hands behind its back as it began to pace around. "Look, I don't understand enchantment and divinity and anti-divinity or anything like that. I just understand mathematics, and numbers don't lie. 5%. These are the numbers for an entire year-long period. 1%. We have exceeded the annual trend by a large margin in the span of a few weeks." This time, one of the guys on the table was unable to hold back a groan. "Listen here, Einstein," one of them said to the ape. "Every location is secured so no one can divine it, and all of our workers, low-level employees and soldiers, have seals placed in their minds so that they can't share information even if they want to. None of our partners know the location of our bases, and even if they did, they are literally traitors to the Henali. Revealing anything is as good as death. Let alone 1%. Even if the losses reach 5%, these are acceptable operational losses. With bases across millions of galaxies, it's expected that some of them will suffer attacks from time to time. Heck, just recently one of the facilities I was overlooking was on a planet that was attacked by space pirates. Well, have you heard of space pirates attacking planets? Never, yet it happened. Another one of my planets was the site of a battle between the Deathsworn and their target. These things happen. It's not a big deal." Einstein the ape scoffed. "The bigger picture? You mean like Her Majesty's vessel? Haven't we failed to recreate a vessel for her because every cloning facility with a sample of the vessel has been attacked?" The room suddenly turned solemn. Even if they could dismiss the ape's earlier claims, they could not just ignore such a sensitive topic. "Again, we cannot conclude that we are the ones being targeted," one of the people in the room said. "Those facilities contain samples by various other forces, and we have identified at least 2 other entities which had their own cloning projects within all those facilities. At best, we're one of 3 who could potentially be targeted. It's not enough to conclude anything. We've literally fooled Dao lords for so many years. What if it's not the Henali attacking us? Damien, I recall you submitted a report that you suspected your grandson might be responsible. He has already interfered thrice before, once on Earth, once on Polbitvi, and once with the vessel." "I suspected it was him," Damien said, showing no change in expression, but upon investigation it was concluded that it was unlikely. According to our profile on the Dao Lord backing the Midnight Inn, he has a history of non-interference. At times it might seem like he is targeting someone, but that is circumstantial at best. For example, during the previous Midnight Games, it seemed like he was targeting devils by forming the games around hunting zombies. But since then, the inn has shown close partnership with devils. In fact, they're the largest demographic inside the inn, surpassing even humans, who are the second largest. The current Midnight Games seem to have targeted planets where we have taken action, yes, but it also includes countless other planets that are being invaded by non-sentient races. It seems the theme of the games this time is rising heroes, which necessitates making use of such planets. More importantly, we've been following my grandson since his name was put on the hit list. He has been documented taking part in the Henali preliminary tournament. As if to prove his point, he pulled up a video of Lex standing in front of a large crowd, accepting his awards. He was smiling and laughing at the crowd as he accepted what was no doubt an extremely valuable award, though the actual awards remained hidden within spatial rings, so no one knew what he got. Based on our analysis, he's not been in contact with the Henali or any such forces, so even if he wanted to, it's highly unlikely he could orchestrate something like this. If anyone from my family had to be blamed, I'd think it would be my son and his wife. The mood in the room became dim. Damien's son was another person they had their eyes on as a recruit, but his personality was too free-willed. They could not determine if he would join them or not. It was a shame. He would have been a good recruit. Someone in the room suddenly said, pointing at Lex, "Yeah, that's the guy with the harem. I even voted to have him killed. Damien, your grandkid is certainly very talented at pissing people off. Not only did he build a harem, he even publicly gave out his address and invited all angels to come to him." This time, it was the ape that groaned. They were being invaded. The number clearly stated it, so why couldn't anyone else see that? It was like their house was on fire, and these guys were content to use the flames to make themselves tea. Chapter 12:12, what can you do for me? Chapter 12:12, what can you do for me? On a particular planet, Horace was alone, cutting through entire armies of insects, though he wasn't killing at random. Across the globe, he found small pockets of resistance, cut off from everyone else, doing whatever they could to survive. He would, time and time again, venture out alone into the madness of war, with no support and nothing to fall back to, and save them. Not only would this improve the chances of him passing the Ventura test, it had earned him all kinds of nicknames from viewers such as Lone Hero, Knight in Shining Armor, and Poodle. More important than that, it earned him countless gifts and prizes. The rate at which he was growing stronger was ridiculous. It was not even that his cultivation realm was growing stronger. No, within the same cultivation realm, his strength, which he thought had peaked, was increasing exponentially. Finally, Horace managed to make his way through the horde of insects and reached a small village within a valley where survivors were fighting to protect themselves. After some planning and convincing that he could take them all out, Horace initiated the same plan he had used countless times. He placed countless lures within the village which would attract the insects, clearing the path for all the residents to escape. Once they were far enough away, the countless explosives he had rigged in the town would be set off, blowing them up. This plan, which had worked countless times before, went off without a hitch. The entire group of survivors were climbing up a mountain trail when the explosion went off. Not just them, but all the viewers watching across the realm and in the end paused to watch the explosion before carrying on. Yet what no one noticed was that after the explosion, the side of the village was no longer an option to be viewed through the midnight game stream. That is why no one noticed when two men in suits appeared amongst the wreckage and made their way into a small opening that led deep underground to a hidden facility. The explosion had not affected the underground facility. It was designed to survive that. But what they had not anticipated was that after the explosion, all communication with the outside was cut off. This was troubling, for it might lead their off-planet coordinators to believe the explosion had led to a cave-in, and they might be abandoned. Ordinarily, someone would come and check on them, but with a war going on above them, if they didn't make contact first, they would be abandoned. This was tricky because they were holding sensitive information. For reasons no one could anticipate, the alarm didn't go off when the two suited men entered the base. The security systems turned off on their own, so the two men casually walked in and one by one neutralized all the staff in that facility. Eventually someone noticed and a big fight ensued, but equipped with suits from the Midnight Tailor, the two men did not even need to defend themselves. It was a massacre. I don't understand, said the operating manager of the base as he leaned against the wall, bleeding. How did you find us? Our defenses are perfect. Ordinarily, neither of the two would deign to reply. Yet one of the two was a member of the Nixhart family, which was led by Velma, so this was a matter that hit close to home. The Nixhart family member said, squatting down to be at eye level with the man, who said anything about divination or Dowlords. Vic, the bleeding man, said as he went into shock as he clearly recognized the name. You're lying. You were dating this woman for years. Of course she got suspicious when you started acting weird. The poor woman thinks you're cheating on her. How is she supposed to know you're actually a radicalized terrorist? The Nixhart member stood up and gave Vic the most disgusted look ever. She's a good girl, cried her heart out because she loved you. You don't deserve someone like her. A sword stabbed into Vic's heart, finally allowing him to feel the same pain his girlfriend Shelby was feeling. It was the last thing he ever felt. Of course, while the Nixhart member had shared some of the details of how the base was found, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal the main reason. He asked the other suited man, who checked a device in his pocket. Yeah, We have a location for 3 more bases. Let's download all the data from here before making it look like the base was destroyed in a cave-in. The Nix Heart member nodded his head and quickly made his way to the main computer and began downloading all the information they had. Elsewhere, on a planet in another galaxy altogether, a suited man stood inside a boardroom, sipping on a juice box and listening in on some secrets. The room was filled with members of Sanguis Pluvia, yet they could not see him or perceive him in any way at all. Regis had long ago unlocked an ability which allowed him to disappear completely, not just from sight, but from memory as well. Of course, he had gained a basic mastery over the ability now, which allowed him to reappear and allowed people to remember his name. But compared to disappearing completely, it actually took more energy to reappear. Plus, this way, if he swiped something, such as a file which contained the location of other hidden bases or a juice box, then others would forget about the existence of those things as well. Of course, he still had to be careful. He was still relatively weak, and any competent immortal would be able to see through his ability easily. But the convenience of being able to escape back to the inn whenever he wanted made infiltration just too easy. It also helped that all the security measures they were taking were geared towards anti-divination and against Dao Lords. No one was expecting him, and no one was prepared for him. And in turn walked into the boardroom full of evil terrorists carrying a box of donuts, though the double chocolate donut with rainbow sprinkles mysteriously vanished. In another galaxy, far away from the conflicts of the Midnight Games, there was a black market unlike most other black markets. Instead of hiding from galactic empires, this market was hiding from the Hinali. This market, known as Kala Bazaar, was not near any star system, any asteroids, rogue planets, space debris, or anything. It was just empty space that no one had ever visited, or so it seemed. There was a veil covering the darkness, hiding everything within, and keeping out all prying eyes. This market, or rather bazaar, was not even under the control of the Fugan, or Sanguis Pluvia. Though they were the greatest enemies of the Hinali within the Origin realm, they were not the only ones who would benefit from keeping secrets from the Hinali. Within this market, 2 suited men walked behind a teenager, or at least someone who looked like a teenager. Cultivation made it very difficult to determine someone's age just based on appearances. Many who saw the sight were surprised, for the 2 bodyguards had actually made quite a name for themselves within the Kala Bazaar, each for their own reasons. The older, more mature bodyguard had a way with words that let him sit face to face with the highest level members of the bazaar despite his low cultivation realm, while the younger was sinister enough to scare even the bazaar regulars. "This is the place," the young man said, and let the older of the group enter first. The shop they had entered was empty, though the moment they entered the cold, gray interior suddenly changed, turning into a cozy, wooden cabin. "Mr. Gerard, it's a pleasure to see you," said the projection of a middle-aged man who appeared in front of him. "Although I am surprised to see you here." Gerard smiled. Behind him, Roland, the former newspaper boy, and Luther entered. "Interesting. Mr. Luther I recognize, but I have no information in my database about you." "My name is Roland," he said, taking off his hat. "I would be more than pleased to introduce myself properly, assuming I'm talking to the right person. I, leading your empire within the Origin realm, one that goes by the name Calculan." Suddenly, the projection of the middle-aged man talking to them froze, and after a few seconds returned to normal. Only his expression had become completely neutral. He looked towards Roland, his body unnaturally still, as if all body language had been eliminated. The projection asked, his voice unchanged, yet somehow devoid of all emotion. Roland smiled. "It's my business to know things," he said, as he sat down and made himself comfortable. "And the reason I'm here is not because I need something from you. Rather, I have information that you need from me." Chapter 12:13 Rewards. Chapter 12:13 Rewards. As soon as the award ceremony was over, Lex returned to the inn. There were about 30 days in the Origin realm left till the actual tourney, and that meant about 90 days in the Midnight realm. That gave him about just enough time to finish up Moon's planet issue and bring her back. He also knew that despite its great success, if he had been monitoring the midnight games closely, they would have gone even better. He could not forget to give the inn enough attention, for it was the basis of everything he did. But he really was too short on time. Between breaking through to the next realm, managing a massive conspiracy against Tao-level forces, taking care of his sister, looking for his other siblings, and putting up the perfect act in front of the whole universe, he was a little swamped. But bit by bit, he was handling things. The first thing he did upon returning to the inn was investigate his rewards. There was the crystal orb containing countless laws that he got from the tower, as well as an invitation to the tourney. He swept through the next few items, not really expecting to be surprised, but he was proven wrong. Since the Henali had organized a tournament and used the contestants to clear various incredibly troublesome areas for themselves, then how could they cheap out? The first and more important item was a pill bottle containing a single pill called False Death. There was also a small piece of jade which included a description of the pill. Upon consumption, it would not act immediately, but instead would assimilate with the body of whoever ate it. The pill would only come into effect if and when the person who consumed it would die, barring complete and immediate destruction of the entire soul. The pill would allow the person to instantly come back to life in their peak state. There was literally no price for such a pill, and let alone the highest level member of the Infinity Emporium. Even if he were the owner, it would not be easy getting his hands on such a thing. If Lex sold this right now, he wouldn't be surprised if he could directly buy out a massive chunk of the Emporium. Even then, the only reason it was a massive chunk of the Emporium and not the entire Emporium itself was because the pill was only effective up until the Earth Immortal realm. That meant it was not effective for heavenly immortals. Tragically, it would also not work for Lex. It was not that the power he had sealed was enough to put him in the heaven immortal realm. Far from it, but that he had consumed the amber chaos resin. With a Tao-level ingredient making up a part of his body and soul, there was no way this pill was strong enough to work on him. But even then, there was no shortage of people he could give it to. Moon would be his first guess, but once again, her unique situation made it so that it might not work on her. Whatever the case, it was something he would keep with himself for now. He might end up needing it for one of his other sisters, or maybe an worker going on an especially dangerous mission. With his expectations already exceeded in just the first reward, he looked eagerly at the next ones. The second item was a yoga mat. Well, technically it was a meditation rug, but it looked a lot like a yoga mat. Its use was not as mind-blowing as False Death, but that did not mean it was not impressive. When contemplating and studying laws, the mat would enhance the user's perception, making it much easier for them to make gains. For ordinary immortals, whose cultivation path slowed down drastically or stopped entirely upon entering this realm, this mat was invaluable. But once again, it was not exactly useful for Lex. Not only did his cultivation technique innately increase his comprehension, so that this wouldn't be an issue, but he also had access to meditation rooms inside the midnight in which achieved the same effect. In fact, he was sure that sooner or later he'd be able to improve the rooms even more. To be clear, each of his rooms had already gone through various rounds of upgrades already, and their effect was greatly enhanced, but to upgrade them further would cost multiple MT. Even though he had enough authority to increase the effectiveness of each room once more, he literally could not afford it. So much for being rich. Regardless, the second item wasn't bad. He could gift it to someone or use it according to circumstances, but at least right now he didn't need it. Maybe he'd put it in the gift shop. He'd been neglecting that for a while. He looked towards the final item, expecting another great but not at all useful item. To an extent, he was right, though it was undecided how useful it would actually be. The last item was an identity token linked to him. The token could be used not just in the Origin realm, but anywhere in the universe to identify as an ally of the Henali. It also contained 1,000 Henali credits, which could be redeemed to request a service of any kind from the Henali. As it was, Lex already had enough power and prestige to be able to request cooperation from the Henali without the use of these credits. But he could see how they were useful. The basis of him being able to request cooperation was the Midnight Inn and what it represented. Without it, he would need to use these credits. Lex put away all 3 items and switched all of his belongings from his spatial bangle to his newly acquired spatial ring. Then at last, he took out the crystal ball containing countless laws, ready to unleash it within the Midnight Realm. If even the Origin Realm wanted to absorb these laws, he could only imagine how useful they would be for the inn. Without any prompt from Lex, the crystal ball shattered as soon as it was brought out of the ring, and all the colors within it dissolved. Lex almost called that anticlimactic, but managed to contain himself. Not that he believed in setting off flags. Even so, a storm began to brew within the Midnight Realm. Chapter 1214, Job Well Done. Chapter 1214, Job Well Done. Through the system, Lex could exert control over the region that constituted the Midnight Inn, so with a single swipe of his hand, he moved the storm out. But while the inn was safe from the developing storm, the rest of the realm was not. Dark clouds suddenly formed above not only the 3 continents, but the cosmic sea as well. Thunder rumbled in the clouds, but it sounded completely different than usual. It sounded like crashing water and squeaking wood, while at the same time sounding like wailing winds and distant laughter. The unusual nature of the sounds made them seem ominous, though through his connection to the realm, Lex could sense that there was no danger brewing. In fact, despite how dark the clouds were, from within them he could feel a great, vibrant energy building up. The entire realm was suddenly blinded by an exceptionally bright flash of light, after which the clouds burst, unleashing a heavy torrent of multicolored rain. Lex suddenly realized that preventing the clouds from forming over the inn might have been a mistake, and quickly allowed them to come back. All the guests looked up as a miraculous rain fell on them, and each of them suddenly became stronger. The ground grew more solid, the trees grew taller, the beasts grew stronger, and everyone's cultivation rose. Lex suddenly felt the boundary of the entire realm loosen, and the highest sustainable rank suddenly became the Earth immortal realm. Every single being which had been trapped at the peak of the nascent realm across the entire Midnight Realm felt something new. They felt the sky above them grow larger, as if it could accommodate more, and each of them felt like they could initiate a change to a higher realm. Yet at the same time, they felt a warning from their instincts, as if to let them know that such a change would not be so easily attained. Lex could feel as the boundary of the Midnight Realm grew wider, and felt the continents grow slightly larger. He felt new biomes begin to form, and the spirit energy begin to boil as it grew more complex. The greatest change was experienced by the cosmic sea, which instead of growing, began to drain. As the realm grew larger, it used up the cosmic sea as if it was fuel, and somewhere far off in the distance, Lex felt that a 4th continent was beginning to form. He could only vaguely sense that this continent was a perfect circle, almost as if a miniature version of the realm from which these new laws originated. Suddenly Lex's expression changed, and he left the inn, going instead to Yildirim Utopia. It was not that something bad happened. It was just that he was at the absolute limit of the nascent realm, and the raindrops were forcibly undoing his seals so that his realm would increase. It seemed that he wasn't destined to gain these benefits. Then again, his body had already been pushed to its max by a Tao-level ingredient, so he was not greedy for these small benefits. With a sigh, he passed a single order to Mary. All inn workers who were outside should return to the inn immediately. While their missions were important, becoming stronger was also important. Many of them who had been unable to reach the Earth immortal realm could not pursue the realm. Moreover, they could even make use of the tribulation rooms within the inn. Then he turned his attention to Moon, who was laying in her hammock, watching the preliminary tournament still. Her mood had been a little down since the assassination attempt. Though could anyone blame her? Lex teleported over, appearing right in her line of sight. Moon smiled, seeing him come, though she was not able to muster up any excitement. Since the fight, the planet had suffered, which in turn drained her of her energy. "All right, let's put an end to this farce," Lex said as he clapped his hands, attracting Z's attention, who had not noticed his arrival. "We've tried doing things the proper way. Z extended his spirit sense to Moon. I told you he holds back until it's time to show off. It was not that Z thought ill of Lex. It was just that he had identified him for who he truly was, a capitalist, and a capitalist only acted at the right moment. This is going to be a little gross, but just ignore it, okay, said Lex as he placed his finger on Moon's forehead and began using one of the many healing techniques he had devised the past few years. All of the techniques just basically relied on the healing properties of his blood, and the one he was using now was the most efficient and effective one, which is also why it would be obvious that Lex's own blood would be used. Blood drops started to emerge out of Lex's skin and then snaked across his skin and into Moon's forehead. Moon's healing capability was beyond anything Lex had seen, and even he could only rival her due to various techniques that were unique in the whole universe. Now that her body and her soul were being nourished by his blood, it was like whatever her physique did gain steroids. Wow, she suddenly exclaimed as energy suddenly flooded into her body and then threw her into her connection with the planet. Yes, Lex was not just healing her. He was also healing her connection to the planet. Technically, it didn't work like that, but it was a fact that his blood could play some role in expediting her assimilation of the planet. So he was going to do just that. One of the reasons Lex had avoided this from the beginning was because he didn't know how much of his blood it would take to actually do this. He didn't know if blood loss would affect him negatively. In the midst of a fight for his family, against his family, was not the best time for it. But now Lex wasn't afraid. If he weakened up a bit, he could hop back in the inn and let the rainwater nourish him back to his peak. Brute force was not the smartest way to do things, but sometimes it was the best option. He was patting himself on the back for a well-thought-out plan when his physique activated on its own. Empyrean resonance, which could enhance every single humanoid being that it affected, began resonating with Moon, who was absorbing Lex's blood. Chapter 12:15 Golden Core. Chapter 12:15 Golden Core. Lex had already considered the possibility. He had specifically trained in how to control his physique, though there wasn't exactly an instruction manual for how to control a near-mythic physique that no one had ever heard of in history. But he had a very good understanding of his body, which is why he was fairly certain that he could prevent it from being randomly triggered. What he had not anticipated was that using over a certain amount of his own blood to heal someone would not trigger a random outburst from his physique, but a targeted one. But it was too late to stop now, so Lex kept using his blood to heal Moon. What he did do, though, was to summon the butter knife and use the divine energy to obscure any traces that the activation of his physique might leave behind. At the same time, Z, who felt that something usual was happening, acted promptly and created a spatial barrier around themselves so that none of Lex's aura or energy would leak out onto the planet and its people. For the moment, the situation was under control. Lex used the entirety of his various senses to monitor any changes that Moon might be undergoing, but for all intents and purposes, she was completely normal. In fact, she seemed to be recovering her health and energy faster than normal. But after only a few minutes, it was Lex who suddenly felt a certain level of fatigue and stopped. Even if he wanted to strengthen Moon and speed up her return process, he couldn't afford to be weak. After all, if nothing else, then he would soon be undergoing his tribulations. Yet he didn't return to the inn immediately. He waited to see how Moon responded. Yet as soon as he stopped, Moon fell into a kind of trance and lay back down in her hammock. She seemed like she had fallen asleep, but he could sense the vast amounts of energy coursing through her body, restructuring things. Once he was sure that everything was fine, he teleported back to the inn and allowed the rainwater to fall on him. Unlike star rank raises, which allowed everyone to experience a breakthrough in their realms, the rainwater wasn't directly affecting anyone's realm. It was just filling any potential gaps in their existing cultivation that existed, strengthening the existing cultivation that already existed. For countless people, this was already enough to help them raise their cultivation ceiling by multiple realms. It was slightly embarrassing that the people at the inn were receiving free upgrades, while those in the Midnight Games were fighting for their lives for it. Moreover, this rainwater couldn't be saved either, as it would either absorb into whatever it touched, or go directly through it. Lex felt the water absorb into his body, and his fatigue slowly faded away. Interestingly enough, the water was not actually water, but was a physical manifestation of certain laws. This was not the process by which the laws were being absorbed by the Midnight Realm, but rather were the excess laws which the realm could not directly absorb. Instead of the laws becoming a part of the realm and creating the fundamental basis of this realm, they were being used to nurture the existing laws. Similarly, the reason why Lex and everyone else were benefiting was because the laws which constituted their body were being nourished. He studied the process and took notes. This was a good way to heal others without having to rely on his blood. He was not some kind of masochist. Why should he continuously bleed to heal others? No sooner had he had this thought that he returned to his peak and then went back to Moon to continue healing her. Being an older brother was troublesome. For 3 days, Lex continued to heal Moon using his blood before stopping. It was not that Moon was completely healed, but that the rain in the inn stopped so he could no longer risk weakening himself. The problem with Moon was that the planet itself was an extension of her body in a way, which is why even if he bled himself dry, it would not be enough to heal her completely. But the situation was actually much better than expected. While the forced healing had not brought her to a position where she could teleport with the planet, the interference by Lex's physique had resulted in an unexpected gain. In the process of assimilating the planet, she had gained an overwhelming advantage. Her own physique had evolved to somehow accommodate the planet into herself. In fact, she felt that it would only be a matter of days before the process self-initiated. If she succeeded, then she suspected that the planet of Yildirim Utopia itself would become her golden core. That statement was an absolutely ridiculous boast, and yet somehow, Lex found it to be completely believable. By now, he was getting used to his newfound perspective, which is that impossible usually only meant highly unlikely. The only thing that, in his experience, maintained its indomitable status was time itself. Everything else in existence seemed like the way it usually operated was just a very strong suggestion rather than an irrefutable truth. Maybe the origin of the statement, "laws were made to be broken," was deeper and more profound than he had ever realized. Since it would be only a few more days, and Lex was free for that duration, Z was finally able to leave to do his other tasks, much to Moon's chagrin. She promised him to celebrate his 18th birthday in a few weeks inside the inn when she finally got there. In the meantime, the residents of the Utopia started to be sent to the inn as well. If she was about to absorb the planet, chances were high that everyone on it would die. This seemingly simple task turned out to be a lot harder than anyone expected, for there were quite a number of people who would rather accept death than be forced off their planet. Life Sketcher. Chapter 12, 16 Secrets and Perspectives. Chapter 12, 16 Secrets and Perspectives. Lex asked with a worried expression. Taking responsibility for the lives of others isn't a simple thing. The day had finally come. Moon was on the verge of absorbing the planet into her body, completing the assimilation process in a way no one expected. Yet close to 30% of the population of the planet had refused to leave. None of them knew what would happen to those people once Moon absorbed the planet. Chances were high that they would die. Whether she meant to or not, that would mean Moon had inadvertently killed 30% of the population of a planet. It felt a little selfish of him, but he was more concerned about her mental state after doing such a thing than the lives of the people on the planet. But Moon only chuckled at his concern. She asked, "After all, I have taken responsibility for them from the day I arrived here." Lex clenched his fists as in this moment, he was genuinely powerless. He could have forcefully evicted those who did not want to leave, but Moon did not allow it. As much as he hated to admit it, he did not know nor did he understand the depth of the relationship between Moon and the people of this planet. When she had no one else, she had them. When she had no strength to save herself, she looked out for them. When all her freedoms were taken from her, she gave to the people of this planet the ultimate freedom to live as they wished without harming others. In a way, they had been more of a family to her than anyone else. Yet that was even more reason for Lex to not let them die. It was just a vicious circle. Moon gave Lex an understanding smile, and then said, "It's time." Lex left, but not in the way she expected. He carved out the space around himself and separated it from that of the planet she was about to absorb. So, in appearance, he seemed to be standing right next to her, while in reality, he was in another space altogether. Now he was just being willful. Moon smiled even more sincerely this time, and then closed her eyes. In truth, she had been keeping a deep secret from Lex, one that she dared not tell him. Having her soul fuse with the planet was only possible because of her unique situation, but that didn't mean it was without repercussions. Something more intrinsic to her than her own body was ripped from her and fused with the planet. Naturally, that brought with it endless pain. How many years had she spent in pain? Even she did not know. Concept of time became obscured while in pain. Only through sleep could she normally escape it, for during sleep her body worked to repair the very thing that hurt her. But it was not a proper solution. She never expected a proper solution, never dreamed of it. Yet now that it was in front of her, it was overwhelming in ways she could not describe. She did not care whether it would be successful or not, to be honest. She had long been prevented from even ending her own life so that she could escape the pain. Later, when she regained that freedom, she had also found her brother. She had long become accustomed to pain, so she did not mind tolerating it some more to spend time with her brother. Now she saw an end to that pain, and with it came a conviction she never knew she had. One way or another, today would be the last day she felt this pain. She closed her eyes and stopped holding back. Her body could never be complete because the planet was also her body. Her soul was incomplete because most of her soul rested within the soils of Yildirim. There seemed no logical way for her to be whole again, and as if through a twist of fate, her brother decided then to use a very illogical way to resolve the problem. For a moment, she wondered if Z was right. Did her brother like shining in the spotlight, which is why he waited until the right moment to act? It made sense. Considering he was neglected by their parents, it would make sense for him to crave more attention. In that case, if Moon succeeded, she would ensure to create plenty of such situations for her brother to shine. If she failed, then maybe her brother would do something else illogical and turn the situation around. Now she was suddenly confused about what to do. Fortunately for Lex, Moon wasn't exactly in control of the situation herself. Her body was accumulating energy, and when it accumulated enough, it resonated with the planet. Everything from the planet's core to its crust, from the smallest atoms that made up its beings to the most complex laws that allowed it to exist as a celestial body, resonated with something deep within Moon's body, and a change began to occur. Lex, who was watching the situation, was stunned and then fell into a trance. He felt like he saw something his consciousness was not ready to see, and so everything he saw began to automatically seal itself in his memories, lest it affect his path. It was a self-defense mechanism. Yet what he saw was simple. He saw that the life that inhabited the planet was actually a part of the life of the planet itself. It was so simple, yet it affected the way he comprehended the whole universe, which is why the memories needed to be sealed. The way mortal humans had bacteria living in their gut as a key component of what allowed them to live normally and healthily, planets needed other living things on it to live itself. It was such a simple concept, but it could be allowed on so many scales. While these thoughts were being sealed away in Lex's mind, Moon's human body began to fade, just as the planet began to dissolve. Somewhere in the middle, a new body was beginning to form. Elsewhere, far away in the origin realm, Zuri Adissa, the sentient plant that had spread her spores across the entire realm, inhabiting trillions of planets, suddenly raised an eyebrow. She felt something interesting happening to one of her clones. Chapter 1217 Sad Planet Eater. Chapter 1217 Sad Planet Eater. Zuri genuinely had no idea how many clones she had. She had released them across the origin realm, and over the years they had spread far and wide. Each one grew on its own, and unless it became sufficiently powerful enough, or unless something particularly interesting happened, she would never even try to pay attention to them, even if they died by the masses. It just wasn't worth it. A few people approached her over the years to use her clones as a hidden information network, but that's now how it worked. Honestly, even if she could do that, such a way of life did not coincide with her path in life. But while she was not interested in collecting information for others to use, she was not averse to collecting information in general, especially regarding things she found interesting. Losing control over one of her clones, not because it was dying, but because it was being taken over by another entity, was certainly one of them. Of course, she also immediately felt that if she were to channel a hint of her power into it, her clone would be preserved. The process she was undergoing was not a hostile takeover, but just a passive effect of a greater phenomenon, so she did exactly that. She wanted to see what exactly was happening. As soon as she took over one of the 30,000 clones she had on Yildirim Utopia, she was welcomed to the unexpected sight of the world itself dissolving, its residents included. Yet she felt an unknown power preserve her even as the clone dissolved as well, only to reappear somewhere else. There was no sun or moon in the sky, and the stars were absent as well, yet it was bright as day. The star rating of the planet was not too high, but it was being filled with a unique energy she had never felt before. More importantly, every other living being on this planet that didn't have a certain level of minimum independence was being assimilated by the planet itself. Zuri could not understand where she was, for the laws of the world had changed, and she could not probe her location, at least through her clone, as weak as it was. But as she explored the planet, she found traces of an aura she recognized. It belonged to a human she had met once. Interesting, she murmured, but did nothing else. She wanted to see how this played out. Outside, the process was going much faster than Lex had expected, and only in half an hour the entire planet had faded from existence, leaving floating in space. The World Eater who had been protecting the planet seemed genuinely upset at this development, even though Lex was fairly certain that as an egg with no actual consciousness, it wasn't supposed to be having such feelings. Yet Lex did not focus on that too much. After all, his gaze was fixed on Moon's new body, which was being reformed in front of him. Slowly, it faded back into existence, absorbing a massive amount of spiritual energy into itself, as if it were a bottomless hole. In fact, even when the body fully reappeared, it just floated in space without any reaction at all, while a whirlwind of spiritual energy formed around her body, being sucked up by it. Lex used his soul sense, and as soon as he was sure that she was whole again, he grabbed her, extended his senses to the World Eater as well, and teleported everyone to the Midnight Inn. The World Eater, who had become a lot more docile after meeting the Sovereign, did not resist. It was too busy lamenting the loss of its pet. That was why, in the middle of the day, when a massive planet appeared above the Midnight Inn, the entirety of the inn seemed to be drowned in shadow. Everyone looked up, expecting to see clouds. Instead, they saw land up above them. Everyone was stunned, and very few actually had a vague idea of what they were looking at. Lex already anticipated the need to give the World Eater its own place. The gravity its body gave off could be negated by no one like seeing a massive planet hanging right above them, seeming like it could fall at any moment. But there was a solution for that available right now. Since the system had already indicated that it wanted to hire the World Eater, a platinum key would make it disappear for a while. When it returned, Lex intended for the World Eater to become the inn's messenger, or maybe a member of the Midnight Battalion. How cool would it be if, every time the innkeeper sent someone a message, a World Eater showed up as the messenger? Or if the battalion rode out to war, but instead of riding on a ship, they traveled on a World Eater? These were thoughts for later, though. Lex immediately brought Moon's body to Nurse Jubilation as Dr. Charles to see why she wasn't waking up, even though he himself could also venture a guess. Her body was absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy even now, and ever so slowly, her cultivation within the golden core began to rise. Since the planet was her golden core now, he suspected she would need to reach golden core perfection or even enter the nascent realm before she could wake up. Within the Midnight Realm, there were countless ways of expediting that. Soon, Moon was transported to a recovery pod, which safely provided her body with pure and easily absorbable spiritual energy to feed her growth. Lex had no idea when exactly she would wake up, but at least now he knew she would be safe. A huge burden was lifted from his shoulders, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't know if now is a good time," said Mary, who appeared over his shoulder. "No problem," said Lex as he let all distractions slip away. "Not yet," Mary said. "Good." Chapter 12, 18 Drama. Chapter 12, 18 Drama. "I must say, this is a rather bold-fashioned statement," said Jeeves as he fixed Lex's tie, and took a step back to look at his latest piece of work, though its design had been according to Lex's demands. The suit was a thing of darkness, woven from fabric that seemed to drink in the light around it, leaving an unsettling void in its wake. The blackness of the suit was not merely a color, but an abyss, a yawning chasm that hinted at unspeakable things lurking just beyond the edges of perception. The shirt beneath was as black as the deepest night, and the tie, a narrow strip of the same, lay against the chest like a serpent coiled in malevolent anticipation. There was a strange, almost eldritch quality to the suit, as though it had been stitched together not by mortal hands, but by forces best left unnamed, its very presence a silent whisper of vengeance and madness. It was black on black on black, which would have seemed a bit excessive if not for how deeply it flattered Lex's physique. Anyone who looked at him would not be able to look away, either for his handsomeness, which had grown immensely with his cultivation. Having a well-toned body also helped. Yet much more attractive was the sense of danger oozing off his body. Danger tingled the perception of anyone who laid eyes on him, filling their mind with an excitement of living life on the very edge. Ordinarily, Lex would not really have cared much for public attention. It was nice when he got some, but most of the time he was able to do whatever he wanted in life without caring about how others would perceive him. Yet right now, he wanted to put on an act which was not so much an act, and he needed everyone who laid eyes on him to feel his vengeful mood. Jeeves asked, completely unaffected by the ethereal pull of the black suit. "Waist is fine," Lex said, and stood still while the tailor made a small amendment to his suit to allow him to attach Naraka's sheath to it. Once it was done, Lex looked in the mirror once to admire his visage. "Wish me luck," he said absent-mindedly as he prepared to leave. Lex chuckled and then left the inn. It was time. He had spent as much time preparing for this as he could. Now he just had to see things through. Even now, after everything he had done, there still wasn't complete certainty that things would pan out the way he wanted. But there was only so much he could do. "Keep an eye on Moon for me," he told Mary, and walked forward. She still hadn't woken up, despite her body having stabilized. There was no indication of when she might wake up, which is what had dampened his mood somewhat. But he couldn't focus on that right now. He activated his invitation to the champion's tourney and was teleported away. He reappeared inside a room full of countless other immortals, each one stronger than the next, all of them incredibly powerful. As the only non-immortal in the room, his sudden arrival drew a lot of attention. His suit only increased the amount of attention he was getting, which was the point. Soon, the briefing began. In the very heart of the Origin Realm, there was a landmass the size of which defied all logic and comprehension. This landmass, every single inch of it, was the Henali Holy Land and served as the seat of power within the Origin Realm. It was a place where even Tao lords acted respectfully in deference to the owners of this realm. Entering that landmass was beyond difficult, and even approaching it was akin to death, as 6 black holes had been chained up around it, kept on a leash, either as guard dogs or perhaps to be kept in check. It did not matter. What mattered was that beyond the black holes, there were a number of artificially created rogue planets upon which guests were received. On one such planet, a gathering was being held. This gathering was not exactly as prestigious as the Henali Assembly, which was held once a century for the Tao Lords of the realm, but it was a close second, for it invited all the peak powers of the realm. Even representatives of the Tao Lords were present as well, which is why the gathering was filled by peak celestial level and demi-Tao Lord level beings. While they mingled, and discussed the future of the realm. A few of them were paying attention to a screen where the Champions tourney was being shown. The masses were deprived of this show, but not them. After all, they were the ones who had sent most of the candidates to be crowned champion. Asked in especially effeminate voice, as a flower petal moved, pointing towards a handsome man in black. "Ah, that young man is one I have been keeping an eye on," answered Zuri, a mysterious gleam passing through her eyes. "Zuri, have some shame. That human is at least a few hundred millennia younger than you." "Fine, crack jokes," Zuri said, not at all minding the humor. These beings at the peak of the realm barely got any free time. Most of them had never even heard of Lex, let alone focus on his problems. They had their own fair share of problems to focus on. Oh, drama? And enough of it to attract your attention? Chapter 1219, Archangel. Chapter 1219, Archangel. The story is quite simple, Zuri said as she watched the scene unfold in front of her. Lex was one of the favorites of the preliminary games, and was even the first person to have a prize ceremony in that tournament, though he was the second one to finish the tournament itself. Regardless, as the story goes, not only was he a favorite, with one of the most astounding performances, rumors spread that he didn't even need to attend the preliminary tournament to begin with, as he has a very strong backer. But, as the story goes, apparently his backer has told him to rely on himself for all personal matters. No one knows why, but many suspect that he is being groomed as an heir. Being competent and self-sufficient, after all, is one of the greater traits of the heirs of such powerful people. Yet for all the ability he has displayed, he is constantly plagued by hardships. It's come to everyone's attention that apparently he has a sister who suffered some kind of incurable injury or disease. She has fallen asleep and isn't waking up. Before that, she suffered from various assassination attempts. Get this, from their own grandfather. For the past few weeks, he's been trying to get in contact with the Henali one way or another for a way to heal his sister. But they obviously do not want to make it too easy for him, since they obviously want him to depend on them. Rumor has it that he was told to accumulate 100,000 Henali credits to heal his sister. While all of this happens, he's began looking for his grandfather as soon as the preliminary tournament ends, but he hasn't been able to get a single lead. The aura he's giving off right now is probably a result of being pressured by the monumental task of accumulating so many credits to save his sister in time, and driven to rage by his inability to find his grandfather. If he wants to fulfill even one of those tasks anytime soon, he has no choice but to participate in the Champions tourney and perform well. "Well, that is interesting," said the flower. "That's because there's another piece of news in this situation that even he himself doesn't know yet," Zuri said with a knowing smile. "As it turns out, he has other sisters as well. The middle one has virtually no presence, so no one knows much about her, but apparently the older sister was recently recruited by Eden Corp. If flowers could drop their jaws, then what the flower was doing now was exactly the equivalent of it. While Lex's backer was relatively unknown despite there being some knowledge about his traits as a Tao Lord, and the angels were different. They had an established hierarchy and position within the universe at large. While Eden Corporation was just one facet of the angels' influence, it was a significant one. But the fact that his sister was on the path to become an archangel meant that she was recognized to have massive potential. All archangels were demi-Tao lords, and if they were able to break through that rank, their status would be upgraded further. The flower suddenly asked. She refrained from saying his name directly, as that was rude and would attract the attention of the said Tao Lord. "Yes," Zuri answered with a knowing smile, aware that her friend finally understood why Zuri was interested to begin with. "So rumors are that Lex is being trained to be an heir, and his sister is up for the position of Archangel." The flower couldn't help but raise its voice, attracting everyone's attention. Yet Zuri only smiled and looked at her screen. She had only mentioned knowledge that was easily attainable in public. She had not made mention of the fact that she was also aware of Lex's other sister, who was far from ordinary. As someone who herself was not a Tao Lord, she was in no position to give someone such a title, but Lex's other sister most definitely also counted as a Tao Lord candidate. That meant there weren't two candidates from one family, but three. Considering the fact that there was nothing publicly known about his other sister, there was always a chance that the number might even be 4. Zuri was not one to conspire against others. It wasn't her nature. But that did not mean she had to abstain from watching such a good show. Plus, having kept an eye on Moon for so long, she was fairly certain that her situation was not nearly as bad as it was made out to be in public. Lex was putting on a show, and she was interested in watching it. Zuri continued, and it just so happens that the chances are very high that the dragon contestant will run into Lex. Wait, right, you don't know about that either. So apparently, Lex has some drama with the dragons as well. Zuri began to regale those who would listen about the various stories surrounding Lex. Anyone and everyone could see that the situation was turning into a boiling pot and would erupt soon. Still, the situation was not critical enough for all the attending dignitaries to pay close attention to Lex. But for the sake of staying updated on this entertaining situation, they kept an eye on Zuri's screen. Chapter 12, 20 Lines of Power. Chapter 12, 20 Lines of Power. Lex met the gaze of the countless immortals in the room before going to find a corner to sit in. He restrained his aura, as he was not here to pick a fight. He was here mostly to get his process started and make an impression. By being able to effortlessly ignore the simultaneous gaze of hundreds of immortals without so much as batting an eye, he had proved himself. Others also did not pick a fight or bother him. Not because they were good-tempered people, but because they were all there for the same purpose of being briefed. Had that not been the case, the strong, ominous presence given off by his suit would have surely provoked someone. Some time passed, and more participants came, until eventually a hush fell over the room, and all was silent. A projection of a man appeared in front of everyone. No, not a man. Lex sat up straight as he identified one of the more mysterious races in the Origin realm, the Ulin race. At a glance, he looked like every other human, until you got a good look at him and noticed the lines of power within his body. Lines of deep blue, pulsing energy passed through his fair skin like a river cutting through land. Those lines, naturally formed in various artistic patterns, supposedly contained entire rivers of spiritual energy too vast and rich for any mundane race to tolerate. Lex paid close attention to them, sensing a subtle sense of danger each time he saw the lines pulse, and a few shimmerings appeared around them. He could see them and admire those lines, known as the lines of power, but he could not sense anything else from them. There was no affinity of any kind, yet they did not contain pure spiritual energy either. How strange. Lex was mildly curious about the Ulin for more than once he had heard Vera talk about them, yet hadn't been able to learn much about them. Seeing one now, Lex suddenly realized that he couldn't even sense his cultivation level. How unusual. Congratulations for being here, the man said, his voice deeper than anyone might have expected. Being here means you are either the best this realm has to offer, or have been deemed worthy by powerful forces deserving of admiration. Yet being here only means you are at a starting line. Whether it was your training, your perseverance, your background, all of them could only get you to the finishing line. Lex could not help but chuckle internally. He had given plenty of speeches to large crowds, but now he was the one being given a motivational talk to. What you're competing for now is not a light honor. It is not a title to adorn your name with. It is not a plaque to add to the decorative walls in your homes. You are competing for a chance to become Hinali's champion, and in each age, there can be only one. A champion is not a mindless brute who wields great strength, nor a wise old strategist who can peer into the future. A champion is he who can bear the weight of expectation, represent enormous honor, and not let it interfere with getting the job done. Whether it is an impossible trial, an impossible enemy, obstacles no one expected, new dire situations, a champion is one who can deal with them all. Know this. The Hinali would rather choose no one than choose a weak champion, for a champion is he who clears all obstacles. He is an all-rounder with no weaknesses, only strengths. In exchange for selecting a champion, the Hinali will put their full force behind nurturing him or her until they stand at the very zenith of this realm. A hush fell over the room as the Ulin mentions Archon. Lex, too, knew about him since he had done some research about the Champions Tourney. Jin were a rare race, hardly found anywhere, and usually did not reach very high levels of cultivation, unable to reach the immortal realm. Usually, the previous champion, Zarkon, was a serious underdog who appeared out of seemingly nowhere. He took the whole tourney by surprise and became the contested champion. But his legend did not end there. By now, he had reached the heavenly immortal realm, and though that was nowhere near the peak of the realm, Zarkon's legend was growing ever stronger. To date, he had never experienced a defeat since he became champion, and it was said that he never failed the Henali on any mission they sent him to. When he was sent to the Fugan battlefields, the battle would end. When he was sent to explore new corners of the realm, he would come back with riches and treasures. It was as if Zarkon could make any wish the Henali had come true. The high society of the Origin Realm, his name was one that was commonly brought up. That is the name, the legend that you aspire to. Remember that as you venture forth and face the challenges that are in store for you. The first challenge is in a place you will surely have heard of. If an artificial hush had fallen onto the room before, the hush now was genuine. Everyone had naturally heard of the Trial of Eternity. Nobody knew how it came to be or how long it had existed, the Henali included. It was a place filled with immense danger, and the only reason its name was commonplace was because it was said that rare treasures grew in that place that made it easier to pass through various immortal tribulations. Yet venturing in and coming out successfully was a tribulation unto itself that few succeeded, and that was but the first venue for the Champions Tourney. Chapter 12:21 Development. Chapter 12:21 Development. Your objective in the Trial of Eternity is simple. For reasons, as of yet unknown, the Henali have detected signs that the barrier that keeps the Trial of Eternity inside a segregated zone of existence is beginning to unravel. These are very early signs of even if it does end up happening, it will still be thousands of years in the future. But there is no need to wait until the problem has grown to treat it. You only have one mission in the Trial of Eternity, with another bonus objective that is not mandatory or even expected. Your mission is to identify the reasons behind the weakening of the barrier, and your bonus objective is to resolve the issue. The time frame for this mission is 3 years. If, within 3 years, you are unable to complete the mission, it will be treated as a failure, and you will be sent to a subsequent portion of the tourney based on your performance. Now then, I'm going to brief you on the conditions inside the Trial of Eternity. I'm sure you already know some things, but it is best to give you a full detailed report. Inside, there is one major landmass, with countless smaller masses floating around it. They exist in stasis, which means they just kind of float there without moving. There are no stars or anything of the sort, so it is mostly imbued in darkness, although spontaneous explosions occur frequently, which then become sources of light. The energy distribution there is highly skewed towards lightning and fire, which is why the treasures which are born there are inclined towards those two elements. But as a result, there are countless lightning storms and random combustions in there. There was a genius who once had the bright idea of having his immortal tribulation there. The first lightning strike itself reduced him to dust. As comedic as it was, it set off a chain of lightning storms so brutal that almost everyone in the entire zone died. As a general rule, any kind of energy spike anywhere in the entire place will set off some kind of storm, since the energy there is highly unstable, so do not try to do anything too flashy there. In fact, one of the reasons why all of you have been selected to enter the Trail of Eternity is because if we send in stronger cultivators, the storms they might cause will be even bigger, which might end us causing more harm than good. Now, the wind patterns. The briefing continued for a long time, while the Ulin, his body pulsing with dangerous energy, impressed upon them the importance of not causing an incident within the Trial of Eternity and avoiding any fights. Unfortunately for him, from the very get-go, that was destined to be impossible. Lex felt various gazes on him, all of them hostile, and he was absolutely certain that at least one of them was from a dragon. He also hoped another one of them might be from his own grandfather. But in the very likely event that it was from someone else, he at least hoped at least one member of Sanguis Pluvia was there. According to Roland, they had major plans for the Champions tourney. Lex was partially right in that there was a dragon staring at him, but he was also extremely wrong in guessing that only enemies were staring at him. Anakin Indiana McLean asked Alexander and a few others, using his spirit sense. Has he entered his goth phase? It's because he's never had a girlfriend, Larry responded, sounding utmost morose, as if the failings of his friend brought him great personal pain. You know why he's like this? Alexander responded seriously. You've all heard the rumors, asked Noman, feeling incredibly blue. And who's going to help us out? No, I haven't forgotten, Alexander said, glaring at Noman. Noman, who had the uncanny ability to detect when someone was lying, also suffered from a huge curse. As soon as he detected a lie, he was forced to whisper that it was a lie. He himself was completely unaware of it happening, though he knew it was something he did, for it got him into a lot of trouble frequently. But then, Alexander sighed. At the same time, that's also why I suggested contacting Lex. We can try avoiding this problem, but the quicker we handle it, the better, and, as much as I hate to burden him again, Lex is very resourceful. Alexander felt conflicted. He had grown so much stronger, and he was still asking Lex for help. It was not asking for help that caused him to feel conflicted, rather how embarrassing his current problem was. If he asked Lex for help, he would have to explain the situation, which was, "There is no need to get Lex involved in this," said Raphael, who suddenly walked up to them. He knew most of them from his visions of the future, which is why he knew the potential they held, and also knew the fastest way to help them realize it, which was to face these problems themselves. He is already under great scrutiny, and if we reach out to him, he will make new enemies as well. He's from Earth, just like us, said Suda. No, you're wrong about that, said Raphael as he shook his head. He is not from Earth. He is from the Midnight Inn. Chapter 1222 Warning. Chapter 1222 Warning. Lex did not notice the group because of a few reasons. Firstly, he was not spreading his spirit sense around, nor was he looking around the room, so it was fairly easy to miss them. More importantly, they were hiding. Lex wasn't the only person in the room who hadn't reached the immortal realm, but he was most certainly the only one who so openly advertised it. In fact, the Ulan had said himself, they actually wanted lower-leveled cultivators to avoid any potential problems. The Trial of Eternity was a zone that could harm immortals, regardless of the level. Even celestial immortals could face dangers there, though they faced other kinds of dangers than the lightning and fire, which is why if the zone suddenly entered the origin realm openly, the disaster it could bring was incalculable. It would literally take a Tao Lord to contain it. Yet using powers on the Tao Lord level within the origin realm was forbidden as it could damage the realm. Lex knew all of this, and in fact, he knew a little more than the Ulan was telling. Through his various sources, such as Velma and the Infinity Emporium, Lex had stumbled upon a speculation of how the place might have been formed. It was a speculation, without any information about who had the speculation or how likely it was, yet Lex had a feeling it was right. The speculation stated that the Trial of Eternity was a zone that was created as a result of someone at the peak of the celestial realm undergoing a major tribulation. A major tribulation was one that happened between realms, such as between the nascent realm and the Earth Immortal realm, or the Earth Immortal and Heavenly Immortal realm. After the Celestial realm should be the Tao Lord realm, right? Or did one have to first become a demi-Tao Lord? Lex wasn't too clear about the exact specifics, but the point was he found it entirely believable that such a place could have been created through such a way. Lex, while maintaining a perfectly stoic expression, was continuing to let his thoughts wander when someone approached him and reached out with their spirit sense, interrupting him. Asked Giselle, looking slightly concerned. Her approach had startled Lex, because he literally couldn't sense her coming. He had noticed this before in a maze, but she could obscure her presence in a way that he could not decipher, which was quite interesting. Ah, yes, I am perfectly fine. Thank you for asking, responded Lex politely. How are you doing? Congratulations on beating the tower, by the way. Giselle was not expecting to find Lex so chipper, especially considering the things she had heard about him lately, or how he appeared to be at the moment. It was an unfair competition, she admitted. I had an advantage over everyone else since I came prepared for it. My information channels are quite good, which is actually why I was reaching out to you. I heard about your situation. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity, then smiled. It was true, Giselle's information sources were quite incredible, and he didn't doubt that she had some advantages. But then again, who didn't? Thank you for the offer, but I think I have the situation under control. It's not so easy to find me, she began saying, but Lex cut her off. He said with a smile, don't worry about it. Instead, let me ask you a question. She nodded, not expounding on the matter prematurely. I suspected as much. In lieu of our cooperation, I'll give you a heads up. The situation inside is going to get really messy. In fact, unless you're well prepared to face extreme conditions, I would suggest that you skip out on this trial altogether. Giselle paused and looked at Lex deeply. She then looked at his suit and then took a look around the room as if she understood something. Thanks for the heads up, she said seriously. But I will be participating anyway. This might end up working in my favor. Lex slightly nodded, and then the two split apart, not speaking to each other anymore, though countless had already witnessed the exchange. A short while later, once the Ulin had sufficiently impressed upon everyone the dangers they were about to face, he proceeded to discuss how they would be entering. The trial of eternity is entirely cut off from the origin realm, even if it is technically inside the realm itself. As a result, one cannot teleport in, and there is no physical entrance either. The only official way to enter it is to use a ship specially designed for travel between realms, capable of traversing any obstacle, even in the absence of space itself. It is also the only official way to exit, so upon completion of the mission, you will need to inform the respective people, who will organize an exit trip and let the Henali know of the situation. Afterwards, the Ulin directed the crowds through a corridor towards the impressive vehicle that could travel through the void. Jack, who was entirely in a different realm, suddenly started to pay attention to the world through Lex's eyes. He wanted to learn everything about void travel, so that one day he could allow the Jolly Rancher to do the same. Chapter 1223 Tenets I. Chapter 1223 Tenets I. Stepping into the ship, Lex felt like he had walked into another space entirely. The space inside the ship was strangely artificially solid, so much so that it felt slightly suffocating. Yet perhaps that was exactly the kind of thing needed for a vessel to traverse through the void safely. Naturally, with the Jolly Rancher, Jack would have to come up with a better solution. Lex found a corner for himself to sit in and closed his eyes. Though he was curious about the ship, he had to sell the act at the moment, and he was well aware that he was under supervision even if it didn't seem like it. It will take roughly 96 hours to get to the trials of eternity, and once there, each and every one of you will be dropped off at a different point. This is for your own safety. Once, every year the ship will make a round to see if there is any progress. Lex entered a meditative trance, ensuring that he was in his peak state as they approached their destination. This was a long time coming, and even if he was absolutely certain in his preparation, that did not mean that there was no risk. In fact, most cultivators did not pass their first tribulation. Lex had not forgotten that the first time he encountered a tribulation, which was inside the Midnight Inn, the devil that had been experiencing the tribulation died. He then added tempering rooms and tribulation rooms to the inn to help train people in the various obstacles tribulations bring, as well as help them reduce the dangers of it. In fact, over the past few years, he had trained his body in both the fire tribulation and lightning tribulation rooms, until he was totally immune to the kind of tribulation he expected to face. Then he increased the difficulty, and kept on doing so until the point of diminishing returns. One of the reasons he wanted to increase his defense until he could tolerate the attack of a heavenly immortal cultivator was because he felt like his own tribulation would be far from normal. He had done the best he could. Now all that was left was to finalize his tenet. This was something he had done extensive research on, and unfortunately came to the conclusion that there was no such thing as a best practice when it came to tenets. There was only what best suited the specific immortal. But what were tenets to begin with? That was one of the first questions Lex asked himself, alongside questions like which one should he choose, and more importantly, how many should he choose? The answers to those questions were manifold. The root difference between mortals, who in this context were not non-cultivators, but instead were cultivators up to the nascent realm, and immortals was that ordinarily, mortals could at most sense that the universe operates based on some kind of code, system, rule, divine providence, etc., based on their cultivation path and belief. The essence was that there was something that controlled the actions and reactions of everything in existence, and which ensured that everything always acted in accordance with those rules. A very overly simplified example of this was that water froze when it was cold and boiled when it was hot, and this rule existed all over the universe. Of course, this example excluded the existence of countless other laws in determining those outcomes, such as pressure, environment, etc. Comparatively, immortals could not only begin to perceive these laws, but also begin to understand them and their influence on seemingly completely unrelated things, as well as control or influence those laws to a certain degree. For example, an immortal may be able to bypass the requirement of temperature change to bring about the freezing or boiling effect in water by directly influencing the laws that dictated the behavior of water itself. That is where tenets came into play. The way an immortal perceived and then influenced the laws of the universe was totally and completely dependent on their tenets. This meant that two immortals, even if they were twins who had lived an identical life in all their experiences, would see the universe differently from one another as long as there was even the slightest difference in their tenets, which was almost a certainty. When studying the same laws of water, someone who had tenets of music might perceive the actions and influences on water through patterns and melodies, whereas a swordsman would see it entirely differently. Even if they brought about the same end result, the way they would each do it was completely different and something they would have to discover for themselves. This was another reason why growth among immortals was so slow. At most, a person could offer some guidance, but they could not actually teach anything about laws to anyone. That usually depended entirely upon personal comprehension and understanding. With that said, it was obvious how extremely important tenets were to someone, which is why picking the right ones was an extremely important decision, almost as important as deciding the number of tenets as well. The reason why it was called tenets and not tenet is because almost all immortals had multiple tenets. After all, it was rare to find a person with only a singular interest, and even rarer for them to rise through the cultivation ranks. Life would, inevitably, find ways to add various obstacles or challenges in someone's path, which would end up shaping their personality in various ways. As such, finding a single thing a person could dedicate their entire life to was exceptionally difficult. Moreover, there was no clear benefit to having more or fewer tenets, considering that a tenet could be literally anything from a way of life to an abstract concept to something entirely imaginary that did not actually exist in reality. It was almost expected for an immortal to have at least 4 or 5 tenets. After all, usually what most people did when selecting a tenet was picking something they had a natural affinity for, or something they were dedicating their life to. Chapter 12:24 Tenets 2. Chapter 12:24 Tenets 2, while seeking guidance in this regard, and considering his own tenets, since he hadn't really specialized in any one thing, but excelled in many, he had consulted Kawan and Anita. It was not at all a surprise to find that Kawan only had one tenet, which was the way of the sword. That literal, entire phrase was his tenet, something he shared openly, though Lex understood that usually it was not the kind of information one divulged easily. Considering that Kawan only had 2 passions in life, swordsmanship and Anita, it was not surprising at all. What was surprising were Anita's tenets. She had the tenets of nurturing, guidance, protection, leadership, perseverance, and kindness. If Lex hadn't known any better, then he would have thought she was messing with him. But Anita gave him the background of why she had chosen those as her tenets. On the planet she was from, which Lex to this day did not actually know nor had he visited, she was the one who led humans from their early days as cavemen. She brought that whole race out and helped them stand on their feet, and when she could see that they would be hopeless without her, found a way to change her race from human to lich so that she could lead humans for even longer. But all good things must end, and there eventually came a time when she left the humans to fend for themselves. She had a new life now, and she was more than happy with it currently. In fact, she loved being a mother so much that it only reaffirmed her choices of the tenets she selected. Perhaps motherhood and maternal instincts would have better served her as tenets, but there was no point in bringing it up now. Tenets could not be changed. Even John, who had lost his cultivation entirely, would regain the same tenets he lost if he were to ever return to the Earth immortal level. One final reason why selecting the right tenets was exceptionally important was because not only did it literally affect one's strength and standing within the immortal realm, but that growing realms in the immortal realms was no longer about absorbing energy. Sure, there was still an element of that, but it gained a new aspect to it, which was comprehension of laws. The more one was in sync with their tenets and could comprehend the complexity behind various laws, or maybe even just one law, the higher their cultivation would rise. Without comprehension, absorbing energy would be fruitless work, and without absorbed energy, there would be no way to put those new comprehensions into practice. With so much pressure put onto a single decision, Lex had thought long and hard about it. Naturally, as was his tendency, he thought of various comedic tenets he could take, such as the tenet of capitalism. Although that thought started out as a joke, it led him into contemplating it for weeks. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, if he became more capitalistic without regard for his influence on the rest of the universe, he could definitely expand the Midnight Inn at an accelerated rate. He'd thought about the tenet of lava, of defense, of attack, and many more. He had also thought about setting himself up on the path to supremacy. After all, without strength, he would lose everything he had gained. It was not a decision he wanted to make lightly. Yet now, more than ever, he was attracted to the thought of it. He and his siblings would not have suffered if his parents had just been a little stronger. He would not be scampering around, plotting conspiracies just to come face to face with a man who used his sister if he was much stronger. He was certain that he would face many more challenges, personal and for his inn in the coming future, and without strength all of them would become meaningless. All it would take was one strong enemy who took him by surprise, and everything would be over. The kind of tenet he would pick would naturally influence him as well. They would shape how he thought, how he acted, literally how he perceived the universe. It was a single decision, and its repercussions would follow him for the rest of his life. Yet now, more than ever, Lex was leaning more and more towards the pursuit of power. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, he knew that he had already made a decision. He was just allowing himself these few, final moments of thought and contemplation before he adorned that weight onto himself. The 96 hours that the journey was supposed to take flew by faster than ever before, and when Lex opened his eyes, the ship was already within the trial of eternity. The moment was upon him, and he knew he could back out no more. This would be a defining moment for Lex, not because he was becoming an immortal. No, instead it was because everything he had been through before this, whether it was getting the inn, bagging his first guest, getting an amazing reward, finding an overpowered cultivation system, growing ridiculously strong, receiving guiding advice, all of it, each to a certain degree, was through external influences. That was not to say that Lex had not made his own decisions. He had. But in most things, he was just reacting to a problem, trying to resolve it. This would be the first time he was making his own decision, acting to preemptively negate many problems and take control over the direction of his life. He stood up, and his aura naturally became even more honed and deadly than it was before. Silently, his second seal unraveled, and he touched his third seal from over his clothes. The time was nigh. One by one, the various passengers on the ship were sent out until it was eventually Lex's turn. When he appeared in his new location, he was surrounded by complete darkness, his suit blending in perfectly. He could have been completely undetected if he chose to hide, but he did not. Targeting him. Chapter 1225 An Attempt. Chapter 1225 An Attempt. Lex did not go anywhere or do anything. In fact, he sat down exactly where he was, summoning a chair and a small light to ensure that everyone could see this spot far and wide. Lex did not believe in doing things himself if others could do it for him. He had a lot of enemies in this place. In fact, he had so many enemies here that he wasn't even certain who he would end up facing. There were the dragons, the sinuous pluvia, a number of bounty hunters, a group of guys who were pissed at Lex for his role in Lover's Island, and so on and so forth. Someone had given him a list, but after ensuring he knew who the most dangerous ones were, he couldn't be bothered with the rest. Considering the extremely volatile nature of this place, Lex did not expect most to take action against him easily. Only the very bold, or the very stupid would make such a move. "It's rude to stare," Lex suddenly said out loud, and looked in a certain direction. As if his gaze itself was enough to control the world, a low, yet warm light appeared where he was looking, revealing a tall, dark shadow. "You are quite astute," the shadow said as it began to come closer. "I have spent a considerable time in the shadow plane." "You are also quite arrogant," the shadow observed before rippling. A dark figure stepped out of the shadow and revealed itself before Lex, though his identity was still hidden. Lex did not care about the insult. However, he just looked at the figure with disappointment. "You're not him," Lex said. Even though the opposite person's identity was hidden, Lex could tell it was not Damien. All he needed to do was check if their bloodlines were the same. The dark figure only shook his head. "You give yourself too much importance. You are a mere speck of dust in a larger scale of things. A little attention from some important people has made you think you're the center of the universe. No one needs to take any special action to eliminate you." The dark figure roared when Lex suddenly yawned and looked away. The new direction he looked in also lit up, revealing the figure of a lizard. "Don't mind me," the lizard said as it slowly retreated from the light. Lex nodded to the lizard, as if he understood his situation, and turned back to the dark figure. "I'm sorry, what were you saying? Please restart from the part where I'm arrogant." The dark figure did not speak again, for it was apparent that Lex was not taking him seriously. Yet he would pay the price for underestimating him. Instead of continuing to verbally assault Lex, the dark figure gathered his strength and, in the fastest flick he could manage, launched a tiny fiery missile at Lex. It moved too fast. Lex was entirely unable to react to it, or perhaps he hadn't even detected it at all before it struck him, and caused a massive explosion. Yet, how could an explosion be just an ordinary explosion within the trial of eternity? As if it was a drum of petrol in which a match had been thrown, the entire region was suddenly lit ablaze. The shock wave from the explosion rippled through the mass of the region, while the light acted as a beacon for all to see all around them. So far, anyone coming to this place was extremely careful not to fight against one another, so as to exactly avoid the situation that was created. The pillar of fire rose high into the sky, cutting through the darkness and nothing. The dark figure, who was completely prepared to lose this clone, did not even feel the subtle warmth from the raging fire, let alone the massive chain reaction it was supposed to set off. There was no place easier to eliminate the many participants of the tournament than the Trial of Eternity, yet for some odd reason the explosion was a lot more tame than the Shadow had expected. He was just about to leave, beginning an investigation into why the explosion was much smaller than he expected, when through the flames he saw a silhouette and paused. Without so much as a change in his expression, Lex was revealed sitting exactly as he had been, looking bored. As if the figure was not dazed enough, he saw Lex raise his hand and clench them into a fist, which caused the flames around him to shrink further and further. Not only were they not setting off more explosions, they were becoming smaller. How could the figure have known that Lex used Heaven's furnace to prevent the flame from growing too big? Lex asked in an amused fashion, considering he could tame even dragon fire using only his eye. Ordinary flames were not even worthy of burning in his presence. "Listen, Junior, why don't you go back and let your seniors handle this one?" The dark figure was enraged even further, but he did not act once more. To begin with, his problem had just been to probe Lex's strength. The figure soon turned back into shadow and disappeared, allowing instead new figures to walk towards the diminishing flames behind Lex. They observed him sitting casually as he was from the get-go, completely unharmed by the previous explosion. In fact, he seemed a little offended at the lack of effort put into trying to kill him. He looked at the two with great expectation. My eyelids are literally drooping while I write this. Next chapter in the morning. Chapter 1226, A Warm Welcome. Chapter 1226, A Warm Welcome, though through the use of Heaven's Furnace. Lex had contained the spread of devastation. He could feel that a disturbance had been caused in this place. If all had been still before in the trial of eternity, then now heavy winds were buffeting the lands. A carefully established equilibrium had been broken, and the chances of spontaneous combustion had increased exponentially. But this was only the beginning. Lex looked at the two figures, and for a moment he had great expectations, but then they vanished. He was unimpressed. Much like the previous dark figure, whose identity was not nearly as hidden in Lex's eyes as he had thought, these two were also clearly sent by someone to probe. You have some gall. One of the two figures began to speak, before his body blew up entirely. That one had not even been an immortal, and so was unworthy of too much attention. Lex used a technique he had not used in a long time, since it no longer suited his realm. Evisceration was a soul-based attack launched from the eye that was pretty good up until he was in the Golden Core realm, but naturally reached its ceiling in power after that. Lex, through the sheer strength of his own soul, could still use it to attack those in the nascent realm, since he no longer considered them real enemies to begin with. The second figure, who was an immortal, froze, and then stepped back and disappeared. Lex asked while he waited for more probes. They have many objectives within the Champions tourney. In the Trial of Eternity, they aim to weaken future generations of Henali forces by eliminating all the participants. Lex waited a bit more, but when all those coming to him were just probing, he became impatient. From their point of view, it made sense. They had 3 years, so there was no reason to attack in the first hour of the first day. But in truth, they had a lot less time. Lex was on the verge of acclimating to the power of his second seal, which meant that soon he could undo the third. Lex's body suddenly vanished from the chair, surprising those who were observing him. He had not used teleportation as far as they could tell. That's because he used an upgraded version of another technique he learned long ago. The in-law effect could allow Lex to teleport his soul where he wished. It was a weak technique due to its limited range, but when Lex understood that it relied on the soul plane, he was able to use the technique in more creative ways. It was only after getting tired of not being able to teleport due to space locks that he came up with this technique. There was a scream, and when everyone locked, they saw an elf kneeling on the ground, with Lex grabbing his throat. He used mind meld to peer into his mind, but was disappointed to find out that this elf knew nothing. Without wasting more time, he teleported again and again and again, reading the minds of all those who were probing him, until eventually, "Found you," Lex murmured, and then teleported a great distance in a certain direction. As it turned out, while Damien himself had not come here, there was another, old acquaintance of Lex's here from Sanguis Pluvia. A short distance away, Jeffrey, using the body of another race similar to an arachnid, was traveling across the landmass, setting up secret formations and hiding certain items in them. He was in the middle of one such formation when he suddenly jumped back, just in time to dodge a hand that reached out of the darkness. Well, look who we have here," Jeffrey said, his spider-like face distorting into a gruesome smile. Lex asked, stepping forward. "Old man? You mean Damien? He is but a young spring chicken. Regardless, even if I know where he is, what can you do about it? Even if you learn where he is, what can you do about it? He is a heaven immortal, much like your ancestor. He is not so weak." Jeffrey, the spider, jumped again as it anticipated Lex's teleportation. Simultaneously, it also attacked Lex. A formation had appeared on the ground where Jeffrey previously stood, and where Lex now stood, trapping him. He could not teleport away, nor could he dodge the incoming attack, so it fell on his chest. Lex felt it attempting to morph him in some way. but naturally it failed. Anytime anyone tried to influence his body in any way, they found it much harder than they expected, much like the Prophanites who had been shocked that Lex was completely unaffected by their profane energy. There was a very simple reason for this. Even if one did not consider that Lex had absorbed a Tao-level ingredient, just the fact that he had bonded with Lotus changed the very status of his body. Previously, he was the same as a walking planet. Now, however, that the Lotus was in the process of merging with Minara, the smallest continent in the Midnight Realm, which was still greater than most planets, and eventually the realm itself. Its nature was already changing. Naturally, that meant Lex's status was also changing. He was the same as a walking, talking, budding new realm, and right now he was about to undo the complete seal on his body. What can I do to him? Kill him, of course. Lex crushed the tiny treasure in his chest, sealing his power, and in the microsecond before his tribulation appeared, teleported to Jeffrey and grabbed onto him much faster than the twisted spider could react to. Do you think you guys are all that impressive? Hiding in the shadows and acting like vermin, yet so proud of it. The entire trial of eternity experienced an electric jolt, and every single living being within it suddenly sensed extreme danger. At the same time, with his full power unleashed, Lex spread out his senses and located every single person who had come here to hunt him down. Might as well give them a warm welcome. Chapter 1227, just getting started. Chapter 1227, just getting started. It felt liberating to finally release the seal on his body, and at the same time extremely strange. He was suddenly so much more. The range of his spirit sense increased by 100 times, while simultaneously becoming much stronger. His thoughts began to flow faster. His body felt more firm. Even the reserve of spirit energy he had access to suddenly felt a lot greater. He had, in the nascent realm, reached such a state of immense power that it was literally impossible for him to exist in the realm any longer without seriously containing his power. Even with his cultivation technique, which was one of a kind, could not claim full responsibility for this. It was almost entirely a result of two things. First, it was his bond with Lotus. As Lotus became stronger, the feedback it gave Lex was greater as well. If, ever, Lex should become significantly stronger than the Lotus, the reverse would be true as well. The second reason was the absorption of the Amber Chaos resin, or more specifically, the unexpected, yet somehow logical synergy that was formed between the resin and his bond with Lotus, and its immense feedback. The Amber Chaos resin was a treasure that was formed during the birth of a new realm, or more specifically, it was the source material that made up the realm, somehow left and used during the birth process. As something which was essentially a building block for an entire realm, the benefits it could provide were well beyond Lex's imagination. Genuinely, he had not expected just how much of a boost it would give him. It resulted in a massive phenomenon that was seen across the entire Midnight Realm, and if he hadn't promptly sealed himself with the help of Lotus, he would have triggered his tribulation right then and there. But there were good reasons to keep his body sealed and prevent his tribulation from occurring. Primarily, Lex did not think the Midnight Realm could tolerate his tribulation. From the very start, he had always been different, and he had every reason to believe that his tribulation would be extraordinarily exaggerated, well beyond what a newborn realm can tolerate. Secondly, it was so that the benefits can manifest properly. Lotus, formerly known as World Seed Lotus, could give birth to a 5-star world with sentience. The resin, formerly known as Amber Chaos resin, was used to make a realm. So when a World Seed Lotus, which had fused with a part of a newborn realm in an attempt to become something much greater, received reverse feedback from someone who just absorbed the Amber Chaos resin, it would undergo a rapid evolution in status and ability. Lex, who was only a conduit for that change, and had in no way actually surpassed Lotus in status of existence in any way, simultaneously received feedback from Lotus for its evolution. It formed a temporary, self-promoting cycle of feedback, evolution, and growth. In summary, Lex was well beyond the level of being bonded to a planet, but not quite at the level of being bonded to an entire realm. While his body spent a few years in a state of being sealed, it also experienced a period of growth and evolution of its own, even without releasing the seal or upgrading his realm. This was all well and good, except for the fact, as per the suggestion of Pell and various research he did, he was in an extremely unusual state, which was that an ordinary tribulation would not be good enough to give him maximum benefits. Most people were aware of the fact that the tribulations killed countless cultivators, but were ignorant of the fact that the changes immortals experienced were a result of the changes those tribulations created. Due to how immensely powerful Lex was, it was basically guaranteed that a normal tribulation would not even be able to make him flinch. He could enter the immortal realm, but he would be wasting a lot of potential. But it was not like he could control the strength of the tribulation he triggered. After all, within a certain range, all tribulations were standards. So his research began, and he came up with two solutions. First, he could trigger a tribulation in certain zones, which naturally result in stronger tribulations. Second, he could involve others in his tribulation. An immortal tribulation was meant to be taken alone, as it was a rite of passage and a test. Yet if the target of the tribulation tried to get external help to pass his own tribulation, it would automatically result in a stronger tribulation. While everyone in the trial of eternity felt immense danger, Lex felt like it was not enough. Since he was only taking an immortal tribulation to enter the Earth immortal realm, even exacerbated by this strange place, his tribulation remained within a certain limit. It couldn't be helped. The strength of each tribulation was limited by the realm that was being broken through. So he took matters into his own hands. Jeffrey, who was still grasping what exactly was happening, was completely unprepared for the sudden increase in strength Lex demonstrated. Lex grabbed him by the hand, and, as a result, crushed the entire hand, causing it to fall off. Among the many things he'd imagined himself doing in life, accidentally cutting off the arm of an immortal was not one of them. And yet here he was. Lex grabbed him again, this time careful not to cripple him, and raised his body high up above him, as if to protect himself. As a result, Lex's tribulation, which was still forming, suddenly grew larger. Jeffrey roared as he tried to resist Lex. He used laws and abilities and techniques, but they flowed off Lex's body as if he was throwing a bucket of water against a mountainside. It was barely worth notice. Instead, just through sheer physical force, Lex pinned the immortal down and then chose his next target. Lex did not teleport over. No, instead he reverse teleported hundreds of enemies all around him. Lex repeated Jeffrey's words. Chapter 12:28 Tribulation begins. Chapter 12:28 Tribulation begins. Lex became extremely sensitive towards the intentions of others. More important than just intentions, he became exceptionally skilled at determining who was acting on those intentions, only as long as he was the intended target. His instincts rose to a whole new level, so that if anyone within a radius of 100 miles of him did anything at all, with him as the intended target, whether it was good or bad, he would be able to sense it. Perhaps what Tao Lords possessed was a much more powerful version of this ability. He was still not certain how it worked, besides that his instincts were responsible for it. As a result, anyone and everyone within 100 miles of him who was observing him with the intentions to harm him or take advantage of his weakness were teleported over. By the time this happened, an entire 1 second had passed since Lex had broken his seal. Coming to terms with the immense danger they felt, as well as the rising tingling sensation all over the special zone, combined with forcefully being teleported somewhere, all these people were a little overwhelmed. That was unfortunate, because things only became more chaotic from there. Arcs of lightning suddenly started appearing within the darkness of the Trial of Eternity, and each of them, from across the entire realm, were traveling towards Lex and the little tribulation support group he had formed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and not just because they sensed the danger. The static charge in the entire zone was being built up, so much so that it was affecting even immortals. A particularly massive bolt of lightning flashed in the air above Lex, revealing thick, pitch-black clouds which had begun gathering above him, and the hundreds of immortals around him suddenly felt their heart drop. They ran. They teleported. They flew. They tried everything and anything, yet they could not move from their exact spot. Lex was not even touching them. He had simply placed his right hand in the air beside him, but what only a few saw was that Lex's hand was not floating in the air. Rather, it was pressing down on space all around them. Without overcoming Lex's hold, no one could move through this space or manipulate it in any way. The most absurd, horrifying thing was that Lex used no spiritual energy or affinity to do this. He used just pure, brute strength. Through the sheer size of their existence and the unimaginable capacity for energy they contained, they could exert absolute dominance within their territory. That is one of the things that made sentient, conscious planets so dangerous. Fortunately, most sentient planets were usually in a state of slumber and were not conscious. None of that had anything to do with Lex, though. He was awake, and he was exerting the simplest form of control he had available to him at that moment. "Friends, since you all came to see me, let me put on a performance for you," Lex said, his voice reverberating not only around him, but through the entire zone. Then, without any forewarning whatsoever, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bus flashed through the endless, pitch-black clouds and struck Lex. Lex himself had been completely unprepared for the strike, and it struck so fast he had no way of even considering blocking it. Yet he did not need to block it. The lightning burned his body, inside and out, yet for some reason, the pain felt so good. It was as if, through the pain, Lex was removing dead and decaying parts of his body, and in their stead growing new, fresh, and vibrant body parts. Lex opened his eyes, filled with energy and excitement. It even seemed like a streak of lightning flashed through his eyes. Yet those around him were not in as good a mood as him. The lightning tribulation would always and only strike the intended target unless the others interfered on their own. But frozen still in place, they were totally at Lex's mercy. Hundreds of immortals stood like honor guards around Lex, who experienced his very first tribulation strike. Then the thunder roared, and its impact was even greater than that of bombs. Unable to move or do anything, the immortals suffered the full blast of the shockwave released by thunder. Many of them just grimaced and ignored the sudden ringing in their ears. Some of them, however, coughed out blood and became pale. They couldn't understand what was happening. They were immortals. They had already passed their tribulations. Yet they could not even survive the sound of Lex's first tribulation strike. Storms began to brew across the entire zone, and entire energy currents flowed towards the black clouds fueling them. Considering that this was only Lex's first tribulation, he was supposed to be struck with 9 rounds of lightning. Then, each time he went up a level within the immortal realm, that number would go up by 9. That rule changed for heavenly immortals, but that was not pertinent to Lex at the moment. "Come, the party has just begun," Lex said as his body began to float up into the air. Lex grabbed Jeffrey by the head and used his mind meld to peer into his mind. Yet there was a seal on his innermost thoughts. Only some outer, unprotected thoughts could be accessed by Lex, and even as strong as he was, he could not break through that seal at the moment. It hardly mattered right now. All Lex wanted was to find more enemies, and Jeffrey knew the exact location for all the Sanguis Pluvia agents within this zone off the top of his head, which served to benefit Lex. He teleported away, bringing his honor guard with him. Yet that only seemed to enrage his tribulation. It felt like Lex was trying to escape, and so another bolt flashed through the entirety of the zone, chasing him down to strike him. Yet the massive bolt of lightning could not even break Lex's skin. Instead, it only made him smile. The countless immortals all around him suddenly trembled. What kind of maniac had they encountered? Who would be pleased upon being struck by lightning? Not even the worst of masochists, surely. But, apparently, Lex was exactly such a person. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 12:29 Fool. Chapter 12:29 Fool. The sound of thunder did not just shake the ground, it shattered it. Thick chunks of dirt broke off from the ground and flew out into space around the massive landmass, while endless crystals, treasures, and corpses were revealed underneath. As a result, the one massive landmass was losing integrity, making it dangerous for everyone within this zone. Yet for all the dangers it was bringing, Lex's tribulation was ironically also making the zone safer for everyone. Any ordinary disturbance would have set off a chain of explosion or lightning strikes. But with his tribulation growing stronger, it began attracting all the energy within the realm, directing it towards the clouds and the sky. Jeffrey, whose body was completely immobilized under Lex's grip, looked at Lex for a second and then up at the clouds. Something flashed in his eyes, though he was careful not to reveal any signs of it. But he did not need to reveal any signs. 100 miles all around Lex, wherever he went, was completely his own domain. Everything that happened within, as long as it was related to him in any way, would directly be revealed to him. Not only did he notice Jeffrey's subtle movement, he even knew what he was planning. Unlike him, Lex did not suppress his smile. Each of them were plotting against the other as each second passed by. Only the victor would determine who had outmaneuvered the other. Lex kept teleporting, gathering more and more people who were targeting him, while ignoring everyone who was an innocent bystander. By the time the third lightning bolt struck him, Lex had gathered exactly 999 members for his honor guard, and so he stopped. He landed back on the landmass, which immediately began to change all around him. A circular platform formed around where he stood, rising higher into the sky, while all those who he had gathered were lined up in circles all around the platform in 9 total rows. A fourth lightning bolt struck, but this time instead of letting it land on his body, Lex raised his hand up as if he was catching the lightning bolt. He missed. Naturally, he missed. No matter what, he was not yet fast enough to react to lightning. But it hardly mattered, for even the fourth bolt, which was larger and more terrifying than the ones before, still could do nothing to him. The following thunder shook the very souls of all those around Lex, causing many of them to cough out blood and suffer numerous injuries. Yet they could not escape. Horror flashed in their eyes. Who exactly was Lex? What kind of tribulation was he undergoing? This certainly couldn't be that of an Earth immortal. Yet at the same time, it lacked a certain quality contained in those that struck heavenly immortals. What was going on? Yet only one figure, who stood in the distance, beyond 100 miles, recognized the signs this unique tribulation was displaying. It was an immortal tribulation, meaning a tribulation one underwent when becoming an immortal. Yet at the same time, it resembled the tribulation a planet experienced before it could truly gain sentience. The only time the lightning bolts were so thick was when it was striking a planet. Lightning arcs in the black clouds up above began to illuminate the entire dark zone, revealing sights that had never actually been seen before. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on the situation, still no one witnessed those sights because everyone was looking in towards the towering platform where Lex stood. The zone that made up the Trial of Eternity was actually quite massive. No one knew exactly what its size was, for space folded strangely there. On some days it was as big as a planet, and on others it was a galaxy. Right now, it was big enough so that even those who could not actually see Lex since he was so far away still saw the lightning bolts. The 5th, the 6th, and the 7th bolts struck Lex, and finally upon the 7th, Lex groaned, unable to resist. Although he had a high tolerance for pain, each lightning strike burned his insides, forcing them to reform. Eventually, even he was unable to resist. But the problem was, even as he neared the 9 bolts expected for his tribulation to enter into the immortal realm, not even half his body had experienced this unusual form of rebirth. The 8th bolt struck, and this time Lex nearly caught the bolt, but not quite. He groaned again, but still suffered no visible damage. The sight began to scare all those watching, because finally one of those surrounding Lex was unable to hold on any longer and died from the shockwaves produced by the thunder. An immortal had died just for being near Lex while he underwent his tribulation. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the 9th and final bolt, but it did not arrive. They looked up at the clouds and saw that multiple arcs of lightning conjoined directly above Lex, pooling in their energy, to form an ominous shape, made entirely of electricity. Most did not recognize it. Even Jeffrey did not recognize it. The figure in the darkness, watching Lex from afar, did not recognize it. There was only one living soul in the entire trial zone that recognized the creature that was forming above Lex, and the sight of it stirred countless memories, forcing the soul's slumbering consciousness to begin to wake. Jeffrey didn't know what the creature being formed from lightning was, but he knew enough about tribulations to know what was happening. He finally acted, causing his body to melt as if it was made from wax, and another arachnid body appeared just outside Lex's range of influence. "Fool," he cursed. Steam began to rise from his body, and he once again began to change the form of his body. He had come here in his arachnid form because he was hiding from the Hanali. Now that he was here, and his identity was revealed, he needed to hide no longer. Chapter 1230 Unleashed. Chapter 1230 Unleashed. Lex looked in the distance towards Jeffrey, completely unsurprised by his escape. The man was the closest thing Lex could consider to pure evil. He spent his time on Earth, causing countless conflicts, wars, and genocides just for his own entertainment. Moreover, it was not just mass conflict that entertained him. Sometimes he chose his targets specifically and watched them suffer across their entire lives, since it brought him a special kind of pleasure. As disgusting as it was, it required a meticulous and methodical mind. Lex would not believe it if he didn't have various contingencies planned out. Lex watched curiously as the mass and shape of his body seemed to increase, becoming completely different from what it was. For a brief moment, it almost seemed draconic to him, but Lex dismissed that idea. With his mastery over domination, no dragon close to him in realm could hide their aura from him. But it appeared that Lex learned something new today, as Jeffrey's form changed not to that of a dragon, but to that of a small wyvern. As he gained this form, his aura grew, as if he were no longer in the initial stages of the Earth immortal realm, but the latter ones. Wyverns were, in a sense, closely related to dragons, but not quite. They were an offshoot race from dragons, and were barbaric and animalistic in nature. They also lacked the many innate, powerful qualities of dragons. Jeffrey spoke, his voice sharp yet harsh to hear. "How do you know the one that you have is the real moon?" Jeffrey laughed as he spoke, as if the thought of doing exactly what he said gave him deep, immeasurable pleasure. "How would you ever know? How would you know that the one you saved was the real one? But then, even if you did save her, how does it feel knowing that we can sell clone slaves of your sister wherever we want? She'll be a member of every harem in the realm. She'll be in every brothel, too dirty to even afford a building." While laughing maniacally, Jeffrey revealed a multicolored crystal in his hand, the very presence of which caused all the energy in the realm to boil. He crushed it in his hand, and the shards of the crystal dissolved in thin air, yet the effects of it being broken continued to spread. The creature of lightning forming above Lex suddenly became unstable. Instead of the energy of lightning feeding it to form a finely defined body, as it was doing before, the creature's body just began to grow larger rapidly, as it was filled with unstable lightning. The lightning creature roared, unleashing its thunder before it even struck, killing hundreds more and causing devastation far and wide. Lightning started to rain all across the land, scorching the ground, hunting for any living being. Yet even as chaos reigned all around him, Lex did not move from his platform, nor was his platform even slightly shaken. He looked at the laughing wyvern in the distance, but felt not a single fluctuation in his emotions. "Remember these questions, Jeffrey," Lex said calmly, yet his voice traveled across the land anyway. Lex drew Naraka, and as much as he wanted to use it to slice Jeffrey's neck with it, a mere wyvern was not worthy of his blade. Instead, the creature above him gave off a different feeling. It carried a primordial aura, even in its unstable state, as if it were born at the very start of the universe. Even long forgotten by the residents of the universe itself, the laws of the universe never forgot and brought forth its ancient visage from across the ages as a challenge for Lex's tribulation. Whatever the creature was, it felt dangerous enough already. But once Jeffrey broke the multicolored crystal, whatever it was, the creature grew only more dangerous. He had finally entered the territory of things where he could not passively take things, and had to act. But that was fine too. For too long, his sword had been sheathed, hungry to reveal its sheen to the universe. A foe from the forgotten ages of the universe. One whose mere image carried a weight and pressure equal to that of Dragon's Might, was a worthy first foe. Although there would be no blood upon defeating it, the concept of first blood was symbolic to begin with. Lex looked up and met the gaze of the creature, who narrowed its eyes at Lex, almost as if it was sentient. It roared defiantly, as if meeting its gaze was sacrilege, and unleashed devastation as it spread its wings and dove from the sky, its nebulous figure falling directly towards Lex. "You are the past," Lex whispered as his emotions welled up for some reason. Something deep inside of him told him that the history of this creature was far from simple. But that did not mean Lex would buckle to it. Domination began to spread from his body naturally as Lex's heart raced, filled with fighting intent. His sword intent, which he had honed for countless years, revealed itself like the bright rays of the rising sun, illuminating the entire realm with its light. The only thing not overwhelmed by the light of the sword was the dark outline of Lex's figure. He raised his right hand up in a ferocious swing, the weight of which caused a quake in the landmass across the entire zone. Finally, on the 9th lightning strike, his raised hand met the bolt of lightning, which was in the shape of a mysterious creature, and unleashed all the power he had sealed for so long, for the very first time. Chapter 12:31 Too Fast. Chapter 12:31 Too Fast to be clear. While Lex unleashed all his power, this attack was far from the strongest attack he could unleash. He had not even used any of his numerous affinities, nor had he used any glyphs or arrays to empower this attack, nor had he used domination, or even considered using laws. What he unleashed was simply the physical strength of his body, as well as his sword intent. Combined, his attack manifested in a bright white light that clashed against the electric beast, hundreds of times larger than Lex. The attack and the lightning bolt, for a moment, forced each other to a standstill where they met, and the world around Lex suffered from its devastation. Everyone near Lex died, and those watching from afar felt like they had been struck by a mighty blow, even though they were quite far. Save the platform where Lex stood, which was preserved through Lex's own power, the ground all around him was shattered completely into fine dust. Time seemed to pause, or maybe it just felt like that, because all sound and existence vanished. Then Lex's sword strike, which had paused against the claw of the lightning beast, sliced through it. The once dark zone of the trial was suddenly filled with blinding, pure white light and absolute silence. The storms raged and formed into devastating hurricanes, not of wind, but of pure energy. The ground erupted in 1,000 different places, and a deep ocean of lava buried deep underground found cracks to escape through, resulting in countless volcanic eruptions. The wild energies of the realm, instead of being depleted by the massive tribulation, were aggravated. Like the dense rains of monsoon, lightning beat at the ground, or rather specifically at the erupting volcanoes like water falling from the clouds. Yet all of this devastation happened in silence, for the air itself had been blown away by Lex's strike. Yet it was only enough to begin the process. Most of his body still had not suffered the burns of lightning. Yet the clouds above him, though still dense, remained suspiciously empty of lightning all around him. When the light faded, the figure of Lex was revealed, standing tall upon his platform, looking up at the sky where the tribulation clouds themselves had been parted. His body, at a glance, seemed unharmed still. But those with keen eyesight would notice that his right hand, which gripped the unmarred Naraka, was charred, as if burnt to a crisp. Orange embers could be seen burning at the edges of his hand, fading in color as they cooled. He had finally been harmed, yet Lex only smirked. He could feel his hand being completely reborn. Rather than saying that this final lightning strike was strong enough to hurt Lex, it would be more accurate to say that it was finally strong enough to begin the process of converting his body into an immortal one. Yet it was only enough to begin the process. Most of his body still had not suffered the burns of lightning. Yet the clouds above him, though still dense, remained suspiciously empty of lightning all around him. He had suffered 9 strikes, so then the next part would be the fire tribulation, which was largely unseen. Even Lex did not see it, but he could feel something rapidly approaching him. It was not a material thing with physical form. Instead, it was like sword intent, which was shapeless and formless. But what this intent was, Lex could not exactly distinguish. When it touched him, Lex felt something deep within his body beginning to burn. It was not like the burning of fire, but as if his body was reacting to something poorly. It started with an itchy sensation that spread to his entire being, and then it became more intense until he felt like it was actually harming him. Black smoke began to slowly stream out of his nose and mouth, and then ears. Lex chuckled, and then blew a smoke ring. His fire tribulation had begun, and though it did not cause as much of a ruckus as his lightning one, it was most certainly just as serious. More importantly, there is absolutely nothing Lex could do to increase his chances of survival. During the lightning tribulation, he could at least weaken the lightning before it struck his body, but with the fire tribulation, he just had to hope that his body was strong enough. Since that was the criteria, though, Lex was not concerned at all. Freed from the first step of his tribulation, he turned to look towards the frowning wyvern in the distance. Jeffrey had truly not expected Lex to survive that tribulation. It was genuinely strong enough to directly kill even 3rd or 4th level Earth immortals. Yet Lex took it head on. His plan had failed, but all was not lost. The environment in the trial had changed drastically, and it looked like he was standing on the side of Armageddon. With how chaotic the environment was, it would be much easier to kill the others. He just had to be extra careful not to get himself hurt. But first, Jeffrey turned to look towards Lex, and was startled to see Lex standing just a few feet from him, his skin starting to crack as black smoke escaped from within. "You asked me a few questions, I believe," Lex said, his voice incredibly hoarse. "About how I feel." Jeffrey snorted. "Are you really threatening me in the midst of your tribulation? You should be running and hiding, not—" The wyvern's words were cut short when the cold, silver blade of Naraka cut through his neck, faster than the wyvern could follow. The head slowly slid off from the neck. Now, if he were immortal, that would have killed him. But the annoying thing about immortals was how difficult it was to actually kill them. The wyvern's body turned to mist as if it had been a mirage all along, and some distance away it reformed, the wyvern looking at Lex with genuine shock and concern. Lex had not even passed his tribulation yet. He had not achieved an immortal body yet. How could he be so fast? The answer was simple. This was merely the strength he had when he unsealed his power. Lex appeared in front of the wyvern again, faster than it could comprehend. All it saw was a white flash of his sword intent as Lex cut off its neck once more. Chapter 1232, All According to Plan. Chapter 1232, All According to Plan. While Lex's fire tribulation occurred, he could not control any spiritual energy at all, since even his meridians were burning. In fact, since his muscles were burning as well, he should not have been able to exert much strength either. In reality, he was already physically weaker than he was when he fought against the lightning bolt. But Lex had the confidence to dominate against anyone in the immortal realm, at least when it came to physical abilities. Once matters of laws got involved, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could suddenly surpass everyone. After all, even if he had been playing with laws for a few years, most immortals had been learning about laws for at least a few decades or centuries. He had seen how abstract the world became once laws got involved. So Lex would not make a flat statement that he was unbeatable in the same realm as he had always been. He needed to get used to the rules in combat as far as immortals were concerned. But as far as physique was concerned, Lex did not even fear dragons. Lex asked in his raspy voice, holding onto the wyvern's head as its body disappeared. He did not allow the head to disappear, putting it instead in his spatial ring. Even then, when the wyvern was reformed some distance away, it had a new head. How does it feel knowing that I can clone your body as much as I want and feed my cattle wyvern barbecue for the rest of eternity using only your body? I'm getting pretty good at decapitation. Lex closed his eyes, but even then his aim never missed as he swung Naraka and cut through the wyvern's neck. His sword hungrily drank the wyvern's blood, becoming stronger and more effective against its kind with every drop it absorbed. This was not a feature of the sword Lex knew about, but he was definitely enjoying it. Every second they fought, Lex was getting weaker and weaker as his insides burnt. Yet even in such a state, Jeffrey could barely follow Lex's silhouette as he moved, which infuriated him to no end. "You do not scare me, brat," the wyvern spat. "You cannot cause me any real harm. I see this for what it really is, a desperate attempt to scare me off while you approach your weakest state. You're hoping to survive by hiding during your weakest moments, but your plans are flimsy and easy to see through. One way or another, you'll die today. So go ahead, dash." Lex cut his head off again and then paused. The burning finally reached his brain, which made him feel lightheaded. Jeffrey was right in the sense that he was approaching his weakest moment. But he was wrong about one thing. Lex's plans were not as simple as they appeared. After all, so far, everything had been going exactly as he anticipated, with only a few minor details changed. Jeffrey spoke again. Lex knew he was speaking, but he could not hear him. Either the nerves associated with hearing had burned away, or his eardrums had, or maybe that part of his brain was being fired. There was no way of knowing, and it was actually a little scary that Lex could not really do anything to increase his chances of survival. But he had immense confidence in his survival of this tribulation. Not to mention, it hadn't even truly started yet. So far, only his body was burning. His soul and spirit were as of yet untouched. Using his instincts to guide him, Lex once again attacked Jeffrey. The resistance his sword felt as he sliced through the wyvern's neck let him know that he had hit his mark once more. But that's when he felt like the tribulation was about to enter its next phase, which meant he also had to put his plan into the next phase. He jumped, and the next moment Lex reappeared on the platform. Jeffrey roared in anger, because his body had begun to fear Lex. When Lex moved, his body had flinched on its own, as if fearing the mere human. It was unacceptable. Fortunately, the moment had arrived. Jeffrey mustered his strength and launched an attack on Lex, determined to kill him during the tribulation. Though Jeffrey would suffer a mild backlash for interfering with the tribulation, he would accept it in exchange for Lex's death. His attack, a red beam of fire he breathed out, swiftly approached Lex, but as it touched the boundary of the platform he was standing on, it dispersed. At some point, undetected by everyone, Lex had laid out numerous protective formations inside the platform where he stood. Such blatant goading infuriated the wyvern even more, causing it to unleash its strongest attacks as it battled with its sanity and its desire for revenge. Never had it been so humiliated. It was always Jeffrey doing the humiliation, always him. Yet now, he was being played by a mere human. While the wyvern unleashed its fury, the figure who had been watching everything from a distance shook its head in disappointment. Wyverns were the cousins of dragons, some would say, but they were the disappointment in the family. The figure stepped forth into the light, revealing deep purple scales adorning its reptilian body and massive wings. He was a newborn dragon, whose early years had been spent on the black dwarf that served as the holy land for the newer generation of dragons, being slowly nurtured to match its noble heritage. It had been sent away from his nursery prematurely to participate in the inane champions tourney, all for the sake of reaching the heretic Lex and bringing him to justice. How dare he bear the name of Dragon's Bane? He would suffer the consequences. Yet this newborn dragon, while considerably strong, was also smart. There was no reason to take any enemy at his strongest. Now that he was weakened considerably, it was time for the dragon to make his move and bring glory to his race. Please vote for Eldrim in WSA. Chapter 1233, A Real Dragon. Chapter 1233, A Real Dragon. Usually, dragons were arrogant beyond measure. It was one of the defining characteristics of their race, and one of the most significant reasons why they did not band together like most other races, keeping themselves weak relatively speaking. Other races usually all lived close to one another, built entire societies living in close proximity, and aided each other, or at least traded with each other. Dragons, instead, were extremely territorial, to the extent that some strong dragons monopolized entire galaxies for themselves, keeping other dragons away. At most, they would tolerate only their own descendants within those territories. That too, until they were strong enough to carve out their own territories. In fact, the inability of dragons to stay together for long was one of the most significant causes for dragonoids. They usually could not stay close to one another long enough to mate, not unless one was significantly and unquestionably stronger than the other. Their arrogance was, without a doubt, one of the things that held them back as a race. But while, in general, dragons were arrogant, that did not mean that all of them were ruled by it. Some of them, the ones with the strongest bloodlines and most promise for the future, were trained from the very moment of their birth to not let their arrogance rule them. The purple scale dragon was exactly one such dragon. His arrogance was such that he did not recognize wyverns as having anything to do with dragons at all, even though they were a mutation of them. At the same time, he did not let his arrogance let him act without reconnaissance on the target or go straight in for a kill. Instead, he observed Lex and came to a conclusion that the human, despite his weak race, was genuinely a threat to him. While still not immortal, he could influence laws with his body alone. So he waited till Lex was weakened. Lex showed remarkable resilience in the face of the lightning tribulation. But the constraints of the fire tribulation could not be escaped. Now that he had retreated to the platform, it meant that he was approaching his weakest. The dragon saw no shame in taking advantage of his opponent's weakness. That was simply how the world worked. Jeffrey was attacking Lex like mad, unleashing all the strength his body would allow him to wield, yet he could not make Lex's defense even waver. These are not simple physical attacks or beams of fire. Rather, they contained laws and manipulated the world to their whims. Yet they could not influence the laws of his defense, for they were protected by stronger laws. The more he attacked, and the more he failed, the more deranged Jeffrey became, until suddenly he sensed something, and he was instantly snapped back to mental clarity. He sensed the aura of a dragon, and not just any dragon. This dragon, despite being only in the Earth immortal realm, contained an incredibly heavy aura, insinuating a very pure and powerful bloodline that would surely carry it to very high realms. Such a dragon had a race and a bloodline superiority over wyverns, which is why Jeffrey's deepest instincts of fear kicked in when it felt the aura. Of course, there was also anger in his heart, but with mental clarity returning to him, he saw that he was not acting according to his strengths. From the very beginning, Jeffrey had never been a front-line fighter, so there was no reason for him to fight like this. Instead, he should stick to what he was good at and plan and manipulate events from the shadows. He retreated just in time to see a purple dragon appear in front of Lex's platform and unleash his dragon's might. His timing was pretty good, for exactly at this time, Lex's fire tribulation was approaching the next level. Ordinary people experienced the fire tribulation in 3 stages. First, it affected their bodies, then their spirits, and then their souls. Since Lex had all 3 fused together, he felt them all at once. That also meant he had to sustain the impact of all 3 at once. As the fire tribulation affected Lex's brain, his consciousness entered a sort of limbo while he lost all control over his body. In that moment, even to save his life, he wouldn't be able to move an inch. Yet this was only the influence on his mind. When the tribulation reached the stage where it covered his entire body, Lex would experience what others felt when their soul was burning. At that point, his tenacity would be tested. What this meant in the short term was that Lex was completely undefended, save for the formation he had secretly set up. Yet when the dragon used its innate influence over the world, it felt challenged back. His dragon's might was being challenged by the remnant auras of domination. More importantly, while forming this formation, Lex had used the influence of glyphs, which are just weaker versions of the abilities of dragons. Yet even with the weaker version, Lex was dominating against this young dragon, rendering its abilities completely inert. Feeling challenged, the dragon spread his wings completely and let his aura to bear. Dragon's might was only the simplest of a dragon's abilities. It had greater ones to use, and it was not afraid of using them. His purple scales suddenly changed, almost becoming liquid flames as it lunged forward at the platform. Since the dragon willed it, so it must be. The laws of the region influenced by dragons might suddenly started to change, automatically falling under the influence of the dragon's will, as if submitted to it. The dragon's fiery claws struck against Lex's defense and left a significant mark, as for the first time the barrier quaked. Yet that was only the beginning, and soon even the laws of the barrier itself fell under the dragon's control. Lex had dealt with Pelvalen, but he had never faced a living dragon before. Now, he was finally a witness to its might, except that he could not actually witness it. A moment later, the barrier fell. Chapter 1234 Hail. Chapter 1234 Heal. Lex had always excelled at defense, even after he stopped using Regal Embrace. Even without the cultivation technique, the foundation and understanding it gave him were beyond what could be so easily achieved. Upon that foundation, he built a deep and thorough understanding of defense by studying various powerful techniques, formations, and various associated concepts. He was quite confident that his defense would not be so easily overturned. He was correct. It was not easy. It actually required a dragon with a powerful heritage to become serious to break through his defenses. In the entire Origin realm, the number of Earth immortals who could have achieved that were not many compared to the whole. They were all exceptional, each and every one of them. Under ordinary circumstances, Lex would not encounter such beings. But the problem was, the more he pursued the extraordinary, the more he would encounter such unique and exceptional beings. In that case, building a defense that, for example, 80% of those in his realm could not overcome was actually incredibly impressive, but for Lex specifically, it was a catastrophic failure. That meant he was still weak to those 20% of beings. He did not need to be more powerful than just the masses. He needed to be the absolute best. Otherwise, in situations like his current one, where the best from across the realm were gathered together, there were bound to be those among the 20% who could break through his defenses. That distinction between amazing and the absolute best was being able to overcome even those exceptional races who had unfair advantages that humans lacked, such as the dragons themselves. The dragon, seemingly made of purple flames, was not surprised that his assault worked. Instead, the fact that he had to get serious just to break through a measly barrier confirmed for him that taking on Lex when he was weak was the smartest solution. He covered the distance to Lex in an instant, his body tense under the strain of the strength it was using. There was a massive explosion, shattering the landmass once more and causing an enormous dust cloud to fill the air. The region around Lex had been protected by his formation, but now that it was finally broken, a volcano erupted here as well, and lightning bolts began to rain from the sky as if fighting against the lava. It looked like an epic battle between the ground and the sky was being raged, and everyone else was suffering the consequences. By now, the relatively stagnant laws of this zone had also begun to tremble. Compared to energies, which were in a constant state of flow, laws were usually firm and fixed. But what made this palace so dangerous was that enough stimulation could cause the laws to waver, which is when the real chaos happened. For better or for worse, it seemed that was the direction the zone was going in. Jeffrey, who had distanced himself from the dragon, looked out at the region of the explosion with a frown. Eliminating a dragon would be tricky, yet his failure to do so would reveal his true identity as a wyvern. If that happened, many things would be in jeopardy. Yet if it made the situation any more dangerous in an attempt to eliminate the dragon, his own safety would come into question. The wyvern was already considering its future plans when its pupils constricted as the dust cleared. He had expected to see devastation, of which there was plenty, But what he had not expected to see was the image of the purple dragon pressed into the floor in front of Lex in a prostrated stance. The dragon was trying to get up. It was genuinely doing its best to resist, but an invisible force kept it down. The pure momentum of his attack had caused him to crash into Lex. Considering the sharpness of his claws and the heat of his flames, it was no surprise that a hole was burned into Lex's suit. That was the extent of the damage, though. Lex was still unharmed for the most part. It was uncertain if his charred skin on his chest was due to his own fire tribulation or the dragon's attack. Either way, such minimal damage would do nothing to even a mortal, let alone Lex. The reason the situation had turned out like this was simple. Lex had lost complete control of his body, as he felt like even his memories were burning. As a result, his body let go of all its restraints. In a 10-foot region around, Lex became his absolute domain. His domination, which he had trained and honed for so long, using not just a heavenly immortal dragon, but various other powerful auras as well. Not to mention the natural enhancements his aura received from the boost in his personal rise in the cosmic ascended spectrum from bonding with Lotus and absorbing the amber chaos resin, was completely unleashed in this region in full force. Much like when Lex encountered Pelvalin's body for the first time and was faced with his dragon's might, the purple dragon encountered Lex domination. The difference was that at that time, Pelvalin's dragon might had been in a relaxed state, not to mention the complete and total loss of its soul, which was the only reason Lex could even tolerate it to begin with. Lex was far from being relaxed, as his entire being was burning, which resulted in his domination being unleashed in full force, albeit in a smaller region. Lastly, since Lex knew he had pissed off dragons, he had been specifically training to make his domination more effective against them. All of that resulted in the fact that, through sheer unconscious aura alone, Lex had caused a dragon to heal. Any semblance of sanity Jeffrey had reclaimed completely evaporated as he saw the sight. He knew that, as was his habit, he had provoked Lex excessively. The difference was, unlike every other weakling and human he had ever provoked, Lex actually had the capability to hurt him. A dangerous glint flashed through his eyes as he began contemplating something desperate. But he was so focused on Lex, he did not notice that in the distance, another human was slowly approaching him, one with a metallic sheen. Chapter 1235, Disappointing. Chapter 1235, Disappointing. Larry genuinely thought he got over the trauma of meeting that old, mature man back on Earth. The very one he and Marlowe had gone after to capture. The one who set up the entire Dershaw family's demise. The one who kidnapped those who remained. There were days where Larry genuinely felt like he got over the memory of that man telling him that he had left Earth while kidnapping all of Larry's family. Invasion that ultimately led to the present circumstances on that planet. But no matter how much he tried, he could never actually forget. That is why, when he was suddenly contacted by Raphael, Marlowe's son, who claimed he had a lead on Jeffrey, he did everything possible to follow Raphael's plan. Apparently, Raphael wanted to stop Jeffrey because he had secret information that Jeffrey was going to do something countless times worse than what he did on Earth. Larry didn't care. He just wanted revenge, and maybe to actually find out if his family was even alive. Raphael had been more than clear that Larry himself could not harm Jeffrey, as he was not anywhere close to his level of strength. But there was something Jeffrey could do that no one else could, which would be a tremendous help in taking him down. So he approached the monstrous wyvern in the distance, finding it a little hard to believe that it was the same as the man who had orchestrated the destruction of Larry's entire life. Then again, Larry himself was no longer a simple human, so it was not difficult to imagine that others were far from simple as well. Larry turned his entire body into metal, eliminating any and all organic matter in his body, thereby hiding any and all signs of a living being. This was a simple thing for him, but it was surprisingly effective in hiding from higher-level cultivators. Their spirit senses would often just sense him as a piece of metal that blended in with the ground. Like this, he was able to approach Jeffrey without being noticed at all, especially since the wyvern was distracted. Then, silently, he lay on the ground, his body morphing into mercury, which then slowly made its way to the wyvern's feet. This was the most crucial part. Larry released from within his liquid form a greenish metallic liquid, which he lightly scraped on the ground around the wyvern. As long as the wyvern moved even a fraction of an inch, it would be marked by that metal. A few moments later, due to a particularly intense quake, the wyvern adjusted its feet, stepping onto the green metallic liquid without realizing it. Unknowingly, it had come one step closer to its own demise. Lex, meanwhile, was chilling. Sure, his mind, body, and soul were being burnt to a crisp, but pain was inconsequential to him now. After he lost control over his body, soon after his entire body was infected by the heat that was burning him. More and more black smoke escaped from the cracks within his skin, and Lex felt like to exist was to suffer. He also felt like there was an off switch available to him. As long as he wished, he could press the off switch and the pain would end. His suffering would come to an end. He would get the sweet release of death. While he could understand why others might be tempted by it, he just couldn't really be bothered. It wasn't even that long. He didn't even enter into a mindless trance where time seemed to lose meaning or something like that. Soon enough, he felt his mind returning to his body, and instead an endless emptiness. He could focus on his body. The first thing he noticed was that he seemed to have lost weight, which was good. He no longer dared to check his actual weight, but he was sure it was already over a literal tone. But besides that, he noticed that the process of conversion that had begun with the lightning had been brought further along by the fire tribulation. It was as if the lightning only started the process in the outer layer of his body, while the fire tribulation completed it deeper within. Only that it wasn't complete. Lex could slowly feel his control over his body returning, and he felt that his condition was terrible. It was genuinely incredible how thorough and evenly spread out the burning was. He could see how this would kill almost anyone else. For better or for worse, he could feel the burning process come to an end, and his body forming some kind of connection to the universe itself, and a massive surge of vitality feeding into his charred body, filling it with strength and life anew. But at the same time, it felt hollow. As someone who had been dealing with laws for a while already, he could tell that his body could deal with laws now. But since he had an affinity for laws, he could always do that. He was just better at it now. It was disappointing and confusing. Lex expected so much more. He tried to figure out what was missing when the vitality came flooding in, and his internally charred body began to morph into something much greater. Yet more importantly, the vitality, if that was even the right word for a kind of energy that would perfectly rebuild his body, mind, and soul and elevate them to a whole new level, began to condense into something solid within him. Yet just as it was on the verge of formation, his connection to it became stronger, and Lex suddenly realized what was missing. His body had been converted, but his tenet was not formed. Now, with this immortal vitality under his control, he could directly form whatever tenet or tenets he wanted. Yet there was a catch. The amount of energy he had access to was limited. So for each tenet he formed, he would be dividing the energy equally. It did not matter. He already knew what he wanted, and it was a single tenet. The energy converged, and Lex finally gave form to the tenet he had been trying to decide on for a long time. Chapter 1236 Eyes. Chapter 1236 Eyes Supremacy. It was one word, and it did not require much explanation. It was self-evident. The tenet that Lex chose, after considering his numerous affinities and abilities and strengths, the tenet he decided on was supremacy. That was not to say that Lex was giving up on anything he already had. Far from it. It was precisely because he didn't want to give up on anything that he went for supremacy. For a while he contemplated perfection, but it did not have the same feel to it. In anything and everything that he wanted to do, he wanted absolute supremacy. To be absolutely sure this was exactly what he was thinking, he even checked a dictionary for the definition. Supremacy was the state or condition of being superior to all in authority, power, or status. Lex wanted supremacy in everything he desired to pursue. Regal embrace put him on the path to having the best defense in the universe. But Lex put himself on a much harder path. He wanted the best defense, the best offense, the best speed, the best of everything. which is why in any and everything that he did, he wanted to be supreme. He wanted his domination to be so strong. Dragon's might was compared to it rather than it compared to dragon's might. He wanted his defense to be so impenetrable that all hope would be lost at the mere thought of overcoming it. Lex wanted his attack to be so devastating, just the thought of it would be enough to defeat his foes. Whether it was his ability to manipulate space, or his ability to heal, or his ability to talk to a pretty girl without his mind shutting down, he wanted to be the best at them all. Since his goal was to become the strongest so that he could run his inn in peace, which was essentially an impossible, unachievable goal, then why should he limit his impossible goal? Why not aim for something even more impossible? So that is exactly what Lex did. It seemed laughable. It seemed childish and out of reach. But Lex was already in the habit of doing impossible things, so there was no reason to stop now. He formed his tenet of supremacy, and forever more the way he looked at and interacted with the universe changed. Every law, every aspect of the universe itself presented within his eyes as a battle for supremacy. He saw how each and every law fought with one another, pushing, pulling, enforcing themselves not only on reality, but on each other as well. There were no defined territories for any law, and every law in existence was simultaneously in war with every other law, doing its best to impose itself on every other facet of reality. Ironically, it was through the chaos of that war that balance was reached and reality existed in a stable form rather than a fluid, ever-changing one. The memory that had been sealed in his mind of how the world was actually alive, unsealed, and Lex realized that even that was, in a way, a battle for supremacy. His understanding of laws suddenly deepened as his mind, now actually capable of holding information on the basic constitution of the universe itself, began to suddenly comprehend the nature of every law he had touched and interacted with. He fell into a state of epiphany, his understanding of laws rapidly growing so much so that he triggered another tribulation mere moments after his major tribulation had ended. Lex had officially become a Level 1 Earth Immortal, and before the process could even properly be completed, his tribulation for Level 2 began. The tribulation, this time, would consist of 18 strikes. The first strike fell, attracting the attention of the dragon kneeling before him, and the wyvern out in the distance. But that did not hold their attention for long, as the final reason for Lex choosing to break through inside the trial of eternity came into play. Every time Lex crossed a major boundary, he caused some kind of phenomenon. He had a feeling that the one he would cause this time would be far more exceptional and significant than any he had caused before. So having it appear within an independent, sealed zone cut off from the rest of the realm was a good idea. Unfortunately, Lex severely underestimated the extent of the phenomenon he caused this time. After all this time, he was directly connected to the immortal energy of the universe that formed his tenet, and so his influence spread across the whole universe. The darkness of the trial of eternity, the empty space of the origin realm, the sky of the midnight realm, the crystal realm, and every other single realm in the entire universe where humanoid beings existed, a phenomenon occurred. There was a figure of a man, shrouded in gold and black, his features completely hidden. Only his eyes, closed, could be seen clearly, and since only they could be seen, they drew the attention of all. Every human, mermaid, angel, devil, elf, dwarf, giant, celestial, and any other kind of humanoid race in existence looked up at those eyes and felt a deep connection. In the primary realm, inside Gaia's graveyard, the being who stood at the peak of power in the universe looked up and saw those eyes. Yet before he could see the secrets they contained, he felt something veil the secrets behind a mystical shroud, keeping them out of reach. His pupils dilated as shock filled his body. Someone powerful enough to compete with him had just woken up, something that was supposed to have been impossible. "Bother my children no more," a gentle, feminine whisper spoke in his ear, and the man suddenly lost sight of all humanoid beings he had been keeping an eye on across the universe, as well as certain memories of them. Any information that might allow him to determine the source of the phenomenon was lost to him, and so he forgot about Lex's existence entirely. Niwa, he muttered with an angry growl. But then confusion flashed through his eyes, and he turned to look at the corpse inside his vault. If Niwa was still alive, whose corpse did he have in his vault? The answers to these questions eluded him, just as the sight of those two eyes eluded him. For a brief moment in time, almost everyone of significance in the entire universe was looking at those eyes, waiting for something to happen. Then the eyes opened. Chapter 1237 Power. Chapter 1237 Power. It was incredibly rare for a single phenomenon to affect the entire universe. Although there were many who could cause such a thing if they consciously tried, none of them were stupid enough to try. Even a Tao Lord could not tolerate the attention of the entire universe, or at least the realms which contained humanoid beings, which was still a pretty big portion of it. That is why when exactly such a thing happened, many could not help but feel extremely curious. Many immortals, and even Tao Lords, of various races tried to peer into the secret of the figure. Yet whether they used divinity, or looked into the laws, or touched upon the Tao, all of them gave them no feedback. It was as if a more powerful, more mysterious force had shrouded the truth. More than the actual figure itself, the inability to peer into its secrets aroused great attention and alarm. Hearts were stirred, temptations were stimulated, morales were affected. The universe, in that moment, was intrigued. Then the eyes opened. They were the only part of the figure not obscured. So many were interested to see what they would reveal. Indeed, as per expectation, the eyes were far from ordinary. The left eye was similar to the eye of an ordinary immortal, in that it was an eye of law. Basically, it was an eye that could see laws. Yet somehow, this left eye had achieved a deeper, more mystical state where it could not only perceive laws, but thoroughly study and understand them. In that left eye, all the observers saw their own lives reflected, but not as they remembered it, but rather through the changes and laws they had experienced in their own lives, whether they were aware of it or not. Instantly, a good deal of those observing fell into a state of epiphany. Then there was the right eye. Compared to the left, that only observed the universe, the right eye exerted control over the universe. Just looking at the eye left many in a trance. They saw arrays, endless, profound arrays, joined together with formations, talismans, and even glyphs. It was the most complex conjunction of countless independent professions, brought together into one cohesive amalgam, all for the purpose of exerting control over the universe. One eye saw the universe as it was and understood it, while the other turned the universe into the image that the wielder wanted to see. Together, they promised unparalleled power. Yet they were only the eyes. Those who were watching could not even begin to fathom what other abilities the person projected in front of the universe possessed. They could not begin to comprehend what his purpose was. The phenomenon began to fade, as if all that figure wanted to do was observe the universe. There were no other repercussions of the figure in any realm, save for the Midnight Realm. Lotus was bonded with Lex, so, as Lex got stronger, it also gained immense benefits. A quake jolted the entire Midnight Realm for a few long minutes before subsiding. No one could understand what had happened, but since everyone was safe, they did not put too much thought into it. Only Lex would discover the difference when he paid attention to it. Minara, which Lotus had been trying to absorb for so long, had already become a part of it, and now the rest of the realm began merging with him as well, though it would take a long time and a lot of energy. Back in the Trial of Eternity, the purple dragon was pushed deeper into the ground as Lex's domination suddenly became stronger. The dragon looked up at Lex with fear and confusion in his eyes. It could tell that the tribulation had ended and that he had become an immortal. So why were there still lightning bolts striking him? Lex himself, meanwhile, was woefully ignorant of the fact that he was undergoing another tribulation. Part of it was because he was so strong, the lightning did not affect him nearly as much as it would affect others. Another part of it was because he was still getting used to his tenet and beginning to understand how he would use it to influence the laws of the universe. Even though Lex himself was a bit of a cheat and had been handling laws since before he became an immortal, in truth, it was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could have crushed him completely. Even now, as an immortal, he would not be influencing laws directly. Instead, he would use his tenet to influence laws, bringing about certain changes. What changes he could bring were dependent both on his tenet, as well as his intention. Since he chose his tenet to be supremacy, he would interpret every facet of every law through the lens of supremacy. For example, if he wanted to freeze water, he would influence the battle between the forms of water itself, shifting the balance of the battle from the liquid state to the physical one. Temperature no longer had anything to do with it. Not unless what he focused on was shifting the balance in temperature, causing it lose in the battle to hold onto its energy, causing a rapid drop in temperature, which would in turn cause the liquid to turn to solid. The ways to achieve the exact same result were endless, and which ones he chose would determine the outcome, as well as how that outcome was achieved. He could also embody his tenet in himself, strengthening his body and enhancing his understanding of laws. The deeper his comprehension of laws, the easier it would be to rise to higher realms. Come to think about it, his understanding of laws was pretty decent, and the energy in his body was completely saturated. He might be able to go through another tribulation soon. Lex had not even completed the thought when he felt something tingly. He opened his eyes and looked up to see the 18th lightning bolt of his second tribulation forming. It was the exact same lightning beast he had fought before, and it looked angry. Lex smirked. Chapter 1238, Another Tribulation. Chapter 1238, Another Tribulation. The universe looked different in his eyes. He could see so much more about everything he looked at that he actually found a little absurd. How could there be so many secrets in every little thing all around him that he never discovered his entire life? It was astounding. He was rapidly learning a lot about everything each and every moment, and though he expected that it slowed down eventually as he spent enough time in this realm, it was at the moment increasing his comprehension of laws tremendously. Abstract concepts no longer seemed abstract. Instead, they made so much sense he wondered why he had never seen the simple truth before. At the same time, he also knew why. This body of his, everything about it was different. He could truly understand why this was called immortal, while even the nascent realm, as powerful as it was merely mortal. The tribulation had changed him on a fundamental level, and the strange energy he felt fill him right after had finished the process. Even though Lex was now suddenly privy to many secrets of the universe, he still did not understand exactly how the tribulation changed him and what that energy was. But he wasn't focused on it. Instead, he realized something very significant, something he had been blaming the system, and to a degree merry with as well. There were certain secrets of the universe his mundane body, no matter how resilient it was not equipped to handle. In fact, Lex recalled the subtle sense of oppression and rejection he felt when he learned the name of the realm after Heavenly Immortal, which was the Celestial Immortal Realm. It did not appear to be a big deal, but just the name hid many secrets which, if he learned, would have severely affected him. Or maybe it would not have affected him too much, considering how abnormal his body had always been. But there would have been some consequences. Even knowledge had a certain weight. He just never knew it before. If that was the case, he could finally understand why the system was so secretive about many things. It operated on a level far beyond even his current understanding. Since that was the case, learning its deeper secrets may well have just crippled his mind. By forcefully locking the knowledge behind authority levels and such, the system ensured delaying it as much as possible so that his realm could rise to a sufficient level. There were so many secrets hidden behind even mundane actions. He wondered what other secrets he had missed out on, or how many other people's intentions he had misunderstood. For a brief second, he even wondered if the reason why his parents kept a distance was because of some immense secret. Then he snorted. Even if that was the case, he wouldn't forgive them. He turned his attention back to the lightning beast and saw so much more. The lightning beast was more than just a strong bolt of lightning. He could see a soul trapped within the lightning. This creature, whatever it was, could only exist as a form of lightning tribulation. Its entire lifespan was mere seconds. No wonder it was so angry. The creature roared and launched itself at Lex. But things were different now. Even though the creature was formed from a stronger tribulation, Lex was also no longer the same. His understanding of laws was so immense that even he himself had not completely finished comprehending them fully. Not to mention, his body hadn't really completely recovered from his first tribulation. As such, he didn't feel like making a move personally. He looked at the kneeling dragon in front of him and let out an amused smirk. Then, his domination moved in a way that only dragons could control their dragon's might. His aura mimicked his sword, and then mimicked his sword intent. It was invisible and without form, but that did not mean it did not exist. Lex stimulated his tenet just a bit, and through his domination exerted his will on the laws around him. If it was a battle for supremacy, then it did not feel like it. After all, the laws did not resist him. Instead, in the way that the universe itself bent around to the will of the dragons, the laws around Lex readily converged according to Lex's will. Long before the beast of lightning could reach Lex, the air, the space, the darkness, the light, the heat, everything around him shimmered, revealing a white light greatly reminiscent of Lex's sword intent, and slashed at the lightning beast. Lex frowned as he felt the strain. He wasn't completely used to it yet, but it didn't matter. The result was satisfactory. The universe had unleashed a tribulation onto Lex, and so Lex used the universe itself to fight back. What fell onto Lex's body was not the electric beast, but the energy from the lightning bolt that would convert his body. Lex felt some stimulation in his right eye that he didn't quite understand, but there would be time to look into it later. For now, he turned his gaze to the dragon in front of him and smiled. Lex questioned, as if he heard the biggest joke of all. It was only after becoming an immortal that he began to understand that an immortal's greatest strength was the influence they had over laws, not their insanely strong bodies or whatever other abilities they had. This was something that many of the immortals he had previously faced did not completely realize. That was the sole reason he had been able to confront them to begin with. Of course, for those who had begun to dabble with laws, Lex was doing that already as well. So only those who truly, deeply began to understand laws could have ever faced him even when he was in the nascent realm. Now that he was an immortal, the very thought that someone who did not rely on an immortal's greatest strength could defeat him was laughable. Lex opened his mouth to taunt the dragon a little, but the clouds above Lex suddenly rumbled once more. His third tribulation for the Earth, immortal realm, was beginning. Please vote for Eldrim in WSA. Chapter 1239, Trying Things Out. Chapter 1239, Trying Things Out, Lex looked up and saw the black clouds churning and absorbing energy from the entire realm as they replenished their energy and gave birth to new lightning bolts. The third tribulation would have 27 lightning strikes, as each tribulation increases the number of lightning strikes by 9. But after taking a glance at the lightning clouds, Lex turned his attention back to the dragon. He could not be bothered by this lightning. It was completely incapable of harming him, and even in the situation where it might harm him, overcoming the tribulation would fill him with traces of the strange, immortal vitality that would aid in healing his body. Lex ignored it and turned back towards the dragon. How many planets did you guys set my bounty as? Was it 32 planets? Or 23? The purple dragon stared back at him with anger bubbling in his eyes. Even suppressed as he was, there was not a shred of fear in his eyes. There was only anger and being made to kneel, at being humiliated. Lex withdrew his domination, freeing the dragon from his suppression. Lex genuinely expected the dragon to immediately attack him, and he did roar out angrily at Lex the moment he got free. Shockwaves blasted Lex and broke the ground, while even more chaos was stimulated within the zone. But, to Lex's immense surprise, the dragon did not attack. After he vented much of his anger through the roar, the dragon stood its ground and stared at Lex, as if deep in contemplation. Lex shrugged and turned back to the wyvern in the distance. So far, it had put up a lot less resistance than Lex expected. From what he had gathered, Sanguis Pluvia were planning something pretty major in the tourney. But that was also fine. If that was the limit of his strength, Then Lex would take his time and enjoy beating him up and forcing his hand. Lex says I was attracted to something shining right behind Jeffrey, and he noticed a very familiar sight, even though he could not recognize why it was familiar. It seemed like some metal but it was way too pure to just be, he determined that it was not a threat or some kind of plot or ploy by Jeffrey, so he ignored it for now. One moment, he was far away. The next, he was right in front of the wyvern with burning eyes. I wonder if you can grow back your head after I cut it off now, Lex said as he raised his hand to grab the wyvern. But his hand went through the wyvern's body, as though it was an illusion. Young man, do not get so cocky. You have just stepped into the world of immortals, whereas I have been a part of it for a long time. The wyvern began its tirade of insults, but Lex tuned it out. Instead, he focused on how interesting the projection was. When he looked at it as a mortal, he was an image of whoever was controlling the projection. When he looked at it as an immortal, he saw possibilities. A bolt of lightning struck Lex, but he barely felt it as his gaze focused in on the projection as he began his second attempt at touching laws. From what he had come to understand, most immortals, when starting out, focus solely on one law and improve their understanding of it, regardless of whether they had one tenet or many. So in any instance, when they wanted to manipulate laws, they would always just affect that one law that they understood deeply. Supposedly, even through that, they could achieve amazing results. Lex was nowhere near considering such things. He had just entered the realm and was still understanding how things worked, so he didn't mind trying to affect multiple laws at once. Strangely, he felt the laws resist him this time. Intuitively, he understood that last time, they had been cooperative because of the effect of his domination. He could try the same now and achieve the result he wanted, but his instincts were guiding him in another direction. Something within him was telling him to focus on his right eye. He channeled energy into his right eye, and suddenly array characters started to appear in the air around him, automatically turning into an array that did exactly what he wanted. This was also interesting, as for the first time, he witnessed how arrays influenced laws to bring about the effects he wanted. Simultaneously, he understood that the ability in his eye was far from the simple demonstration he just did. The array that was formed was using all the characters that he knew and were formed on the basis of his knowledge. But it was effortless and ridiculously quick. He recalled the days he struggled to quickly produce an array during a fight. He would never have that problem again. "You talk too much," Lex said and grabbed the wyvern's mouth. Yet this time, instead of his hand going through the projection, he held on to it, as if he was touching the wyvern himself. Lex smiled. He recalled when abstract things happening within the Midnight Realm confused him, but right now, they made so much sense. Lex was not touching the projection, nor was he touching the wyvern. What he was touching was the connection between the projection and the wyvern, and through it affecting the wyvern itself. Unfortunately, since Lex was still new to this, his application of his ability was still weak. By touching the connection, Lex could not transmit enough strength to actually hurt the wyvern, but it was enough to shut him up. Lightning struck Lex once more, and a slight electric buzz traveled from Lex to the wyvern, who was standing in shock, staring at Lex. The electric shock seemed to wake him up, and he finally reacted, breaking free of the connection. The projection in front of Lex disappeared, but that only made Lex chuckle. How could it be so easy to hide from Lex, especially now? Chapter 1240, Unholy Laws. Chapter 1240, Unholy Laws. There's a change of plans, Jeffrey said as he furiously flapped his wings through the turbulent winds. Black clouds had covered the entire zone, and the lightning tribulation was only getting bigger and bigger. Ironically, because of how much energy the clouds were sucking up, the amount of chaos in the zone was not nearly as bad as it should have been. It was as if the excess energy that filled up the zone was being sucked up into the tribulation cloud, stabilizing the place. Though at the moment, it still looked like the world was ending. There was no indication of who he was talking to, or if he was using some kind of device, but the stern expression on his face was quite revealing of the kind of response he was getting. It's that Lex Williams, Damien's grandkid. He's even more aberrant than the dragon that entered the trial. There was another period of silence before he spoke again. Yes, I think so too. I'll keep him occupied while you. The wyvern suddenly turned mid-flight and looked above himself when he saw the flash of a lightning bolt. Lex was right above him, standing in the air with his hands in his pockets, ignoring the lightning strike, as usual. Go ahead, finish your call. I'll wait, he said. Instead of responding, the wyvern growled. Much like the dragon, Jeffrey's scales started to turn into brown flames. At the same time, the wyvern summoned a suit of armor that appeared over its flaming body. Its aura became more powerful, and Lex's casual expression turned more solemn. Still new to things, he couldn't quite understand what happened, but the previously weak wyvern suddenly became dangerous. There was a certain law embedded within the armor, though Lex couldn't recognize it at a glance. Whatever it was, though, it was incredibly potent. Jeffrey took the initiative and attacked. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck Lex. The timing would have been really good if Lex weren't ridiculously strong. Aware of his overwhelming advantage, Lex took this opportunity to better understand his new realm. He raised his hand and used a very common technique to put up a barrier in front of him, while simultaneously trying to add the law of defense to it. He noticed that the technique itself seemed to have certain laws within it. Yet when Lex tried to impose his own laws, the existing laws resisted it. The resistance was not strong enough to succeed, but it was enough to make his application of the technique seem clunky and unskilled. Jeffrey crashed against the barrier and was thrown back as if he ran headfirst into a trampoline, which was strange because that is not at all what Lex imagined happening. Before he could investigate, two sensations distracted him. The first was his instincts, this time guiding him to use his left eye on the wyvern. The second was, once again, his instincts, but this time it was warning him about the incoming lightning bolt. Even as an immortal, Lex could not actually complete with the speed of lightning. So by the time he processed the danger, the lightning bolt already struck him. For the first time, Lex groaned. It was not the powerful impact of the lightning itself, nor the burning of his flesh that caused him to groan. Rather, it was the furious imposition of the lightning on the laws that made up Lex's own existence. It was as if the lightning was trying to smite those very laws. He looked up and noticed that the clouds above him were mutating. They were no longer just absorbing the chaotic energies of this zone, but also being influenced by the chaotic laws themselves. Lex grinned. Back on Earth, he'd read many books that depicted powerful beings and cultivators who became too powerful or had lives that were too long, and as a result became depressed or lost their emotions. Nothing could stimulate them anymore, and they grew bored with life. But the opposite seemed to be happening with Lex. Not only did he not get bored with his existing life, but his life continued to become so much more interesting the more powerful he became. The universe was so interesting. The challenges, the secrets, the obstacles it held were all so stimulating. Since Lex could see the fluctuations in the laws, he could understand how bizarrely complex they were, and felt supremely insignificant in front of the vastness of the universe. But that feeling of being small did not demoralize him. Instead, it let him know that there was still so much more to explore. Even if he spent a lifetime trying to understand laws, he could never grasp them completely. Fortunately, he was immortal now. Until the nascent realm, the average human cultivator had a lifespan of 500 years. But from the Earth immortal realm onwards, there was no lifespan anymore. He would live until he was killed, so he could take his time and fully experience everything this world had to offer. Suddenly feeling invigorated facing the increased threat of the lightning tribulation, Lex stopped holding back to an extent and unleashed his aura. Come on, old man. Show me more of this realm that I have stepped into. Show me all of your tricks. Lex activated his right while looking at the armored wyvern, and suddenly he began to gain a deeper understanding of the law that was infused with his armor. He still wasn't sure what it was exactly, but it was close to something that felt like festering decay. Perhaps there was no one word in the English language that could accurately describe what that law was. But it was intriguing how a concept could become a law. Lex suddenly felt the urge to try as well, and the grin on his face faded as he reached out deep into the universe and tried to personify the one most unholy of laws that he deeply identified with. Against the flaming, armored wyvern trying to kill him, Lex unleashed the law of capitalism. He wanted to see what effects this could bring about. Chapter 1241, How to Kill. Chapter 1241, How to Kill Jeffrey, was a level 4 Earth Immortal. It wasn't the highest, but it took him years of effort to get here, moving from one realm at an excruciatingly slow pace. The progression was so slow, it was torturous, which is why he liked torturing others as well. Why should he be the only one to suffer? Yet never before in his life had he ever suffered the way he was suffering now. Lex was insufferably strong even before he became an immortal, to say little of when he actually gained an immortal physique. Moreover, he was already proficient in manipulating laws. That was not an ability immortals just gained. They had to train and practice for it. Jeffrey himself took over 70 years before he could successfully manipulate laws. It was not without reason that most immortals that Lex encountered did not use too many laws against him. It was because they weren't good enough at it to use in a fight. To top it all off, it hadn't yet been an hour since he became an immortal, and he was already overcoming his third tribulation. He'd almost caught up to him in cultivation. Compared to before, where Jeffrey was just strongly irritated at Lex, he now began to genuinely hate him. But a genius though he may be, the one thing Lex could not compete with him in was in craftiness. The wyvern attacked, holding nothing back. The armor itself carried an immensely powerful law that actually made the armor more of a weapon than a defensive equipment. Jeffrey combined the armor's attack with his own flames, and even manipulated laws himself as well. He sharpened his claws through the use of laws, ready to tear through Lex's defense this time. Just as his attack was about to reach Lex, the irritating human did something. Jeffrey felt the air around him get thick, and a powerful force begin to restrict him. Before anything could happen, Jeffrey unleashed his attack. His sharp, flaming claws, which contained a lethal curse in them, gouged Lex, forcing its way through the resistance. But something strange happened. Instead of carving through Lex's body, his claws fell harmlessly on him, suddenly devoid of all strength. If someone were looking from afar, it would seem like Jeffrey was feeling the material of Lex's suit. Lex, on the other hand, suddenly became a little pale, but he grinned. The cost of randomly using laws he didn't completely understand was much greater than Lex expected. He suddenly felt drained of energy, as if he were at the very end of a marathon, and his tenet began to dim a bit. That went to show that messing with laws was not something he should experiment with in the midst of battle. When he thought of capitalism, he thought of how it could be applied to his situation in a fight. Jeffrey was trying to attack him, but since Lex owned a monopoly on himself, a certain price needed to be paid for an attack to land, and he could choose what that price was. He decided it should be 99% of the energy of the attack. It worked. The laws he manipulated sucked the energy out of Jeffrey's attack, but in return the strain he felt on his tenet nearly knocked him out. In fact, he had to dismiss the laws, lest he actually faint from the exertion. The endless possibilities of his new realm excited him, but perhaps it was time to stop experimenting and do things seriously. His aim right now was not to kill Jeffrey, but to push him to the point of desperation. For that, it was perfectly fine if Lex relied on mundane spiritual techniques rather than manipulating laws. Lex kicked the wyvern, who was in the air right in front of him, and launched its body into the ocean of orange lava beneath them. He asked, as he teleported to the lava, not bothered by it at all. Jeffrey was hurt by the attack, but used the cover of lava to swim away, using some kind of law to obscure his presence. Since he could also turn his body into flames, it was difficult to find him. Difficult did not mean impossible. Lex waded through the lava like it was water and grabbed the wyvern by its tail and lifted it out. Jeffrey immediately attacked, yet before its claws could reach Lex slapped him in the face, breaking off a few of its teeth. I know a good old beating doesn't work. Lex turned his hand into the soul state and grabbed Jeffrey's slimy soul. If he wanted to make Jeffrey desperate, he had to let the wyvern think that Lex was genuinely trying to kill him, but was falling just short. He squeezed the wyvern's soul, But interestingly enough, the soul suddenly became formless and slipped through Lex's fingers. Lex raised an eyebrow. That was new. Maybe the trick to killing an immortal is to destroy their tenets, Lex said, teleporting away and reappearing in front of the escaping Jeffrey once more. This time, his hand tore through the wyvern's chest first before transitioning into the soul state, trying to reach for the tenets. Yet before he could reach them, the armor Jeffrey was wearing moved on its own and slammed in Alex's face, throwing him back. The timing coincided perfectly with a lightning bolt, and though Lex was not injured, he had to admit the lightning was beginning to hurt. Maybe he should start resisting it soon, Lex asked as he flipped his body and got ready to attack the wyvern once more. Instead of answering, Jeffrey only growled and pulled out more weapons. The two dashed toward each other and fought. Each of their clashes was like a clap of thunder, which was confusing because there was real thunder all around them. Another lightning bolt struck Lex just as he punched Jeffrey, forming a circuit and allowing the electricity to pass through the brutalized wyvern. Why aren't you talking anymore, Jeffrey? Chapter 1242, Passing a Threshold. Chapter 1242, Passing a Threshold. If one were to see Lex, it would seem like he was extremely angry. Yet that was far from the truth. Even as he beat Jeffrey up, Lex had a firm control over his anger, keeping it thoroughly suppressed. He was not here to vent his anger. No, he was here to kill Damien, destroy Sanguis Pluvia, and make anyone who harmed Moon pay dearly. For that, he needed absolute precision. That was why, on a surface level, he felt various emotions. He felt the excitement of a new realm, the curiosity over what the universe had to offer, the feeling of getting revenge by beating Jeffrey. But, deep down, Lex was in full control of his every action, making sure he never went too far and never ruined the plan. That was why, when each and every hit he landed on Jeffrey became stronger slowly and steadily, it was actually a deliberate thing. He wanted it to look like he was becoming more and more comfortable with the realm, making Jeffrey feel like death was creeping up on him. Jeffrey roared after Lex slapped him one more time, right across the face. The wyvern took to the air and summoned hundreds of barrels, each of them giving Lex an ominous feeling. He was reminded of the extremely lethal poison that Jeffrey used back on Polbivy. Lex had learned that the poison was actually something called Jaha liquid, sourced from a place called Jahel Bogrealm. It was not just lethal to people, it was hazardous to the realm itself. The danger Lex felt from these barrels, which too were made of void with like the very ones used to contain Jaha liquid, was much more serious. Jeffrey didn't even launch the barrels at Lex. Instead, he detonated them in the air around himself, revealing a thick purple gas which had been contained within. Lex felt a keen sense of danger, and his left eye immediately looked into the gas. He did not know what it was, but he could see what it would do. It was not poisonous. Rather, it influenced any and all energy it touched, rapidly causing it to transform into another kind of energy, one that was extremely volatile. His left eye simultaneously saw many ways in which it could be handled, so he chose the most destructive one. Back when he was immortal, he used glyphs to recreate dragonfire. As an immortal, he was no longer satisfied with just using dragonfire. Much in the way he had harnessed dragon's might and turned it into domination, he wanted to create a flame of his own that was much stronger. His right eye was activated, and instead of a glyph forming in his mouth, hundreds of millions of array characters formed microscopic arrays within his throat, while the blood, muscle, and other components that made up his body rearranged themselves to create a formation. He visualized the sensation of immense pressure building up in his body, and it was manifest. The moment he felt his right eye's ability stop, Lex opened his mouth and unleashed a golden inferno. No, he used golden inferno. Bright, golden flames erupted from his mouth, wafting a hint of domination as they spread across space and towards Jeffrey. The golden flames consumed everything and only made themselves stronger. The volatile energy that the purple gas produced exploded on contact, much like the gas itself. Jeffrey tried to fly back, but he could not escape the flames. Even though his own body too was made of brown flames, he could not escape being burnt. An ear-piercing scream screamed through the entire zone before coming to an abrupt halt when Lex appeared in front of him and cut his head off. Just like every time prior, Jeffrey's body reformed some distance away, but something was different this time. Lex's eyes flickered as he took notice of the change. Jeffrey's body had healed, and even his head grew back after being cut. Yet the burn marks on his body were still there, scarring his brown scales. From a distance, the purple dragon saw everything and felt a hint of danger. Lex was taking everything a dragon had and was reproducing it, but better. He was truly living up to the name of Dragon's Bane. Meanwhile, the fight continued. By now, Lex's expression had warped, as if he were tired of playing games and wanted to kill Jeffrey. But he had to pause his pursuit because the final lightning bolt of his third tribulation was about to fall, and the very same lightning beast was back. Jeffrey, meanwhile, used the moment's respite to run away faster, taking out more and more weapons and unleashing them blindly towards Lex. He did not think he could kill that nightmare. He just wanted to buy time. Just as Lex was getting ready to face the lightning monster, he felt something. He felt Jeffrey's developing fear, his developing trauma, and he felt the invincible tyrant's mask absorbing that fear and becoming stronger. A small smile crept up on his lips as he resisted Jeffrey's attacks while glaring at the lightning monster. If Jeffrey was afraid, then he was getting desperate. But it was not enough. Things were only just beginning. Lex unleashed more of his strength, and this time did not wait for the lightning beast to gather its energy. His sword intent covering his sword, he flew through the air towards the black clouds, gathering all his strength, bearing his domination in full, and even subtly using some laws to strengthen him. His tenet had not recovered from its exhaustion, but he could still use it a little. Except that Lex made one mistake. In taking the lightning monster seriously, he used a little too much strength, causing a reaction in the laws around him. Something in his mind clicked, and he realized that it was not just his domination that made law manipulation easier. His sword intent did so too. Perhaps there were other things as well which could make law manipulation easier, like the effects of his right eye. Lex's sword strike cleaved through the black clouds. From all around the trial zone, the survivors who were huddling and hiding from the lightning and the volcanic eruptions felt the sharpness of his attack and looked towards Lex from a distance. They felt like that attack had surpassed some kind of barrier. Indeed, it had passed a threshold. It allowed Lex to gain enough new understanding about laws to immediately trigger his level for lightning tribulation. Chapter 1243, Calculated Risk. Chapter 1243, Calculated Risk. Lex felt the hair on his body rise as his instincts tingle. The first 3 tribulations, for Lex, were hardly a problem. Besides the last attacks, which required his attention, he could largely ignore them. Yet even before its first strike, Lex felt danger from the 4th tribulation. This was also something he had known about. While the immortal realms were divided into levels, each set of 3 formed a small group. From level 1 to 3, an immortal was considered to be in the early stage of their realm. 4 to 6 was the middle of the realm, while 7 to 9 was the peak of the realm. At the same time, the difficulty of the tribulation for each stage increased proportionally. Now that he was facing the 4th tribulation, Lex actually felt threatened. This was not because Lex wasn't strong enough to take it. Far from it. It was because after becoming an immortal, he hadn't had an opportunity for his body to heal and recover to its new peak. Even though he was in no danger, the fire tribulation had weakened and exhausted him severely. It was also a little unfair to ask someone who had just entered the immortal realm to face a 4th level tribulation, let alone learning about how to effectively manipulate laws. Lex didn't even understand the limits and abilities of his body yet. He was more than certain that the things he could do were far more than what he had explored so far. After all, he had absorbed a Tao-level ingredient. He was sure the mutations to his eyes had something to do with it. Exploring further would yield even more results. But fair or not hardly mattered. Since the tribulation had come, he would face it. In fact, he suddenly recalled something. He had tribulation rooms in his inn, but to improve them further, he needed to collect various types of lightning and fires himself. He wondered if he could capture genuine tribulation lightning. Lex accessed his spatial ring and took out an inhaler and sprayed it in his mouth. This was one of the many items he had prepared beforehand for this fight. Lex was not arrogant enough to believe he could take on such a massive organization without aid. So he had procured the best and most effective medicines for Earth immortals available at the Infinity Emporium. Instantly, a rush of energy filled him and began to heal him. Speaking of healing, shouldn't his own healing be even better than before? He'd have to experiment to find out. He turned his gaze towards Jeffrey, who had run away. But distance meant nothing to Lex. He teleported over to Jeffrey, his sword fully coated in sword intent and domination, and slashed with the same strength and intensity as the one he used against the lightning beast. He wanted the wyvern to think that Lex was feeling pressured because of the tribulation, so he was in a rush to eliminate him. Yet, to Lex's immense surprise, this time his sword did not cut through the wyvern despite being stronger than any of his previous attacks. A gray shield appeared in front of Jeffrey, protecting him. The burnt wyvern said, his voice strained and heavy, his eyes completely red. 13 other figures appeared around Lex, each of them in the middle of the Earth immortal realm, each of them radiating a powerful aura, as if they were holding back powerful attacks. There was no pause or time for Lex to react. A cage formed around them all, trapped Lex in, before they unleashed their attacks. At the same time, as if the clouds themselves were coordinating with the attackers, the first of his 36 lightning strikes for the fourth tribulation fell. Jeffrey, who had secretly been afraid that Lex wouldn't fall into their trap, let loose a roar as he unleashed his own attacks, venting all his emotions. "This cage is a little small. Let's make it bigger," Lex said through his spirit sense, making sure all his attackers heard him. His figure was not visible under the barrage of flames, sword strikes, missiles, divine punishment, and lightning strikes. Yet his voice was clear and relaxed. Heaven's furnace, his voice echoed through the cacophony, and the barrier trapped all of them within. The others felt nothing, but Jeffrey suddenly felt like he was being eyed by a predator. It was a feeling he had never experienced in his life. While Lex was holding back with Jeffrey, there was no reason to do so with the others. This might be good practice in getting used to killing immortals. While he had been taunting Jeffrey, his questions were genuine. Killing immortals was far from easy, and he did not have a hang on it yet. What exactly was it that supported their life? For mortals, the body, the mind, and the soul all could be attacked and used to kill, but for immortals, he felt like it was more complicated. Their application of laws was unpredictable, and there was no way to know if they had prepared some kind of backup somewhere. After all, even Lex had a clone before he even became an immortal, so the means available to an immortal should be greater. He was glad he had someone to experiment with. He had the figure right next to Jeffrey. Each of the 13 immortals had their figures hidden, as if they were trying to hide their identities, but some things couldn't be hidden. The one Lex was targeting was wearing a black coat, yet a long, sleek tail emerged from behind the coat, swinging through the air. With this figure, he decided to try out the limits of Golden Inferno. He teleported to the figure, bypassing the countless attacks raining down on the shields he had erected around himself. There were no one-liners, no monologues, or anything of the sort. Lex immediately breathed out Golden Inferno, targeting the figure's entire body. Yet a familiar gray shield appeared in front of him, blocking out the flames even as they hugged onto the shield itself. Jeffrey roared gloatingly. "Do you think taking us on is easy? These shields were produced by a heavenly immortal. No matter how strong you are, you can't." Lex didn't give him time to finish. Since these shields were produced by a heavenly immortal, they genuinely were above his ability to surpass at the moment. But Lex was not unprepared. He summoned a massive missile above him, one of the many he had stolen from Pelvalen, and threw it at another figure. At the same time, Lex teleported out of Heaven's furnace, just in time to catch a lightning bolt to the face. Lex groaned, but didn't stop running away. He did not want to test himself against a heavenly immortal level attack. Suddenly Lex stopped, or rather, It would be more specific to say that his teleportation ability was forcibly stopped as the space within the zone trembled. Even the tribulation cloud seemed slightly affected by the change happening, though the tribulation just became stronger until it could ignore the external influence. Lex looked back just as he felt heaven's furnace collapse, and his pupils constricted. He saw nothing. There was nothing to see, for the tiny black hole that had appeared began sucking even light inside of itself. Lex instantly changed to his soul form and tried to escape through the soul plane, but it was pointless. The black hole existed within the soul plane as well, and slowly Lex began to feel himself being pulled towards the black hole. It was at that moment Lex wondered if using the missile might have been a little overboard. But he had taken a calculated risk, and he was certain that Jeffrey would have a way to stop this. After all, Jeffrey was a lot closer to the black hole than Lex. In case he wasn't already dead, he would stop the black hole. In case he was, then Lex would be returning to the midnight, and promptly, a lightning bolt struck Lex, somehow resisting the pull of the black hole. Yet it was the only thing that could resist that pull, and even then it was because the tiny black hole's gravitational pull was less than 1% of a real black hole. The ocean of lava that covered the massive landmass suddenly began to rise altogether. While the landmass itself began to morph, Lex couldn't decide whether to be afraid or impressed as he saw that even the laws within this place were being pulled into the black hole, becoming a part of it, and making it stronger. Yet before the black hole could really begin to gain momentum, it abruptly came to an end. It vanished, as if it wasn't there to begin with. Lex's eyes gleamed as he teleported over to his original location and saw the devastation. Surprisingly, of the 13 figures, 11 were still there. Their gray shields were all gone, and so was their camouflage, but at least they seemed unharmed. For once, Lex was impressed, but he did not intend on asking them how they did it. Instead, he once again unleashed Golden Inferno. Chapter 1244 Major Hint. Chapter 1244 Major Hint. The battle raged in full force as Lex and the other immortals tried to kill each other, right above the floating sea of lava. From afar, those immortals who were watching the fight, full of fear and apprehension, were surprised to see the flow of battle was not what was expected. Perhaps in lower realms, a person fighting against multiple opponents in the same realm was not inconceivable, yet the immortal realms were not the same, just due to how diverse the applications of laws were. Everyone usually honed a few laws, forming them into extremely potent techniques to deal with various situations. When multiple immortals fought together, even if all of them were bad manipulating laws, their sheer number would make it difficult for a lone immortal to fight against them. To do that, the lone immortal would have to have such a strong control over laws, just to ward off the various laws targeting him, that he may as well be multiple levels above the whole group within the immortal realm. Yet the situation they were currently seeing was as far from that as possible. Not only was Lex's level weaker than the rest, he was actually actively experiencing the tribulation to enter the middle levels of the immortal realm. Despite his serious disadvantages, instead of Lex fighting off the 11 immortals, it was the other way around. Sword in hand, Lex was altering the landscape of the zone as each of his strikes cut through the lava sea and left deep gorges in the landmass. Golden flames burned in the skies, morphed into mythical beasts as they attacked each of the immortals. Lightning bolts struck Lex from the sky, but dozens of tornadoes, formed from lava, rocks, and devastating winds, crashed into the escaping immortals. 11 immortals fought off Lex's calamitous attacks while trying to distance themselves from him, but it was impossible. The longer Lex fought, and the more he became accustomed to his power, the better he was able to control laws. Instead of reaching for some ambiguous, unfamiliar laws, the moment he tried manipulating space, he realized how easy it was for him. Combined with his natural affinity for creating barriers, Lex began arranging blockades around their battlefield, closing the immortals in. The only reason most of them managed to survive so long without being completely overwhelmed was because they had numerous tools with them that helped them survive. Some tried to practice the ancient wisdom that offense is the best defense. Unfortunately for them, Lex was a master in the realm of defense. He kept domination blasted on full, which was no longer a simple aura technique, though nothing about it was simple to begin with. The laws within the region of domination became extremely cooperative with Lex, changing on their own to suit his desires. The problem his enemies were facing was that to reach Lex, their attacks had to first cross domination. Even if the attack crossed the distance, broke through Lex's shields, and somehow didn't give him enough time to dodge, they would lose most of their lethality when the laws contained within the attacks were influenced by domination. Simple, physical attacks Lex brushed off as if he were facing the wind. He was confident that his physical stats were at par with, if not superior to a peak Earth immortal. Most likely superior, which is why, even if an attack did land on him, it hardly hurt him. A desperate stalemate formed where the 11 immortals were holding on for dear life, resisting all his attacks through teamwork and the use of treasures. But it was evident to all that unless something changed, the outlook for them was extremely poor. Somewhere far away within the zone, there was a poorly made building from some of the rocks laying around. It was simple and crude, but since it was so simple that it attracted no attention, something about it also prevented others from wondering why this simple, crude building could survive the devastation wreaking havoc across the zone. Within that building, Giselle sat within a formation and looked into the distance helplessly. She was here to harvest all the extra, chaotic energy within this place to charge a special treasure she had. But before she could even complete her setup, she noticed one very critical thing. All the chaotic energy within the zone was diminishing rapidly. She looked up at the dark clouds above Lex and saw how they were greedily sucking in the energy of this place. That didn't make sense. This zone was a zone that even celestial immortals could not survive, so why was a tribulation for an Earth immortal taking up so much energy? Even if it was 4 tribulations instead of 1, the lightning could never be as lethal as that for higher realms. So why then were Lex's tribulations absorbing so much energy? The answer was quite simple, though there was no reason anyone could guess it. Lex's body had traces of Tao, not to mention the influence Lotus had on it. To transform even an inch of Lex's body required vastly more energy than any other human in his realm. So the energy that the clouds were absorbing from the zone were not going into making the lightning strikes more dangerous, though that inevitably happened, but into making the lightning strike potent enough to transform Lex's body. Helplessly, she closed her eyes and continued to control the formation, hoping to gain at least some energy before it all gets used up. Alexander and the rest sat around a campfire, roasting some meat. They had no idea what was happening within the zone because they were hiding in a specially prepared treasure. They had many things to do here, but since they were severely underpowered for this zone, they were just sitting things out for now. After all, Raphael told them that soon enough, this place would become, if not safe, then at least not completely lethal for them. Outside, the fight, which had long reached a stalemate, suddenly changed. The more he fought, the more Lex became familiar with his new abilities and gained a finer control over his power. Once Lex reached a level of control he was satisfied with, he kicked things up a notch. He had really only learned one sword technique, Inferno Blade, which consisted of various attacks. He clicked his teeth and produced a small flicker of golden flame, which he coated his sword with and attacked. Inferno Blade, Judgment. Lex attacked the nearest immortal, some kind of worm that wore an armor containing laws related to misconception. As a result, most of Lex's attacks would never land on the worm itself, but just narrowly miss it. But with domination focused solely on the worm, Golden Inferno's unquenchable hunger to burn, even overcoming other laws, his sword intent, and the absolute peak brute force he could muster, Lex managed to overcome the effects of the armor. He cut through the 10-feet-long worm as if it was air, cutting its body in two. Lex had cut other immortals before as well, yet this time was different. Even though Inferno Blade, Judgment was not an attack at the immortal level, Lex had learned something important during the fight. Usually, immortals manipulate laws to produce certain effects. but they could also produce actual or physical changes, and if they were on a significant enough level, they would elicit a change in laws as well. These immortals, much like Jeffrey, had some way that Lex could not yet detect which would allow them to recreate their bodies if harmed. Yet with the overbearing power of domination, Golden Inferno, his sword intent, as well as the massive force produced by Inferno Blade, combined with his own physical strength, all laws were rendered ineffective. Lex saw the change happen with his left eye. For a moment, the worm gave off feelings of consumption, greed, and harvest. It was unusual, as Lex could not understand why the worm, in the midst of combat, started radiating these auras. Then he saw domination twist them as the golden flames burned them. He saw his strength cleave through them, and all the rest of his attacks consume them in some way. All of his attacks, together, fought a great battle against those sensations. It was a battle for the right to exist, but more importantly, in Lex's eyes, it was a battle for supremacy, one that those feelings lost. Something in Lex's mind clicked as he realized that his tenant had battled the worms, somehow, and Lex emerged victorious. Something snapped, and the worm, split in half as it was, suddenly lost its energy, falling limp. No new body formed. There was no more resistance. That one single confrontation resulted in the direct death of the worm, and the stalemate that was held for so long broke. The number of his enemies reduced, while he himself gained a huge hint about how to kill immortals. Crushing their tenets thoroughly and completely was one way to do it. He looked up and caught Jeffrey's eye. The mood on the battlefield suddenly changed. Chapter 1245 Black Pillar. Chapter 1245 Black Pillar. The shift was far from subtle. The 11 immortals had been working together to resist Lex's assault, keeping him from doing any significant damage. Their strategy, while defense-oriented, was not bad. They did not need to harm Lex themselves. After all, they'd already learned that if they took out overpowered treasures, so could he. So instead of pushing him, they were just holding him at bay and letting the tribulation do the damage. The tribulation was already at the level where Lex could no longer simply ignore it. The energy within the lightning bolts could nourish Lex, evolving his body further, but the laws within were purely harmful. The plan was sound, but it could no longer work. Not only was Lex acclimatizing to his new realm a lot faster than any of them anticipated, he had enough brute power to kill them. His application of his strength to overwhelm an immortal's tenets was actually one of the hardest ways to kill another immortal. There were many, much more efficient and effective ways to kill them, but they were not things one would easily stumble upon. Immortals, in general, did not spread the ways in which other immortals could be killed. It was not enough to be a secret, but it was at the level where a new immortal without sufficient connections or background would have trouble finding out. That was not a problem for Lex. In fact, he already had a very thick document he'd purchased from the Emporium with this information, but he hadn't read it yet. If things became critical, he'd peek into it. For now, he was satisfied with slowly building up the pressure. Lex teleported towards Jeffrey as if intending to take him down with the same power, yet the others acted as well. They couldn't let Lex take the initiative anymore, and so preemptively attacked him. But with each passing moment, Lex was becoming stronger. A flash of lightning struck down at him, but with his right eye he created a barrier right above him, which blocked only the laws within the bolt. It lasted for a split second, but that was long enough to eliminate the laws from the bolt. This way, Lex didn't need to actually put effort into blocking the lightning bolt. It was more convenient to just bear the damage to his body. 9 of the immortals suddenly surrounded Lex, and instead of attacking him or blocking his assault, joined hands together. Lex felt the hair on his body suddenly stand up as he sensed danger. He tried to teleport away, but encountered an obstacle he had never faced before. Instead of space being blocked or affected, the laws governing space all around him suddenly fell out of reach, as if they had suddenly become muted. Without them, regardless of how powerful his space affinity was, he could not use it at all. But it was not just space laws that disappeared around Lex. Almost every law he was familiar with changed, replaced instead by this foreign sense of oppression. Lex immediately felt a strain on his tenet. His tenet, which was supremacy, was what Lex used to influence laws. That meant that despite his spiritual energy having an affinity for laws itself, the part of him that was the most sensitive to laws was his tenet. Conversely, if his tenet could influence laws, then laws could then also be used to influence his tenet. That was why when the unusual change happened, his body, spirit, and soul were fine, but his tenet felt like an immense weight had been dropped on it. The sudden, unexpected impact caught Lex unaware. As if to take advantage of his weakness, a lightning bolt struck him at that exact moment, breaking the pattern of striking after a set number of seconds. With absolutely no defense in place, the lightning bolt burned through Lex's suit, which had so far survived with Lex's help, revealing his chiseled body. The immortals fighting Lex suddenly felt immensely intimidated when they saw the state of his body. After having gone through a fire tribulation just a short while ago, being struck by countless lightning strikes and suffering through all their attacks, Lex's body was in pristine condition. It was as if it had completely healed from all its injuries long ago, and even with the burns from the latest lightning strike, it hardly looked like Lex was weakened at all. They redoubled their focus, increasing the pressure Lex was feeling. Lex, in turn, tried to attack the immortals. But whether it was his physical strength or his techniques, they seemed immensely weakened. It was as if whatever laws were involved for each of his actions were suddenly muted or separated from him by an invisible veil. The feeling of danger increased, and Lex for the first time encountered something domination could not affect at all. It could bend the laws of the universe to its will, but it could do nothing if those very laws were out of reach. A part of Lex's mind found this situation very interesting. This was a very innovative way to attack other immortals' tenets, and reinforced Lex's beliefs that attacking tenets was one of the most effective ways to kill an immortal, though he was certain there had to be other ways to do as well. Lex coughed again as the pressure on his tenet increased. He wasn't able to easily discover a way to resolve his predicament. There were a few techniques he had not used yet, but he wanted to keep those secret for as long as possible. After all, the fight had just begun. Lex activated his left eye, trying to gain deeper insight into what it was that was oppressing him and hiding all the other laws. He saw a massive, black pillar covering the area all around him, pushing away all the other laws in the region it occupied. The pillar did not actually exist, but was only a manifestation of whatever it was that was keeping him suppressed. He could not understand what it was, but he could see what it was doing to his tenet. Chapter 1246 Consequences of His Genius. Chapter 1246 Consequences of His Genius. According to Lex's understanding of how tenets worked, the more he used it to influence a law, the more it would be drained. The greater his own understanding of that particular law, the less the strain would be, whereas conversely, the less he understood a certain law, the more strain he would have to endure. Lex also believed that there had to be some way to strengthen his tenet, though he did not yet understand what it was. The stronger his tenet was, the longer he could influence laws, and to a greater extent. Based solely on those things, Lex assumed that the Black Pillar was actually some obscure law that Lex had never encountered before, or did not understand. The other immortals were, somehow, strengthening or boosting it to the point where there was no other law around him, and no escape for him. Even if he tried to fly in a straight line towards the nearest immortal, and outside the territory of the Black Pillar, he would never make it out. Lex would feel like he was flying at his fastest, and traversing thousands of miles, yet barely cover a few feet. Another lightning bolt struck him, and since he was not able to react at all due to the unusual suppression from the Black Pillar, he was thrown to the ground, both his shoulders completely charred. Lex grimaced. It was time to resolve the issue, or use his hidden techniques, though he wondered how effective they would be. If all laws were being suppressed, then the ones that were needed for his other techniques should be as well. He had to admit, this was a difficult situation to break out of, but the challenge only motivated him. Since Lex had decided to walk the path of supremacy, how could it ever be easy? He had chosen to walk the path filled with adversity, and this was his first major obstacle. Lex narrowed his eyes and focused. He did not try to control the black pillar. Not only did he not know what that was, he was certain the strain of trying to control it would immediately exhaust his tenet. Instead, he tried to apply the same principle the black pillar was using. It had been strengthened to the point where it pushed aside every other law. So if Lex managed to reach out to and strengthen some other law, it should be able to push aside the black pillar. Lex's soul, spirit, and body were much stronger than his peers since he had trained them to be. His tenet, as of yet, received no such training, but its special nature made it especially suited for a fight. Completely unaware that the amount of energy he used to create his tenet was vastly more than an ordinary immortal, Lex used his tenet to reach out to the one law. He was intimately familiar with defense. Even more than space itself, Lex was familiar with the laws of defense for the very start of his cultivation journey, and much of his progress, he had been mired in them. He reached out, using his tenet to sense the law, but his tenet did not have any range. It could not extend beyond his body and reach out to any laws that were not physically touching him. Maybe in the future he might learn how to, but for the moment he was restricted. So instead of manipulating those laws, Lex reached out to them. He reached out to the law of defense and summoned it to him. Although Lex was no longer a user of regal embrace, its mark was left in every pore of his body. His affinity for any law associated with defense was vastly greater than any other, and though Lex barely ever used them, it did not mean he was not aware of them. Lex lifted his sword and recalled another technique he had learned but had not used in a long time. When he had learned Inferno Blade, he had also learned a defensive sword technique called Stalwart Guardian because of how easy it was for him. But Lex rarely ever needed to use it. Now he used those techniques, fueling them with his sword intent, even though he was not being attacked technically. There was a vacuum of laws around him, yet he summoned them to him. His tenet fought against the pressure it was under and reached out despite it. Neither suppression nor oppression affected the use of his tenet, for the path of supremacy was destined to be one filled with trials and obstacles. The summons of his tenet were augmented by his sword techniques, which sent shivers down the black pillar. Naraka hummed. It did not know how, it did not know why, but it felt that something was preventing it from using its full strength, and so the sword hummed. It lent Lex its strength, which he used to practice out Stalwart Guardian, under the intense gaze of 10 hostile immortals. In the face of absolute suppression and superiority, Lex fought back and summoned the laws of the universe to himself. While the black pillar tried to suppress him, he tried to replace it. His actions, his intentions, and the consequences of both of them formed a literal and metaphorical battle for supremacy for the laws around himself against the black pillar. Lex, by pure happenstance, embodied the very nature and soul of his tenet, something most immortals did not achieve for a very long time, causing the strength of his tenet to explode temporarily. The pillar trembled, and the immortals summoning it suddenly paled. Then it broke, and the laws of the universe quivered to rush back in. But they were pushed aside. The area around Lex was the domain of absolute defense, and hundreds of laws associated with it came rushing in, trembling with excitement. In that moment, Lex understood how to better use his tenet, and he understood what an immortal's domain was. But instead of feeling happy, he groaned and looked upwards. His fourth tribulation had not finished. Yet his fifth tribulation had been provoked. Chapter 1247, Double Tribulation. Chapter 1247, Double Tribulation. The immortals looked at Lex, horrified. What kind of monster were they facing? How was it possible for a single new immortal to fight against the concentrated efforts of 9 immortals using their tenets together for a single purpose? How was it possible for Lex to personify his tenet so easily? Even if a person knew about the benefits of personifying their tenets, actually achieving it was not easy, but that was in a way a benefit of a single, simple tenet. It was much simpler to resonate with it. As a consequence, it lacked the versatility of more complex tenets. The immortals were in genuine shock, yet listening to Jeffrey's advice, they had already planned for failure. That is why only 9 immortals worked together to summon the pillar, not 10. The 10th was setting up their subsequent attack. Yet the momentary delay their shock caused robbed them of the opportunity to continue attacking Lex. Now that Lex had learned a new way to attack tenets, a new way to use laws, and a new way to use his tenet, he wanted to test it out, especially since he gained an innate understanding of something called a domain. Simply speaking, a domain was an area within which the laws were completely under an immortal's control. It reminded Lex of sealed domains, which were areas completely cut off from the world and had their own laws sometimes. Regardless, the concept of domains was very interesting, and Lex could understand through very recent experience why an area where he could not access any law would be dangerous. Simply said, 9 immortals joined together to put Lex inside a domain. Lex got the feeling that ordinarily, Earth immortals might not be able to control domains. It seemed overpowered, not to mention that he had never heard of or ever encountered one before. He looked forward to testing out how useful it was, though he felt restricting it to a single law was very wasteful. If he could incorporate a few more laws, and maybe even add elements of his domination and Golden Inferno in it, it would be an incredible sight to behold. But that might be easier said than done. Even he knew that the only reason he could maintain his domain right now was because of the temporary boost his one tenet got. Without it, Lex would not be able to use a domain again. He also had a sneaking suspicion that it was easier for him to use a domain than normal, because he partially had the status of a newborn realm, which naturally contained laws. Lex immediately moved, bringing 3 of the immortals within the range of his domain, where the only laws to exist were related to defense, stripping them of power and making them just as weak as Lex had been a short while ago. They were both dumbstruck and horrified, yet they could not escape for the very same reason Lex hadn't been able to escape. While they ran, moving at their fastest speeds, the distance they actually covered was insignificant. Lex gripped his sword, ready to attack, but discovered a flaw in his own domain. It only contained laws of defense, which meant that even his own attacks would fail. Never mind, he was content to attack these immortals the way they attacked him. Using his right eye, Lex conjured protective shields around the immortals, placing them in the most secure place possible. It was so secure that even they couldn't even move if they wanted to, for their barriers left them no room to move, much like how once Lex relied on formations to control space within the Midnight Tavern. To think he could do things like that on his own now. Once he had the 3 immortals trapped with the barriers, he immediately strengthened the domain as much as he could. He did this by decreasing the size of the domain as much as possible to waste less energy, while continuously practicing moves from the Stalwart Guardian techniques. The 3 immortals immediately paled, and one of them started to bleed through his skin as if his very body was being squeezed. Those immortals who were outside woke up from their reverie and attacked Lex furiously, but to no avail. As soon as their attacks entered his domain, they would lose their strength and disappear. Jeffrey, who was watching all this from a distance, grimaced and began to formulate a plan of escape in his mind. He wouldn't mind abandoning his allies. The others, too, finally began to feel the same desperation that had long gripped Jeffrey. One of the 3 immortals died, his body blowing up as if a bomb had been set off inside of him, and the other 2 were not far behind him. Lex's eyes gleamed as he finally confirmed another way to kill immortals, though this also ultimately targeted tenets. His next idea was to test the mind, affecting their personalities, making them behave contrary to their tenets. He wondered how that would affect them. Yet before the next 2 immortals died, before the other immortals thought of a way to resolve the threat that was Lex, and before Lex finalized his next plan of attack, there was a change. A bolt of lightning struck Lex from his 4th tribulation, but Lex's domain easily blocked it. Yet something happened immediately after that, which was not supposed to even be possible, let alone happen. Lex's 5th tribulation, which was only supposed to trigger once his 4th one was complete, struck him down with a bolt of lightning, almost shattering Lex's domain. Everyone was stunned, Lex included. How? How in the hell was he experiencing 2 tribulations at the same time? It didn't make sense, yet the immortals rejoiced, and Jeffrey delayed his escape plans. Maybe there was hope of defeating him. Lex, on the other hand, frowned. Things were getting out of hand now. It was best if he sped up his spring cleaning. He took in a deep breath and let his domain fade. Just as the immortals thought he ran out of energy, a deep and overwhelming aura emerged from Lex's body, far beyond even his domination. On Lex's bare back, a lotus tattoo began to form. Chapter 12 48 Time Limit. Chapter 12 48 Time Limit. Lotus had accompanied Lex for a long time, and it played a significant part in Lex's journey. Before anything else, Lotus was the first one to evolve Lex's body, making him stronger and more durable than others in his realm, which was a quality that continued throughout his realms. There were times it cured poisons, not only in Lex, but in others as well, absorbing excess energy to prevent Lex from blowing up, and countless other times it had been extremely useful. It was kind of sad to see him go, but at the same time it obviously wouldn't live with Lex all its life either. At least since they were bonded, they could stay connected and continue to benefit each other. Initially, that's what Lex thought. In fact, Lotus had only been even more helpful to Lex since it left his body and drastically increased the feedback Lex got from him. Lotus, due to the immense amount of energy contained within the realm that it was trying to fuse with, spent more time lucid as well, and Lex had taken time to chat with him every now and then. Lotus was incredibly powerful, but its greatest ability as far as Lex was concerned was directly turning energy into matter. That was one of the most broken abilities Lex had ever even heard of, and its applications were limitless. Lotus, being a baby, could not articulate how he used the ability, so it just proposed that Lex can just try using the ability himself. Since they were bonded, Lotus could share its ability with Lex temporarily. Naturally, Lex was interested, but they discovered that as powerful as Lex's body was, it could not sustain the pressure of Lotus' ability. Despite his affinity for countless laws and ability to bear immense pressure, there were just some things a mortal body could not do. Now, that was no longer a concern. Double lightning strikes struck Lex's body, but he did not even flinch, nor did his body burn like it used to. Instead, the lotus tattoo started to form quicker than before, as if it had gained more energy. The final immortal who had long been prepared to pull Lex into their next attack finally struck. He wanted to pull Lex into a special illusion, formed using incredibly potent laws, strengthened through the use of some valuable treasures. Yet the moment his attack struck Lex, the immortal suddenly paled and coughed out blood. One of his tenets, the one he had used to conjure the illusion, ruptured. It was as if he tried to touch one of the deeper laws of the universe, the ones that Earth immortals were unqualified to come into contact with. No one understood what happened or why, but the feeling Lex was giving off was no longer in the bounds of a mere Earth immortal. Lex's eyes flashed open and looked towards the immortal who had tried to attack him. Lex could feel that he could, at most, maintain his lotus tattoo for 3 seconds with his current energy levels. After that, he would be entirely drained of energy and completely incapable of fighting. Lex realized that even the Earth immortal realm was not enough to make use of Lotus' ability to create matter out of energy. But that didn't matter, for even entering this state was a huge advantage for him for one single reason. He was like a sponge for almost any kind of energy at all. He could absorb them without any reservation and use it to maintain his Lotus tattoo. This included any and all attacks targeting him. He was also better able to manifest his status equivalent to a sentient, budding new realm, which was the reason all the immortals felt pressured around him. It was actually the pressure of someone far superior to them on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. Lex could no longer teleport. It consumed too much energy, so instead he dashed towards the injured immortal and grabbed him. Too weak from his recent injury to escape, and too suppressed from Lex's aura to resist, the immortal could only watch as Lex grabbed him. Then Lex discovered another way to kill immortals. Constrained by his rapidly dwindling energy reserves, Lex made use of another, minor ability he gained as a result of the tattoo, which was to suck the energy out of anything he touched. In less than half a second, the immortal was drained of all his energy, becoming a literal husk. His tenets withered out and his soul just extinguished. Lex, on the other hand, gained 3 more seconds of energy to sustain his tattoo, bringing him to a total of 5.5. "We need to abort the mission," one immortal said as he retreated, but suddenly found a barrier restricting him. It was not one of Lex's shields that blocked them. Rather, it was Jeffrey's. The moment Lex began to emit his dangerous aura, the Wyvern did not hesitate at all. It erected a massive barrier around his comrades and saluted them for their sacrifice of buying him time. Lex, who was feeding on and could feel Jeffrey's desperation and fear, smiled. Under a rain of lightning strikes, he discovered yet another way to kill an immortal. Empowered by the Lotus Tattoo, Lex discovered that his physical strength transcended to another realm altogether. All it would take was one slap to completely overpower any laws connected to an immortal, preventing them from using any laws that would allow them to recover from the complete and total obliteration of their body. It also prevented them from saving their souls at the last moment, transferring it from their existing body to the new one. 10 seconds later, even though he had plenty of energy left, the Lotus Tattoo faded on its own. It seemed like he could not escape the time constraint in the end, but that was still good enough. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Lex turned towards where Jeffrey ran. It was time to follow him. Up above, in the sky, the final bolt of his 4th tribulation had already turned into a lightning beast, but it had not attacked Lex yet. Instead, with eyes filled with intelligence, it looked at the clouds for the 5th tribulation to end, so that it could accompany a partner. Chapter 1249 Illusion. Chapter 1249 Illusion, traveling to and from the Trial of Eternity, required special means. The Henali had arranged for the zone to be checked once a year, but Jeffrey naturally had his own means of exiting the zone. Since their original plan was to make this place so dangerous that everyone in it would die, of course Jeffrey did not plan on staying here. Although this exit was quicker than anticipated, an emergency exit had been prepared from the very first day. It was not a ship that could traverse the void, but a portable wormhole that could forcefully create an entrance within the zone. The wormhole's very presence in this place would spell disaster for whatever location was linked to it. But since when did Jeffrey care? The delay caused by the other mortals being trapped with Lex even bought him enough time to set up everything for his escape and then leave. The problem was that now that the wormhole had been opened, he couldn't enter it for some reason. As soon as he attempted to come near the portal, his body began to subtly emit a green light, which forced him to keep his distance. He had no idea what this light was, where it came from, or why it was preventing him from leaving. Every second he tried to enter, but couldn't. He felt more and more fear grip his heart. Was this planned by Lex? Was that the reason he was targeting the others first? He had done something to him, preventing him from leaving. The more he thought about it, the more he believed it. After all, this is exactly what he himself would do. He would play with his target, relishing their pain and anguish as they realized that there was no hope to begin with. Then, just as they had that realization, he would arrive in person to watch their demise. Lex suddenly appeared in front of him, looking from him to the portal, and then back at him and at the green glow on his body. He didn't understand what was happening, but he could get the gist of it. Something was preventing Jeffrey from leaving. This was actually counterintuitive to his plan, but he might be able to make it work. Go on, leave. I won't interfere. Promise, he said casually, and actually moved aside to give Jeffrey away. But the more he was like this, the more Jeffrey was sure that Lex had something to do with this. Jeffrey grimaced. Since when was he the one who got plotted against? Since when was he the one who suffered? He was the one who plotted against others. He was the one who caused fear and misery, not the other way around. The Wyvern looked at Lex with deep hatred. Since he was a schemer, naturally one of the things he was most cautious of was being schemed against. He had contingency plans just in case he was ever trapped, just like right now. You're going to regret dash. Before the Wyvern could complete its curse, Lex slapped him across his reptilian face. Since the Lotus tattoo was gone, the slap was not enough to end his life, so he was safe. Lex asked out loud, "Yet I'm still here." Instead of moving to kill him, Lex did something else. He grabbed the Wyvern by the neck and began seeping into his thoughts. Although he had a seal inside his mind, protecting the most important secrets Lex didn't mind trying to break through it. He was already stronger than he was a short while ago, so he might be successful. A lightning strike struck Lex, and though it burnt his skin and charred some of his muscles, he was mostly fine. Jeffrey, however, also received a bit of Lex's tribulation lightning and couldn't help but scream. Lex, meanwhile, didn't bother at all and continued to pry into the wyvern's mind. He even used his left eye to try to determine if he could undo the seal. Jeffrey, meanwhile, grit his teeth and decided to do something desperate. Within his body, he had a certain high-quality crystal that was completely hidden, undetectable to even Lex through the wyvern's body. With nothing left to lose, the wyvern glared at Lex heatedly, as if he wanted to eat Lex whole and crush the crystal. Lex suddenly sensed danger and tried to dodge, but as if his tribulation was sentient, it struck him exactly then, causing him to freeze momentarily. The fraction of a second's delay was all it was needed. Jeffrey's body blew up. There was no build-up and no real warning. It suddenly exploded with such immense ferocity that the lightning tribulation clouds in the sky were disturbed, and a massive fissure broke through to the depth of the landmass. The dark zone was suddenly filled with so much light that it was nearly blinding. The light was quickly followed by a searing heat that threatened to cook even immortal meat. As if a chain reaction had been set off, all the laws of the zone, which were edging towards chaos, suddenly went haywire, acting without rhyme or reason. Liquid fire rained from the sky. Solid ice shot out from within the landmass. Lightning, misshapen and formless, like gas, slammed into the ground, causing devastating destruction. The zone fell onto the verge of destruction, and it seemed like Jeffrey was able to complete his mission after all. It just took a few extra steps. Somewhere far above all this chaos, even above the now dispersing black clouds, the wyvern's body slowly reformed. As he saw the clouds disperse, he finally sighed in relief. The accursed human was finally dead, though admittedly Jeffrey had paid a great price for it. A voice boomed through the sky, freezing the wyvern. The wyvern looked up and saw the damned human. Except, instead of appearing normally, the human's figure was massive, filling up the entire sky. "Suicide bombs. How original," he said, as if he didn't sound too impressed. At that moment, Jeffrey realized that he was trapped in an illusion, and he didn't know since when. Chapter 1250 Glad You Could Make It. Chapter 1250 Glad You Could Make It. Lex had trained and strengthened all his abilities, so how could he leave Mind Meld behind? But compared to his other methods, which could be forced, Mind Meld required an element of subtlety, at least for those in a similar realm as himself. This could change if Lex drastically increased his spirit and mental power, but it was something he had never focused on before, so he was not at an overwhelming advantage for now. That is why, the moment Lex slapped the wyvern, he had actually already put him under the influence of the Mind Meld. But, since he was concerned that the wyvern might be able to detect signs of infiltration in his mind, within the illusion, as well he made himself try to search the wyvern's brain, while allowing the wyvern to secretly resist. This way, even if the wyvern detected the intrusion, it would feel like it was successfully hiding from Lex. Lex peeked in on the wyvern's plans for a bit, and allowed the situation to progress according to his expectations. Just as he felt some hope, Lex revealed himself. The point was to push Jeffrey to the limits of desperation, so that he would unveil all his hidden cards, and Lex could feel that they were almost there. Lex said, and dug his hand inside the wyvern's body. The pain woke Jeffrey up from the illusion, and he tried to initiate the self-destruction, but now that Lex knew about it, how could he let it activate? Lex grabbed the crystal and pulled it out of the gaping hole in Jeffrey's body. The wyvern screamed and yelled in anger, but Lex was not paying attention to him. Instead, he observed the crystal with his left eye. It did not contain energy, but something else. As far as he could tell, once the crystal broke, whatever was inside would act as a catalyst in making laws behave chaotically. He put it away in his spatial ring for later and then looked at Jeffrey. "Is that all you have?" Of course it wasn't. But now Jeffrey was afraid. He could not tell if he was in an illusion or not. Was this reality, or just another illusion within the double illusion? Was Lex baiting him to find out more? A voice boomed inside his head, and a massive Lex appeared standing behind the one holding him, looking down on the wyvern like a deity looking down on an ant. How many layers of illusions are you under? Lex could feel Jeffrey's grasp on reality slipping as panic seeped deep into his bones. Should he make Jeffrey think that even this was another layered illusion? No, wait, he had a better idea. Actually, the truth was that Lex couldn't layer so many illusions with mind meld just yet. But who said he even needed to? After ending his previous illusions and digging out the crystal, Lex put the wyvern in yet another illusion, making it seem like everything that had happened was still within an illusion all along. Lex could feel Jeffrey's grasp on reality slipping as panic seeped deep into his bones. Should he make Jeffrey think that even this was another layered illusion? No, wait, he had a better idea. The entire world began to morph and turn into a mixed blur of colors that looked like an abstract painting done by a drunk crow. Nothing made sense, and everything was absurd. There was a loud, cracking sound, and visible cracks spread all around Jeffrey, like that in shattering glass. They approached from all directions, cutting through the blend of colors. The wyvern almost looked with anticipation, hoping for an end to this. The thought was absolutely fleeting, but sent Jeffrey reeling as he realized that he was actually welcoming death. Before he could have time to react to that thought, the cracks reached him and everything shattered, revealing a familiar sight. He was back in his arachnid form, within Lex's grip. Wasn't this how the fight began? Wasn't this before everything? He looked up and saw that the lightning clouds for the very first tribulation were still gathering. Had everything been an illusion all along? How strong was Lex's spirit to begin with? He felt time pass. How could everything have only happened? Inside his illusion, Lex asked casually, "We've barely just started. Look alive, we have a lot more to go through. You know, I can alter the flow of time in my illusions. A second in reality is equal to 100 years, and we haven't even passed the first second of our battle yet." Of course, everything Lex said was a lie. He could not affect the flow of time in his illusions, though he could mildly affect perception. But did he even need to affect the flow of time? As long as his target believed he could, that was enough. While desperate panic took hold of Jeffrey's heart, and the immortal wyvern began experiencing a panic attack. For immortals, such a thing was much harder to achieve than for mortals, which is why it was also much more dangerous. There is another name for not just panic attacks, but all kinds of mental diseases for immortals. Heart demon. A heart demon formed within Jeffrey's mind as his sanity tried to figure out what was real and what wasn't. Outside the illusion, Lex smiled. That was actually easier than he thought. Getting besieged was actually much harder than triggering a heart demon, which had been one of his objectives all along. After all, the thing about heart demons was that, like all demons, they could be completely controlled by devils. In fact, Lex had once met a heart demon named Pramode in the first Midnight games, which is how he got the idea to use one. But the heart demons which infected immortals were much stronger and more difficult to control. Fortunately, Lex was well connected. From his spatial ring, Lex summoned a small bead and crushed it. A few moments later, a portal similar to the wormhole opened within the zone, and Lilith Val Kilger stepped into the trial of eternity. "Hey Lilith, glad you could make it," Lex said with a smile. At that very moment, he was struck by lightning. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.